Let's go.
George Farmer!
Pints with Aquinas.
Or as they say in America, George Farmer. Do you feel like it's the R's that give us away whenever we try to do their accent?
There's something about the word water, which they can't pronounce. Water. Water. Like,
or the word no.
What?
Do you say no differently to me?
No.
That's way more proper.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Well, it's the Queen's English, fundamentally, right? So, as a result, it's like... I joke that I speak American and English. And most Americans don't understand that joke because they just think that American is the only language. Yeah.
I did once hear an American in a souvenir store say, "Do you speak American?" And I went, "Oh, this is what they mean about." We sound good? Everything's coming through?
Wonderful.
So we are recording from our new cigar lounge in Steubenville, Ohio. Chesterton's grand opening is this Friday in Steubenville, Ohio. ChestertonCigars.com. You can go there, check out our Instagram page. We're pretty pumped about it. And I have a cigar aficionado here. So I'm glad that this could be the episode. This is a very different setup for me. I feel very uncomfortable.
Yeah.
I'm used to my table.
Yeah. I'm deeply honored to be... I thought I was the first British guy, but then obviously we discovered that was not the case. So first interview from the cigar lounge is wonderful to me.
Should I tell the story about what you could be doing right now, or should you?
Go for it. I don't mind.
It was the greatest sentence a human has said to me ever, I think, including my children and wife. It was better than when Liam said, "Daddy, we're driving," and you said that, and this is just like, when I'm like, we have very different lives. Kanye West calls your wife, Candace Owens, and invites her to a, fashion show in Paris?
Yeah.
Last minute, and Candace asks you if you want to go, and you said, "No, I'm going to Steubenville with Matt Frad."
I got to do Pints with Aquinas. It's my favorite show on YouTube.
I've peaked.
It is.
Quit.
Yeah, this is the zenith of your career.
It really is. There's nothing better coming down the pike.
Yeah. It was all very last minute. It was kind of like a Sunday morning, 4 a.m. sort of book flights, mad last minute.
Why
dash.
4 a.m.? What were you?
Because it's one of these things. I mean, there was, it was all in the build up to trying to get over there for Monday, and then it wasn't happening on Saturday, and then on Sunday morning he was already back in Paris, and he was texting her early, and so then she woke up, and there was all these kind of she'd been put on a text chain with his travel person, and flights were being booked, and all this craziness. So my Sunday morning was chaos, but I said I can't go because I've got Steubenville, Ohio.
It's amazing.
Yeah, London, Paris, Steubenville.
That's right.
That's right.
It's good.
This is great.
Yeah. So when did you move to America?
Moved over in 2019.
For marriage?
Yeah, pretty much. So Candace and I met in December of 2018, and we got engaged very quickly after 17 days. And
Thursday just looked up. What?
Yeah, it was one of those things. I mean, it was very much a God thing. The Lord was in control of that whole process, and it was quite the full story is quite entertaining. I mean, the full story was she actually came to London to do an event with the organization she was with at the time, which was called Turning Point. And even the build up to that story is quite funny. So she basically, Charlie Kirk, who runs Turning Point, and Candace were kind of doing a speaking tour of the US. And
UK, you mean? Or?
No, this was still when they were in the US, okay. Right? And she said to him one day, she was like, I feel like we should go and do some events in England. We should go and do some events in London. And Charlie sort of was like, okay, well, they'd sort of been thinking about doing something or a sister organization in the UK. And so she then became very belligerent about it. And when she looks back on it now, she says, I had no idea why I was so belligerent about going to the UK. But there was this kind of great calling that she felt that we needed to go and do this event in London. We should get the Turning Point UK chapter on the map, et cetera, et cetera. And so she got in touch actually with some people in the UK and sort of said, hey, heads up, we're coming over in December of 2018. And that info was relayed to me. I was quite involved in British politics at the time. So it kind of made sense. I'd heard of her organization. Her organization is called Blexit. And which is the black exit from progressive policies. And, I was very involved in Brexit. So, it was kind of like a synergy there.
Mm-hmm.
And she came over and we did this event. They did an event at the Royal Automobile Club in London in 2018, which was for about 300, I would say 300 to 400 people. And I was in the audience, and something about her demeanor just kind of instantly struck me. I mean, it was very unusual. I remember messaging a friend of mine, a couple of days afterwards, just being like, there's something different about this girl. There's something different about.
Had you met her yet, or just seen her from stage?
We'd shaken hands, and that was it. And then the next night, I organized this dinner for a whole group of people. So it was her and Charlie as well, and they actually turned up 3 hours late because they were doing a podcast in the countryside. And so when they came back into town, it was kind of like 3 hour late, but we sort of got to know each other a little bit better. And then the next week, I flew over to the States to see her speaking at a conference in Florida. And nothing had been said. Like there had been no romantic overtures at all at any of this point. It had all just been very kind of above board and talking about politics and engaging in kind of philosophical conversations. And then at the end of December, we started. I called her a couple of times just to kind of chat, and again, just had these long, prolonged conversations, which were mainly about politics and trying to understand what she wanted to do in life. And at the end of December, I was actually flying to South Africa at the time for New Year's, and I called her and I just said, listen, I know this is completely crazy and we've just met, but how do you feel about getting married to me?
Just real quick. I missed the bit where there was any sort of...
There was literally nothing romantic had been said up to this point.
Okay.
I mean, literally nothing.
So I missed nothing.
We hadn't gone on a date. We had not talked about marriage or the future or anything like that.
All right.
And and she said yes.
No.
Yeah.
Come on.
She did.
That didn't happen.
Yeah,
You're making it up.
It's all fiction. Fake news. No, it was.
This guy's not even Candace Owens' husband. I thought it was weird that he would refuse to go to Paris. Who is he? What a strange
some random
thing.
guy that just pulled off the street in Steubenville.
That's right. You called her up and said, "How would you feel about getting married?"
Yeah.
Were you nervous? Were you serious, or were you partly expecting? Was this a pickup line?
No, I mean, no, I was 100% serious. I mean, I felt that. There's a little bit of a story there also in relation to the hand of God in all of this, which is that, when I was first up to this point, I had been kind of, I would say, dormant in my faith, and not really living, a godly life, not really living a life which was, meritorious of being called a Christian life, really. But I had been praying this prayer because I've been saying to the Lord, please, can you show me the path before my feet? What is this path what is the path of my life? Where do you want me to end up? What do you want me to do? And in the aftermath of first meeting her, about a week later, I had this long car ride, this long car journey where I was driving down to Devon, which is a county in England, which is about 3.5 hours outside of London. And I remember having this very powerful, vivid emotion, kind of overwhelming sense of God speaking to me saying, you were praying this, you were asking for this, so here is the path. There are now two paths before your feet. There's the path that you've walked currently, which is, in many ways, I would say like a life not lived for him, right? It was a life lived for me. And then there's a second path which I'm putting in front of you, which is a life which you don't necessarily know the outcome of yet. You don't know where this path is going to lead. But this is the path that I'm putting before your feet, and it's now up to you to choose it. And that car ride that I had, kind of was formative in some ways because I felt this overwhelming sense of I have to act. This is it. This is that cringeworthy moment that they talk about in all films where it's like you have to choose the right path for you,
Mm-hmm.
and so it was that kind of moment. I realized that God was speaking to me, and so I called actually my dad at the time, and I said to him, I said, I know this is crazy because next weekend is Christmas, but I'm going to fly to America tomorrow and go and spend some time at this conference where she was speaking at.
I'm getting mixed up in the timeline. Was it after this car ride where you felt God speak to you that you then called her?
So we met on December 11th. We had dinner on December 12th. It was about a week later on December 18th that I had the car ride, the car journey. The next day I flew to the US. That was when we spent 3 days together just getting to know each other. Then I flew back to England for Christmas, spent Christmas with my family. And then the week after Christmas was the week that I called her a couple of times, started to get to know her. You know, I said, hey, do you want to FaceTime? It was like, I was expecting like a 10-minute FaceTime. We ended up FaceTiming for like 3.5 hours. And then on December 29th, I asked her to marry me.
Wow.
So that was the kind of, I mean, it was crazy. I mean, everyone thought I was mad. Everyone thought we were both mad. You know, I mean, it was just nuts. Like, my parents were kind of like, what is this? You know, are you being serious kind of thing? And, you know, one of my sisters was sort of, she actually just laughed about the whole thing. She was just like, this is so not you, but it's also very you, you know? And so she came out with that line, which I thought was quite a funny way of putting it. And then, you know, a lot of my friends kind of didn't believe it, or they sort of thought that I was trying to hoist something on them. And then they kind of realized that I was being serious, and then a lot of them got on board. And then kind of, we didn't just sort of announce it to the world, because it was kind of too much for a lot of people to process. They just thought that it was like a joke. And so we kind of held back announcing it, and I think we finally actually put something out about it kind of in February or something like that. But that was the kind of timeline that we went through.
How long were you engaged for until you married?
8 months.
8 months.
Yeah, we got married in August of the following year, 2019.
August when?
Yeah, August the 6th.
Yeah, don't mess that up. August 12th for me, that's why I asked.
Oh, really?
Yeah, 2006.
Oh, wow. That's so cool.
Yeah.
I had the pleasure of meeting your bride yesterday.
Yeah.
What an unbelievable
cool,
woman.
huh?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Very cool.
So, all right. So you were raised nominally Protestant, evangelical?
Yeah. Yeah, so my upbringing was what's described in the conservative evangelical, right? So my father he is a really big Christian. I mean, he's a conservative evangelical guy in the UK. He himself had a very kind of powerful religious experience which converted him when he was in his mid-30s. You know, he grew up in some pretty squalid conditions in post-war Britain, which was not a kind of great place to be. And he's spoken about this, I think, publicly as well. So, you know, his testimony is out there. But basically, he kind of went to bed one night, you know, being kind of, I would say, an agnostic or a kind of, you know, atheist, secular, nominal secularist, and he heard a voice call him in the middle of the night, you know, which said Michael, just said his name. And he got out of bed and he just said, Lord, what must I do? You know, and he just knew straight away that was God's voice calling him. And so he, you know, much to kind of my mother's, I guess, you know, confusion the next morning, kind of gets out of bed. He's like, I'm going to go to church, you know, want to find a church that teaches the Bible. And so, you know, he walked into the church in one of the big churches in the city of London, which is the financial district of London, called St. Helens Bishopsgate. And it's quite well known in the UK as a kind of big evangelical church. It really found its footing in the 80s under the rectorship of this guy called Dick Lucas, who's still with us in his 90s. He's a great man, very astute thinker. And he, you know, became fully committed to the Lord. I mean, he just started, he wanted, I think my father would say that, you know, his belief in Scripture, he doesn't want that, he doesn't want there to be any barriers between himself and, you know, kind of understanding God, right? And so, you know, he and I mean, this was obviously much later on, and there's much more to go in the story between now and then, but he and I talk about the Catholic Church, you know, quite a bit often, because I guess he's quite interested in why I converted to Catholicism. But he he then became this Christian. You know, he started getting very involved in the church, started supporting the church in the UK quite vigorously. There's kind of two big movements in the UK, I would say, in terms of the Protestant kind of quote unquote revival. So there's the charismatic movement, which is, you know, really spearheaded by a church in London called HTB, Holy Trinity Brompton. And the pastor there is a guy called Nicky Gumbel.
Yeah.
And that's, they run the Alpha course, and, you know, there's many, you know, there are good people there, you know, there are many good people there. But then there's a second kind of, I would describe that as the kind of what's traditionally termed as happy clappy. You know, it's like, it's quite a lot more kind of arms in the air, speaking in tongues.
Which is a little different to the English temperament. Like here in America, it seems to make sense. Americans tend to be a little bit more colorful, loud, extroverted as a nation. Yeah. So
it's not. Yeah. Like, I mean, it's very un-English. Yeah. I mean, their services are kind of, I would describe them as intense. You know,
if I had to pick a word,
it's quite intense. But that was not the movement that he fell into. He came into the opposite. I mean, not the opposite, but, you know, a few degrees of separation away is the St. Helens of the world, which it was kind of low church, I would describe it. It's like, I mean, the similarity in the US would be Baptist, right? That's the kind of denomination that it would classify under. And really, I mean, we went to church, you would sing a couple of hymns, then there would be a scripture reading, and then the majority of the service was the sermon. And the sermon would, you know, I mean, it was not unusual to push 35 minutes, you know, to 40 minutes. And so you're sitting there, people take notes, you know, it's just quite thirsty writing down. But it's quite intense in terms of intellectual training, I guess. And that was the church I grew up in. You know, that was kind of what I knew. I didn't know anything else. You know, I really just knew this style of scriptural understanding, you know, and my day was formed as a boy of coming down in the morning. I would read the Bible with my father. I would pray with my father. You know, he gets up super early. You know, he would spend some time reading the Word of God, and then he would pray for what
a beautiful example for a young boy.
Yeah, and you know, the funny thing is, of course, is that I didn't know any different. So I just thought that this was perfectly normal. Like everyone,
what all fathers do.
All fathers do this every day. And I guess it was kind of by the age of sort of 7. I remember getting into my first theological argument at school at the age of 7. And I kind of knew there was something different about what we were doing, just because of the fact that there was so many events which happened on Sundays in the UK, like sport events or, you know, get-togethers. Like, I mean, more often than not, sports were conducted on Sundays. And my parents always said, well, we don't do that. You know, we go to church on Sundays. And so I remember kind of raising this with a couple of my peers at the tender age of kind of 6, 7, 8. And I was like, well, I can't come to sports on Sunday because we go to church on Sunday. And they kind of looked at me quizzically as if there was something kind of wrong with that analysis. So I remember about 7, 8 getting into my first kind of arguments about it. And, you know, I still remember to this day the first religious debate that I had at school, which was, there was a Muslim guy in my class and I was in my class, and he and I started getting into kind of like, you know, at the tender age of 7, thinking that we could settle the world's scores between Islam and Christianity. And we started arguing about it. And I vividly remember it because what happened was the rest of the class, who clearly had not, you know, been kind of raised soaked, I would say, in theology in the way that he had and I had, took offense at the idea that any religion could be exclusive in terms of its access to the Lord, right? And so, to some extent, both of us were pilloried by the rest of the class because
at 7,
they were like, well, you know, all the religions are the way to God. You know, that was kind of,
it's really arrogant to say that there could be one.
Exactly right.
The idea that ridiculous relativistic sort of cultural religious indifferentism idea has permeated the heads of 7-year-olds. What does that say about the culture in which they were raised?
I mean, it says that it is a great flag waving, kind of, this is exactly where the UK is.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, that is exactly where the UK is. I mean, spiritually, moral relativism has permeated the whole of society. And I can talk endlessly about how the decline of faith in the UK in some ways is like a hallmark of the decline of Britain, right? I would say. And there have been plenty of politicians who said that. I mean, Thatcher actually famously wrote that in one of her books, Statecraft. She talks a lot about how America's reliance upon faith has actually been kind of what has made it great in some ways. And Britain, the Church of England now is kind of like, I mean, you might as well just pick up a left-wing newspaper and read it, because it will be exactly the same messages as you'll get from the pulpit. And church congregations are in a state of absolute, I wouldn't even say they're in decline. They're already dead. It's completely empty churches, church buildings shutting. It's a generational thing. As the older generation, the kind of baby boomers, pass away, they were really the last ones who held on to the Church of England as a kind of institutional church. Right?
What was it like when Pope Benedict gave Anglicans the ability to become Catholic? Were you in England? Was that a big thing in England, in your circles, I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I would say that you've seen just a huge movement of the clergy, particularly from the Church of England to the Roman Church. And I think that's in part motivated by the decline of the Church of England, but it's also, it kind of comes back to the why are we Catholics? Like, there has to be something in it. There has to be, you can't just say your church is declining, ergo become a Catholic. You have to say, well, what doctrinally is attracting you to this faith system? Yes. And, Bishop Nazir Ali, who's now Monsignor Nazir Ali, who was the former Bishop of Rochester, under the Church of England. He was a very prominent bishop, raised in Pakistan, became an Anglican priest, elevated to the diocese of Rochester, which, at one point he was being touted as a future Archbishop of Canterbury, which is the kind of, the premier diocesan rank in the Church of England. He converted, and he's written several times about what drew him in, both from a moral perspective, but also from a doctrinal perspective. And I mean, Ratzinger set up the ordinariate of Our Lady of Walsingham to deal with the incredible number of clergy who were converting away from the Church of England. And that's been hugely successful. I mean, it's had, hundreds of, maybe not hundreds, dozens, I would say, of priests and former bishops who have moved over. There have been 3 bishops, I think, in the last, I'm going to get this wrong now, but I think it's about the last 2 years, who have converted to Rome, and all former bishops of the Church of England. I mean, it is a big move. And there was kind of a little bit of I guess people were kind of entertained. I mean, theology doesn't dominate British life. It just doesn't dominate British life. And in the same way that, for example, in the US, like, I would say that when I moved over here, one of the first things I noticed, I said this to my parents at the time, was like, being a Christian in America is just so much easier because it's so much more accepted in public life. And it's funny because I say that to Americans and they go,
are you kidding me?
Yeah, you're like, you should have seen it 10 years ago when it was so much easier, kind of thing. And so there's this kind of constant feedback from Americans that they thought it was much easier 10 years ago, and now it's got so much harder. But it is much easier than being a Christian in England, because like, there have been so many people in British public life who have really hidden their faith because they feel afraid of talking about it. And that's kind of like what it is in reality. Like, you can't get up there and say, I'm a Christian, or I'm a believer, because you get pilloried by the world and the press, and so, I mean, Tony Blair famously is like one example, Ruth Kelly being another example. Tony Blair, obviously former Prime Minister for 11 years, famously, his press officer, who was a guy called Peter Mandelson, who's now Lord Mandelson, he famously said, we don't do God. And that was the new Labour government, which was in charge of Britain for 13 years. And he said, we don't do God in this government. And actually what was revealed afterwards, and Mandy as he was nicknamed, Mandy came out afterwards and said, Tony Blair actually very much did do God. He just couldn't talk about it because he didn't want to. And Tony Blair became a Catholic. And Ruth Kelly, one of his senior, advisors, is, I think her she's a very well-known Catholic. She actually basically retired from public life because she said you can't really be a Catholic in government because the social teaching of the secular world in the UK prohibits you from being able to put into place Catholic social teaching.
Am I right? I think I heard once that Catholics can't become prime minister in England. Is that still true?
No, you can now. That was, that's a history lesson right there. But there was something called I'm always vulnerable to being fact checked here, but I think it was the Test and Corporations Act of 18 something or other 32, I want to say, which was basically the last limiting factor for Catholics to be members of Parliament, and so they were barred from becoming members of Parliament. And there were numerous pieces of legislation, particularly in the beginning of the 19th century. It was a sort of 1800 to 1850 kind of, those 50 years were very much defined by like the primacy of the Church of England trying to maintain its primacy in terms of its kind of influence over legislative politics in the UK. Okay. Catholicism was basically banned from, in public life from the time of the Jacobites, and when Charles the First had his head chopped off, and James the Sixth became king. So that was kind of the fallout of that, and it was basically a 250-year hangover from the Commonwealth with Oliver Cromwell being in charge. And of course, even before that with the Tudors, where Henry VIII, of course, really in Elizabeth I's reign was when the primacy of Protestantism was kind of well established in the UK, and ever since that time onwards, it just became exponentially harder for Catholics to have positions in public life. Right.
All right, so 7-year-old, you're debating a Muslim. So how did you start to think about Catholicism?
Yeah, well, I mean, at that stage, so I started picking up that something was very different just about me and about the way that I was being raised, because faith was just not important to most people of my age, and I kind of realized that there was something not quite the same, it was just a bit different. And so, around, I continued to grow up in a home where, regular church attendance was just a de facto norm of everyday life. Reading the Bible every day was a de facto norm of everyday life. Praying with my parents, we had grace before meals. My dad, his kind of nickname was the God Squad, in the UK, and the kind of financial circles that he moved in, because him and his business partner, or a couple of his business partners, were all very strong Christians. And then I guess by the time that I kind of went to St. Paul's is a big secondary school in England, I was I thought I was pretty well versed in kind of anti-Catholic, like, I can defeat the Catholic Church, on all doctrinal points, and kind of classic arrogance of a 12-year-old teenage boy who thinks he knows everything. And there was a priest at St. Paul's. So St. Paul's is an Anglican school, but there was a priest there, an Anglican priest, who what I would describe him as was like high church Anglican, right? Which is kind of Anglo-Catholic, as it's called in the UK. And Anglo-Catholicism is, there's, for example, like he would genuflect when he walked into the church. This was something which was totally opposite to how I grew up. The service that he conducted was done in vestments. Again, something completely opposite to how I grew up. And there's a kind of fun punchline to the story at the end of it, but without ruining the punchline, he basically started defending Catholic viewpoints. So I walked into the classroom being like, this is it. I'm good. I know the answers. And I started spouting off about, he and I kind of had quite a few classes together, And really by the kind of age of 15, I think I was in the thick of trying to defeat him on Catholic theology.
Would you say at the age of 15 you had a living relationship with Jesus Christ and were trying to abstain from sexual impurity and things like this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
wow, what a grace.
You know, I mean, like all teenage boys, there's living in a major global city, you know, there's temptations everywhere. But I definitely had a knowledge of the Lord. You know, I was engaged in a, yeah, I mean, I was definitely engaged in a living relationship with God at this point. And, you know, and I was battling with this question of Catholic theology. You know, I was kind of baffled by how he had started defending, for example, like sacramental theology. So, you know, I walked in and basically said, well, the sacraments deny the effects of grace. You know, like to say that you require the sacraments is an obstacle to knowing God, and therefore, like you can't be justified by faith alone if you require the sacraments, right? And this priest, his name is Patrick Alsop. He, you know, I remember vividly having this conversation with him where he was just like, well, the sacraments are all about grace. Like they are actually exactly about grace. This is the whole point. And I didn't really have an answer to this. You know, I didn't have an answer to any of these points that he raised, because having been raised in a home that was, you know, I would say not anti-Catholic, I guess, but it was anti-Catholic, but it was more just that Catholicism and Catholic teaching wasn't taught. Like, why would it be taught? You know, we were not Catholics, so why would it matter? And, you know, there was a kind of stereotypical view of Catholics, which was smells and bells and rituals, right? And an obsession with Mary. And so there had never really been any coherent intellectual debate about Catholic doctrinal points. It had all just been an echo chamber. And as a result, when I walked in to start to try and attack the points that I had been raised in this echo chamber to attack, I had very little to fight back against when sound doctrinal arguments were put back to me, right? And this is what he started to do. This is what Father Alsop started to do. And that really kind of, in the same way that people who have profound religious experiences and people who have political conversions often become more zealous than anyone else. For me, that was the first step.
Were you processing this with your father at the time?
Yeah, I mean, I was asking a lot more questions by this point. So another very big thing, which I think is interesting, is that, you know, the Protestant, my church, St. Helens at the time, basically, you know, it's kind of like, I started asking the question. I was like, well, what happened before the Reformation? You know, like, do we just believe that nothing happened before? Like, what happened to Christianity for the first 1500 years? I was very inquisitive about this, and I kind of didn't shut up asking these questions. I'm like, well, and then what was funny was that there were a couple of Christian teachers who, like evangelical teachers, like those, I think I'm going to get his name wrong, but I think there's one called Gary Lennox, who I remember we went on Christian summer camp every year, which was for the whole family, and he gave a talk series on the early church, or like on the first 1500 years. And I was so excited to listen to this series, because I was like, wow, this is going to answer the questions that I have about what happened before the Reformation. And what was funny was that he started off by saying, you know, like, he basically started off by saying there were lots of Christians before the Reformation. It's just that you kind of had to seek them out. You had to kind of look into the writings of the bishops, and you did find quite a few Christians. And as soon as he sort of said that, it kind of triggered in my mind, well, like, hang on a sec. So what are we saying here? Like, and then all these questions, I mean, all the questions that so many Catholics I know have been through themselves when they have asked themselves these questions kind of started coming up. Because then he was saying that, you know, there were like bishops from 11th century Spain who were talking about the effects of grace and how justification by faith alone was, you know, was doctrinally sound and all this kind of. And as soon as he started saying this, I realized that there was a Christian church before it. It wasn't that the church had just started in, you know, the the date that Henry VIII decided that he wanted to get divorced from Anne Boleyn. This was Catherine of Aragon even. He wanted to get married to Anne Boleyn, but there was a church which existed before this. And now, of course, when I look back on it, it's kind of funny because that's a question that, like, if there's a book called Crossing the Tiber by Stephen Ray, and Stephen writes in that book, like, the fundamental question that he as a former Baptist had was, was the early church Catholic and then became Protestant, or was the early church Protestant and then became Catholic?
Yeah, like
right?
that, yeah.
And that was kind of where I was. That was where my faith was at this point. I was like, well, hang on a sec, like, was the early church Catholic or Protestant? And then for me, that elicited like hundreds more questions.
Have you heard of Peter Kraeft's question to his university professor?
No, I haven't.
You know much about Peter Kraeft?
I've listened to him on your show.
Yeah, really worth reading. Jordan Peterson just interviewed him. It was the one time I wish Jordan Peterson would have spoken less. Just let Peter Kraeft shine. Did you watch that? Did you watch it? So good. So he's in a class with a professor, and he says, all right, so he just started learning about the church fathers. And so he says, okay, so you're telling me if I got into a time machine, and he said, I still remember the way the professor looked at me, like he used some kind of sci-fi nut. If I got into a time machine and went all the way back, I would feel more comfortable as a Christian in the 1st, 2nd, 3rd century than a Catholic would. And the professor said, exactly. And he thought, okay, good. So now all I got to do is go back and read what these early Christians taught, and I'll convince myself that they were all Calvinists. And you know the rest of the story. He's a Catholic.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, that was kind of... So then what happened was that by this point I was asking way too many questions to just be, I mean, and I mean, here I will kind of become a little bit more polemical about the Protestant Church, because this is really where the answers started to fail, which was like the first thing, which was that every time I wanted to have these questions answered, they were effectively shut down, because this was considered like, why is this relevant? Was the constant question, which basically came back to me. Like,
and is this from your dad? Who's saying this?
This was from like study group leaders and youth group leaders and all the and anyone who was kind of in a position of authority within like a very non-hierarchical church. It was like the evangelical conservative movement doesn't really have a hierarchy. It's not officially, it's under the Church of England. It's now under GAFCON, which is a separate breakaway group from the General Synod of the Anglican Communion. But anyone kind of within that church hierarchy started to push back on my questions, because I was just interested. I mean, it wasn't like I was trying to be difficult. I was just asking relevant questions about, like, well, what did happen in the first 1,000 years? Like, and then once this door had been opened, other questions started to come in. Like, for example, I mentioned this to you yesterday, but it was like the whole basis of my faith had been Scripture alone, and sola scriptura, and everything that you could possibly take was from the Bible. You didn't need anything else. And so I said, fine, if that's the truth, if that's the case, then why does the Protestant Church deny the real presence? Because Christ quite literally says, this is my body, this is my blood. He doesn't say this is a symbol of my body, this is a representation of my blood. He literally says this is my body and this is my blood. So I was now in a stage where I was using Protestant arguments to defeat Protestantism. Right? I was saying, well, hang on a sec, this doesn't make any sense. If we are basis on Scripture alone, then why are we denying what Scripture says? Because it doesn't say at any point this is a representation. So at this point, I was kind of, my own mind was in rebellion against my own mind. It was I was being thrown left, right, and center. And of course, fundamentally, kind of behind all of this, there was this, one of my religious studies teachers at school, Father Alsop, was, I guess, not pushing, but he was answering many of these questions that I had, but not with the answers that the Protestant Church was giving, right? So he was answering them with Catholic answers to questions about Catholic doctrinal issues, and the first 1,000 years and all this kind of stuff. So,
do you know any Catholics at this point in your life?
No, I knew one. I knew one. I'm still friends with him to this day.
Your age or?
Yeah, my age. That's right. And he was a Greek Catholic, and I was sort of plugging. It was kind of funny, actually. I mean, that's a kind of side story, but he and I had always clashed about this, and I kind of mocked him for his Catholicism. Have mercy on me, Lord. But I was kind of mocking him consistently. I was like, "Oh, you just smells and bells, rituals, the rosary, all this." And then I sort of started to ask more questions to him, and kind of. I was like, well, hang on a sec. Like, what do you believe? Like, what do you actually believe? Like, because I actually don't know what you actually believe. I realized that I didn't really know what he believed.
I think it's a good thing to realize that if another person's position seems ridiculous to us, there's a good chance that we don't understand that position.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean people don't hold ridiculous views, but if people have thought out their views, they usually have reasons to believe the things that they do, reasons that you might be able to sympathize with, if not go all the way with.
Yeah.
And I think that's just a good lesson. I mean, yeah, it's easy to sit here as Catholics and say, why don't the Protestants understand us, or something like that. But of course, we do the same thing. It's just a much easier way, since you don't have the time to investigate every religion you wish to dismiss, nor are you called to do that. I think it would be an impossible feat. So we do just sort of dismiss things that we don't want to have to engage.
Yeah.
But then when you get somehow inserted into that world, either through questioning your own worldview or the witness of someone from that particular worldview, that's when you start to take these things a little bit more seriously, I suppose.
Yeah. I mean, I was just, I suddenly was very interested in what he actually believed. And then then there was also more doctrinal issues which started raising it. I mean, there were two other kind of things that really started making themselves feel present in my life, which was one, the idea of church unity, and how was the Church of England taught in history class in England, in a Protestant school? I mean, I'm sure it's a long story, but just sort of sum it up for us. I mean, how? Because from our point of view, it's like you got this king. He was like really horny and had a bunch of wives, and one of this other one couldn't get an annulment, started a church. Like, is that how it's? I mean, that's pretty much. Yeah. I would say
owned a cod piece.
Yeah.
I mean, and maybe several, but is that?
He had wonderful calves. Do you know this?
No.
This is something about Henry VIII that is often taught. Like, it was considered in medieval England, or like kind of the Renaissance, the late medieval period. To promote your calves.
Okay.
It was like this was a symbol of your kind of manliness.
Masculinity.
Yeah, exactly.
His calves were mooing.
Henry VIII had massive calves, and this was considered to be kind of like a sign of his masculinity.
But is there a more sophisticated story that gets offered to little really, Protestant English boys?
No,
good.
Not really.
Right.
I mean, there is a kind of, I guess there is an attempt to kind of justify the basis of the church, in the grand schema of the Protestant Reformation across Europe. So obviously, kind of the rise, like Luther, it's kind of attempted to kind of squished into that.
Yeah,
a little bit, I guess. It's kind of like a.
Makes it a little bit more respectable if it's about doctrine.
Exactly, that's right, yeah.
And the corruption of the church.
Yeah, the corruption of the church. I mean, that is something which, is quite frequently taught, like how heinously corrupt the Catholic Church was, and obviously, Luther on the back end of that was obviously rebelling in many ways against what he perceived as the corruption of the church. And so Henry VIII is kind of slotted into that kind of like, here's one we did earlier, kind of neat package.
I'm with them. They said.
Yeah, exactly. That's right.
Shut up, Henry.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, but of course, in many ways, like people can see through it, obviously, because he had 6 wives. I mean, it was, the man was a serial philanderer. It's just, he obviously was not a devout man. I mean, even though he is actually taught as somebody who really did, respect the church, respect the Catholic Church.
Defender of the faith was a title
the Pope
gave to him, because he wrote a book defending Luther's errors.
That's right, and
not defending, attacking Luther's errors.
And he, and of course, never has a son of the church fallen so far. He just divorced and then proceeded to execute, numerous Catholics and bishops who defied him, and obviously had Thomas More executed, and it was just, kind of a horrendous track record on the back end, the back nine. So yeah, he kind of, but that is how it's really taught. There's not really much nuance to it, because it's kind of, it is what it is. I mean, people can see through it. Like, you wanted to
hang about.
You wanted to get married to this girl who was, kind of parading around in front of you in your court. But you had a legitimate Catholic wife. There's not really much more to it than that. There's not kind of much more sophistication than that.
Gotcha.
So there isn't a kind of, I would say there's a vague attempt to try and justify it in the light of the Reformation, but most history teachers that I was taught by weren't people of faith themselves, right? So as a result, they don't make any attempt to justify what he did through the lens of faith, right? Mm-hmm. They just say, this is exactly what it says on the tin, he wanted to marry Anne Boleyn. That's it. And of course that in turn raises, more questions about like, what is the Church of England? Like, I mean, I showed you that meme yesterday, which is just like, can I divorce my wife? No, that's bad. Okay, watch this, the Church of England. It's just and that's kind of where we ended up.
I'm gonna Slack you this, Neil, and if you can throw it up, because it's that good.
Yeah, but I mean, the other, that was in some ways my parents and kind of the faith background that I grew up in was not really like they weren't really denominational, if you know what I mean, right? They kind of said, I always used to ask them this, I'm like, what denomination are we? And they would just say, well, we're conservative evangelical, and I said, well, does that mean that we're part of the Church of England? And they were like, well, not really, maybe a little bit, if we had to be defined by something, it was kind of the Church of England that we were defined by, but really they didn't sit within denomination. My parents to this day are still very, like I would describe them as non-denominational in many ways, right? Which is why they're closer in some ways to the kind of Baptist organization in America, which is very low church and very kind of in some ways non-denominational, right? The Southern Baptists.
I just sent it to you there. Do you see that? There is some so now that he's throwing it up, I'll explain how I laughed out loud this morning, because we last night you sent me this image and I'm like, yeah, that looks fine. I didn't, because we were with Scott and in his wonderful basement library, so I didn't have time to, and then I opened it up this morning and I looked at it and man, is it on the screen? Isn't that funny? That font just screams Church of England.
The Church of England.
I don't know how. Memes or something, the internet. Yeah, that's amazing.
The deep memes.
The Church of... Okay, sorry.
The deep memes.
All right. Yeah. So...
Yeah. But I mean, that was, and that really, because I was brought up because every time I kind of pushed the denomination question on them, they kind of came back and said, like, we don't really subscribe to denominationalism. It's really
we supersede that.
Yeah, we kind of, are you a Christian or not?
Yes,
are you a believer or not? Right. And as a result, the Church of England itself was kind of like a by thought, as a young man in England. It wasn't really something where like I kind of thought, oh, I'm a member of the Church of England. It was just something that was there, I guess. The justification for the doctrinal beliefs that they held were far more linked to Luther than they were to the active supremacy under Henry VIII, right? So that was like Luther and Calvin were far bigger in the mind's eye of my church as a child than say like the leading bishops of the Church of England. I would say that Calvinism, Calvin, Zwingli, all the kind of major Reformation theologians were much more prominent in terms of Protestant thought from where I grew up at than say like Henry VIII's active supremacy or anything to do with the early Church of England when it was originally founded. So it was that kind of links back to the church unity thing, which was another huge question at this point in my mind, which was just that like how like Paul writes in his letters, you must be a unified church. Like this is very important to the New Testament scriptures.
Yeah.
And so again, kind of coming back to the same point about how did one... I was using scripture to defeat Protestantism, right? And this is kind of what I was... Because I was looking at the Protestant world and you've got like 28,000 denominations and, you've got all of these different groups and I was asking myself, I was like, well, hang on a sec, are we saying that the people who are saved in this world are only like the 1,200 people who go to St. Helens on a Sunday? That kind of, it just seemed a very narrow scope of salvation, right? So the soteriological claims of
that is one thing I think I would have found compelling against Protestantism is this confusion around the way in which we're saved.
Yeah.
So baptism, you correct me if I'm wrong, but I mean, it's like you've got the Calvinists are baptizing babies, and that baptism is effective for the elect. You have Baptists who don't baptize babies. You have all sorts of manner of view about baptism. And it's like 2,000 years after Christ, and we haven't nailed that one down.
Yeah.
So you've got all these Protestants going off the same book.
Yeah.
And coming up with that just seems so unlikely if God was to guide the church into all truth and away from all error, that we would be confused about that fundamental thing.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, again, coming back to the baptism thing, which is a great point, unless you are baptized with water and spirit, you shall not enter the kingdom of God.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't know how much clearer you can be. I mean, I genuinely don't know how much clearer you have to be, but yet there's so much debate over the sacrament of baptism.
Or in St. Peter's letter, baptism which corresponds to this now saves you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of so, and again, all of these areas that I was using scripture to defeat the Protestant argument that none of this was important, right? And so the church unity thing was huge in my mind, because that was just massive in terms of, like, how can we be saying that there's just so much of the Christian world, like the alleged Christian world, which is not saved? You're writing off the whole of Catholicism. You're writing off the whole of Eastern Orthodoxy as not even Christian, right? Which was kind of...
Is that the view you held?
Oh yeah, pretty much.
They weren't even Christian.
Yeah, they weren't.
Wow.
They were Christian in name only. Like nominalism, basically. So there was that kind of huge area which started looming very big in my mind, and that was a big driver of me towards the faith. And then the other kind of big area was that there's a verse in Hebrews which talks about when you were a child you were fed milk, and when you grew up you became a man, you ate adult food. I'm paraphrasing here, obviously. But and then Paul writes, but when you were infants in your faith, I fed you spiritual milk, but now you require spiritual food. And this passage was like, I remember it hitting me, because I was thinking, like, I've reached a limit of everything that I can know under this branch of church teaching, right? I'm coming up against all these roadblocks. There's no answers for what happened to Christianity before the Reformation. There's no concept of Christian unity. They're not even interpreting Scripture, using Scripture to confirm what Scripture says. There's no church hierarchy. Like, where's the central authority? There's no concept of apostolic succession. Like, even things like in the Acts of the Apostles, where, the handkerchief and the shadow, are being used to cure people. Well, like, his great example of relics, like there is a clear definition of sainthood, of relics. All of these doctrinal Catholic points. I mean, at this point, I was basically already there by this point.
Were you reading Catholic books at this point, or just asking questions?
So I started to read Catholic books.
What was the first book you remember reading?
So I went straight in with the heavy stuff. I mean, Cardinal Ratzinger, Principles of a Catholic Theology,
Wonderful.
was the first one that I read.
Wonderful. Is this when you were at Oxford? Or?
This was just before I was at university. So this was when I was 17. And, I was just like, okay, we're going to go straight in with the heavy guns. I was like, I knew this guy. I didn't know much about Cardinal Ratzinger at the time, or Pope Benedict as he was then. But I just knew that he was supposed to be a preeminent theologian within the church. And that was kind of what I had heard about him. And by the way, he was, I forget what year his election was. Was it 2004, I think it was, or 2005?
Yeah.
5 was it? Yeah, around then. So, and I just remember thinking, like, again, here was this great contrast. Like, great contrast between a man who is being widely touted as like a heavyweight Catholic intellectual theologian, and like the flip side being all of these questions that I couldn't get answered. So I just thought maybe he's got some answers, right? And so I started reading his work, and that was kind of like, I mean, by that point I was there, I mean, it was just, I was like, okay.
Had you attended Holy Mass at this point?
No, I hadn't. I was too frightened to go to Mass. I used to go, I had gone to Mass, and I had just sat at the back of the church. So Westminster Cathedral, which is the mother church of England, really. I mean, it's the one where the
coronation takes place.
Well, no, that's Westminster Abbey.
Okay.
Right, but Westminster Cathedral is the big Catholic cathedral in London.
Oh, okay.
Right beside Westminster Abbey. and it's where the cardinal, traditionally the UK cardinal has his seat. And
that was that given back to the Catholics?
It was built by the Catholics in the 19th century.
Oh, okay.
So kind of like at the height. So England's Catholicism is quite a funny story, because basically in the late, obviously John Henry Cardinal Newman, Saint John Henry Cardinal Newman, very well known Catholic thinker, but his original movement, the Oxford movement as it was called, was actually a revival of the Church of England, right? And this is kind of not that many people understand this. It was traditionally considered to be like an area where people were trying to get to understand the Church of England more. And then what happened was he became a Catholic, and this kind of shook. It was seismic. It's funny to think now, like I always like these little kind of anecdotes from history, but like just how much faith played a role in the mind of generations before us. I studied Byzantine history when I was at university, and like there's this great story, and I'm sure it's familiar to many people, but like there's some big monastery in Constantinople at the time, and one of the monks wants to go down to the market to get a loaf of bread, and it's kind of in the mid of the Nestorian crisis, this Nestorian kind of councils, and he basically gets mobbed on his way to the market by this crowd of people arguing about the nature of Christ. I'm just like, and yet, we've got like Lizzo twerking, nowadays. It's just like, it's like and we claim that we're getting smarter as a human. I'm just like, well, hang on a sec. Like, you've got a crowd of, you've got an angry mob in Constantinople arguing about the dual nature of Christ, and now we've got like, TikTok. It's just kind of like this chasm of intellectual thought between where we were then and where we are now. And but Westminster Cathedral was built in the latter half of the 19th century because England went through this great Catholic revival, which was really the first time that England had a Catholic revival for almost 300 years, and it was led by John Henry Cardinal Newman at the time, and so he kind of spearheaded that movement. But Westminster Cathedral is this beautiful Byzantine style church in London. It's very dark. It kind of reminds me a little bit of St. Mark's in Venice, which is one of my favorite churches. And I went and sat in the back of Westminster Cathedral and just kind of sat there for many, I prayed a rosary for the first time. I kind of didn't even know what I was doing. I had to kind of look up how to do it. I sat at the back of the church. I watched the Mass several times. I was trying to understand what was going on. And for me, that was just kind of, I felt at home almost straight away.
I remember the first time I realized how similar the High Anglican liturgy was to Holy Mass. I was in Adelaide looking for a church shortly after my conversion, and so still didn't know a lot of things. So I show up at this cathedral, so I thought, well, that's Catholic. And so I went in and I was kneeling, and I thought, it's funny, they got a British flag. It's just different, And then a woman came out and went, nope, and I'm going, in the vestments.
Yeah, so. That sounds about right. Yeah. The Church of England, it's funny that like so many English churches have they've got British flags in place of the tabernacle. They've got like pictures of the armed forces. It's funny because it is a national church, and kind of when I look back on it now, I'm like, I guess it must have seemed, in some ways, the Church of England, and this is kind of a bit of a meta thought really, but it's in some ways the Church of England is like, it's a great symbol for it's a great litmus test of England, and that sounds, I'll sort of go into a bit more detail, but it sounds ridiculous to say that, but the Church of England's ascendancy as a church was directly linked with England's ascendancy as a world power. Mm-hmm. And in turn, its decline has been,
with the Church of England's decline?
Yeah, England has declined alongside the Church of England.
When you first prayed the rosary, were you afraid of offending God?
No, not at all.
Because I think there's probably a lot of Protestants out there who are open to Catholicism, and there's that big hurdle, which is namely Mary and devotions to her. And they might be attracted to the rosary, but afraid of being attracted to it. They might want to pray it, but don't want to offend God.
Yeah.
How did you overcome that obstacle?
Yeah, it comes back again to the early church for me. I was finding all these answers in the early church to questions that I didn't, some of the questions I didn't even know were questions until I realized that I had these questions in my heart. It came back to that kind of early church. So the Theodicus of the Council of Chalcedon, I think it is, in 452, which basically says, well, and it made perfect intellectual sense to me. And at this point, I was kind of reading about Mary. It was the early days of the internet. I was just kind of downloading as much information as I could from wherever I was, reading books, trying to understand, engaging with as many Catholic people as I could find to engage with. And I just remember reading about the Theodicus, and it made sense to me. If Christ's nature is truly God and truly man, then surely it must be accurate to say that Mary gave birth to God, right? So she must be the mother of God, right? And so that argument was so blindingly self-evident in its logic that I just had no argument against it. And I was like, okay, that makes absolutely perfect sense to me. Of course Christ can't be divided in nature. This is exactly what the early church was talking about. And so as a result, you had to say, well, that truly must therefore mean, as the early church proclaimed, that Mary was the mother of God, which means that devotion to Mary is a sound part of doctrinal and Catholic teaching, which makes perfect sense to me, because you are asking for the intercession of Mary as the mother of God to carry the prayers to the feet of her son. So, this made, again, there was nothing which I was coming up against which raised any significant intellectual barriers to me. I wasn't thinking the first thing that I was the real presence I was already the real presence is, in my opinion, was just the easiest thing to understand.
So for me, I became Catholic when I was in 2000, when I was 17, and I came back, and the only people my age who were enthusiastic in their love for Jesus Christ were my evangelical friends, or those who I had met in my small little town. And so I was hoping we could kind of get together and kind of share this beautiful faith. And then they started sort of questioning the certain things I did. And I remember, because I didn't know much about my faith at the time, unfortunately. And so in my mind, the only kind of scriptural reference I could point to these Protestant friends who defend the real presence of Christ in the Eucharist was, what is it, Luke 22 something, this is my body, this is my blood.
Yeah.
Which is good enough, but I had no idea about John 6.
Yeah.
I don't think I ever read it.
Yeah.
And so I remember picking up the Bible one day and reading him say, unless you eat the flesh of the Son of Man and drink his blood, you have no life in you. And I just was shocked that even existed in the Bible. And then I wondered if they even had that in theirs, and was shocked that they did have it in theirs, and still found the Catholic belief so absurd.
Yeah. Yeah. I was being dwarfed by this weight of intellectual Catholic thought at this point. I was just being crushed underneath crushed by the Catholic Church. It's destroyed by the Catholic Church.
Do you have Catholic interlocutors at this point? You had that one friend, but do you have others who are trying to argue into the faith, or is it just you, Ratzinger, and your rosary at the back of Westminster Cathedral?
Well, by this point, I was transitioning from secondary school to university and to Oxford, and talk about a fast track to faith. It was Oxford as a place is I would say the beating heart of kind of English theological thought. It's the kind of center. It's the center of the faith. There's several monasteries there. There's
Duns Scotus was there.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Blackfriars is a Dominican monastery in the middle of the town. There's a Benedictine house there. There is, a house run by the Jesuits. There's a house run by Opus Dei. There's all these different groups who have centers there. And so...
It must be amazing to be there.
Yeah. And it's also, by the way, the heart of Anglican thought as well. There's Christchurch Cathedral. The University Cathedral is literally Anglican, and it's in the middle of Christchurch.
Yeah.
And most of the colleges, have chapels on them, all of which are pretty much Anglican. So, it was kind of the first time that you were not surprised to see monks walking down the road, which, was kind of a real novelty in England because there aren't that many monasteries after Henry VIII destroyed them all. So, you just see some Benedictines walking down the road, and you're like, oh, wow, a Benedictine.
Yeah.
You just never really see a Benedictine.
Yes.
And so by that point, I was kind of deep in Inquisition territory, and I contacted the Catholic chaplaincy of the University of Oxford and reached out to them, and I wanted to, and I basically I sent an email which I wish I still had it, but I basically said something like, I want to become a Catholic. How do I become a Catholic? And they said, and they replied and said, well, you should start the RCIA. And so I started attending weekly sessions of the RCIA and being trained by the Jesuits at the time, actually. And again, I knew nothing about the Catholic Church, so I just was like, give it all to me, give it, whatever can happen. And that was kind of the first step. Well, that was the beginning, I guess, the end of the beginning, and it was.
So did you have Protestant friends at the time?
Yeah.
And did you engage with them?
Yeah, I did.
Argue with them, or did you just sort of drift apart into more Catholic circles?
Yeah, we drifted. I mean, really, it was a drift. Like there was a drift. I mean, Oxford's a funny place in that regard because you're kind of thrust into the middle of so many different groups of denominations. Like, I was taking classes with Anglo-Catholics and with, people who went to St. Ebbe's, which is a really strong evangelical church in Oxford, and St. Aldate's, which is the charismatic one. And, I was kind of being thrust into classes with all of these different people. And there's a kind of great transition period in that time when, you were still finding friends. And many of my friends at that time were Anglicans who actually also ended up becoming Catholics. So there were about 3 or 4 of us who went over to Rome at the time, and it was almost a hallmark. I mean, it was like, here's one we did earlier, here's another guy who's becoming a Catholic. And so there were quite a few of those who started coming over to Rome. And yeah, I took instruction for a year, and then I became, and it helped that I was doing theology. So I mean, I was studying theology as an undergrad, and that obviously was answering quite a few of my questions anyway, because my speciality was the church, kind of patristic period, early church, kind of medieval period, and I wanted to do a bit on the Eastern Church as well. So I did a module on Byzantine church history and early Syriac Christianity, which linked in very well with the patristic period, and that was just fantastic because here was what little research I'd done already was now just being complemented by this overwhelming body of thought from Tertullian to Origen to St. Ignatius, to all these early church fathers who were writing about, the real presence and baptism being crucial and all the kind of doctrinal points that I had really never engaged with. And suddenly, and I think, as Cardinal Newman said, to study history is to become a Catholic, right? That was the point where it was just, I was like, this makes so much more sense.
Or at least the nuance, I suppose, at least is to cease to be Protestant.
Yeah.
I remember I did a deep dive into the teachings on the Eucharist and when that started to, different opinions and when they started to form, and I was shocked at just how solid the patristic evidence is on the Eucharist, not to mention the biblical evidence. I did a debate with Cameron Bertuzzi, which is online somewhere on YouTube, and my thought to him was like, listen, like maybe you don't have to become Catholic given what we're about to discuss, but you cannot hold to this sort of Baptist view of the Eucharist. I mean, obviously there are many different views of the Eucharist within Protestantism. Maybe you can adopt one of them, maybe you have to become Orthodox, but you've got to give up this merely symbolic sort of Baptist view. Yeah. So did you get confirmed in Oxford? Yeah, confirmed in 2009 by the Bishop of Oxford. So how did you... Presumably, you said you knew Candace for 17 days before you proposed to her. I presume were you a faithful Catholic at this point? No, not really. I mean, I kind of, at that point, after I became confirmed, I guess to some extent I was kind of intellectually exhausted by the whole process. There was also there was no doubt that it was like controversial, I would say. In my family, like, I mean, I didn't tell my parents about it. I didn't tell my parents about being confirmed. I was very frightened about doing that. And, one of my sisters is a missionary, it's a big part of my family's life. It's just a big part of their, my father is very well known in the UK for his outwardly, strong proposition of evangelical conservatism.
conservative evangelicalism. And, you know, I mean, he talks about it frequently in his political life and his business life. You know, he doesn't really give business talks about business. He gives business talks about Christianity. That's kind of what he's known for. And
that's interesting that you would come to faith, get confirmed after this long intellectual study. Yeah. I would think you'd just be like basking in the sunshine of like Catholic fellowship and the sacraments. How long did that last until you started to drift away?
I guess once I finished, I kind of was like, okay, now I'm there. You know, I've crossed the Tiber. I'm done. You know, I don't need to worry about this anymore.
Were you still attending Holy Mass?
Yeah, very infrequently. It actually became less frequent after I became confirmed, which was strange.
Yeah.
And then I just drifted off into the world. You know, I started leading a very worldly life. I went into the city of London in finance. I went into investment banking.
Okay.
I went into the hedge fund world. You know, that world is not a spiritual world. You know, I mean, it's a world which is run and operated by
the love of mammon.
Oh, 100%. You know, and I actually remember my first interview in investment banking. It was quite funny. Like, he was a very senior banker who was interviewing me, and he said to me, he was like, so he was American, and he was like, so you studied theology? And I was like, yeah, that's right. He was like, great. Well, from God to mammon. And then I was like, okay. And he was like, you know, back to the real world kind of thing. And he and I actually got on very, very well. But it was just, that interview always stuck with me because
he was right.
Yeah, it was. I mean, that was exactly what it was, you know. And I guess that my dad, who had been in finance in the UK, very successful financial career, had almost distinguished his financial career from other people's by being this active Christian in business. And he had like made a hallmark of his life by being a Christian in business. I mean, he went to church very frequently, you know, often 3 times a week. You know, he would lead a Bible study, 2 Bible studies a week, you know, all this. And for him, it was everything. But I kind of thought that, I guess by this point, I was both frightened of exposing myself as a Catholic by this point, which made me more reticent to kind of say anything about it. I just was like, okay, you know what, I'm just done with all of this. And it was almost too exhausting to do it. You know, it was just like, I was too frightened of the reaction, of the ridicule. You know, I didn't have the courage that I should have had. And so I drifted off into the world and, you know, started leading a worldly life and, you know, all that entailed as a young man in London. And then really it was, you know, kind of what I talked about earlier was
this is the 2 road thing you were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
Okay.
I went to my first confession, you know, and I was just like, it was just one of those.
So, first confession in England?
No, this was actually in the States by this point.
Okay.
Right? So
how did that go?
Yeah.
What exactly did you confess?
Honestly, give it to me right now. I mean, it was one of those confessions where, you know, you walk in and it was like, bless me, Father, for I have sinned. It's been X number of years.
Buckle up.
Yeah, since my last confession. And I think the priest, who was an elderly priest on the other side of the confessional, was just...
He kind of took a breath.
Yeah, he was like, sharp inhalation. And actually, I mean, he was, you know, and I said, listen, I don't really know what I'm doing. You know, I mean, I didn't say that exact words, but I said something like that because... I just...
So throughout this time of drifting away from the faith and engaging, you sort of alluded to it by saying the sorts of things a young man in London may fall into. So I'm presuming you're talking about...
relationships.
Yeah, that sort of thing.
Out of marriage relationships.
So were you never then tempted to redefine your Christianity to be able to include your fornication...
Oh,
because that's the coward's way out, it seems to me, but it's the way that seems most convenient.
Oh,
it's like,
100%.
well, if I want to remain Christian and I wish to fornicate and engage in all these things, then I'm not Catholic, or I'm a special type of Catholic, or I'm...
Oh, yeah, 100%.
But you never...
No, I did that the whole time.
Oh, you did do that?
I mean, I totally rewrote Christianity to fit my worldview.
Interesting.
I mean, I...
To the point that, did you ever want to kind of stop being Catholic and maybe join the Anglicans?
I mean, I just kind of, I would accept whatever was necessary for me to feel good about myself.
Yeah.
Right. With no intellectual challenging of that. Right. And so I just kind of, I was fully on board with redefining Christianity. And in the back of my head, you know, I mean, it's pathetic now, and I kind of look back on it with such disgust. But in the back of my head, I was basically saying, well, I was resurrecting the Protestant argument that like justification by faith alone, and I in the back of my head I was like, well, I still believe that Christ was the Son of God, so therefore I'm good enough, right? And that was kind of like, well, that's all I need, So I was kind of back in the ways of my early years, where I was kind of justifying myself through I wasn't attending church, I wasn't attending Holy Mass, I wasn't going to confession, I would,
Do you want a lighter? I have a lighter over here. Here, Thursday, you want to pass him one? There's, for those who are watching, we have two men behind the cameras. Oh, you come here, just in case. And they're trying to light cigars with unsuccessfully. Yeah.
But, and actually that first, and still to this day, I find the Sacrament of Reconciliation to be like one of the, I would, that was another thing, again, in my mind, another doctrinal point, because Paul writes about confession, and he says, confess your sins to one another. Mm-hmm. I found that to be hugely powerful. And I still to this day, St. Jose Maria talks about this as well, where he talks about I think he describes it in one of his books that he loved confession. He bounded into confession with eternal joy, right? Because he wanted to have this reconciliation. And I remember going to this first confession and just feeling this it was overwhelming. It was just the power of confession is so totemic. It's like it crushes you, because you just feel this relief, and I was just like, what am I doing? What have I? And the lights
it's like you get sobered up.
Yeah.
And you're like, what was I doing?
What have I just done?
Yeah.
What have I done? I have lived a life which the Lord is totally unhappy about, but he still loves me, and his mercy is greater than my worst sin, and his mercy rolls on for generation to generation. And there's a passage in the Psalms that's like, the steadfast love of the Lord is renewed every morning.
Yes, and as far as the east is from the west, so far has he removed our transgressions from us.
That's right. And I just felt
how good is that? Let's just pause and bask in that for a moment. Isn't that wonderful?
Yeah,
Therese of Lisieux, who I'm fond of quoting, and since we just celebrated her feast day, compared the most grievous sins of the most grievous sinner to a drop of water flicked into the raging furnace of God's mercy. Just breathe, everybody who's watching. If you're a woman watching and you've had an abortion, if you're a man living in a homosexual lifestyle, if you've committed murder or patricide, or if you had multiple abortions, all of that, the most shameful, the most criminal things we've done, drop of water, God's mercy, raging furnace. Yeah. Flick it in, get to confession. Yeah, you're not that special. Yeah. Your sins will not extinguish his mercy. Yeah. Glory to Jesus Christ.
Glory to God. Glory to Christ. And that was just something, and I remember that emotion of just power, and also just I was so afraid to go to confession. I was so...
You were that one time, or?
Yeah, first time. I was so frightened. I was just like, I didn't even know what I'm doing. I remember the confession I had given before that, and then it had been years ago, and then I went to this first confession, and I was shaking when I went into the confession.
Were you married at this point, or?
No, this was before we were married.
Before you met?
No, before we were married.
Married, sorry.
Yeah, that's right.
So what was it like, if you don't mind, if this isn't too personal, what was it like about to marry a woman who, from my understanding, I don't know, she wasn't a Christian or isn't a Christian?
Candace, she's a believer. She was raised as
and again, you don't have to get into anything.
No, it's fine. No.
Yeah, I'm not trying
we talk about faith the whole time.
Was that problematic then, like looking at marriage and now having this renewed Catholic faith? And
yeah, it was kind of an interesting... Yeah, it was something which I had to really start to grapple with at this point. It was kind of like asking myself all these questions, like, what do I do about this now?
Yeah.
What do I do about this elephant that has just come back into my...
How
into
will
my
we
room?
Raise our children?
Exactly.
A lot of people are in this situation.
Yeah. And so Candace and I talked about it, and she agreed that raising our children Catholic was something that she was on board with. And she herself, has read many Catholic books, and she's attended mass with me. She's never received, of course, but she's come with me before, and that's, you know. And
so where did you get married?
We got married. We actually got married under an Anglican priest, because I don't think my parents would have accepted a Catholic wedding, and so we then had the marriage radically sonated.
Yes.
By the church, and so, you know, that made it acceptable in the eyes valid in the eyes of the church. And that was kind of perceived as a somewhat of a compromise, I guess, between like most of my parents and my parents' beliefs, my parents' friends, and at the time also, you know, like it wasn't just that I was trying to compromise; it was also that I was only just rediscovering my faith, right? The faith that had been for many years so important. It had been everything to me. And then I suddenly was rediscovering this faith. So I also wasn't pushing a Catholic service, because at this time I was still kind of rediscovering what I was going through. And, you know, it wasn't as important to me at that point as it was going to become, you know. And then suddenly it kind of went through this exponential like growth explosion where I just was like, you know, kind of when you start asking yourself the questions, then it just becomes everything. And then that fire ignited within me, and then I was just like, the Lord is with me.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, okay.
Was there a fear that you would drift away the way you did when you were confirmed, or was this a different experience?
No, it was different.
Yeah.
It was different at this point. I mean, in some ways it's never turned off.
So am I thinking kind of like in your teenage years, or when you were a boy, there was this love and heart relationship with our Lord, if you want, became very intellectual, drifted away. It sounds like the second time it was like the heart and head, if you want, sort of came together, and there was a...
Yeah, it was the heart of mercy, you know. It was the heart of Christ, which it was the...
Praise God.
The heart on fire, you know, and that was suddenly, I just, like, you know, I've had more just emotional moments, I guess, just sitting, like, I get hit by these. I mean, I was saying to Candace the other day, like, just driving somewhere. I was driving back from mass actually, and I just got kind of smashed in the face by this vision of the first time that I'm going to meet Christ, you know, and the beatific vision of the kind of angelic court with billions of people praising his name. I just got kind of, you know, I was just, you know, just driving along, and suddenly there's this great vision in my mind's eye. And it was just a sense of overwhelming joy. And you know, for me, that was one of the biggest things, was just this kind of sense of fulfillment that the church suddenly offered to me. It was like all of this striving, all of this meaningless like existence that we have, this search for recognition, the search for remembrance, the search for legacy, the search for wealth, the search for material possessions. All of these things became completely meaningless to me overnight.
Praise God.
And suddenly I was just like, I just want to give it all away. I just want to grow his message and his church in this world. That was just what I felt, and that's still kind of that is to this day what I feel. I want to help grow his church. I want to help build it. I want to help resurrect it where it's died, and that's what I feel called to do.
There's a simplicity that comes with Christianity that makes our life so much more beautiful. Like something I've been thinking about more and more. It's like this bud about to blossom. I don't know how to fully articulate it yet, but you know, when I'm not in Christ, or if I'm seeking the approval of the world, let's say, then I'm literally seeking the approval of everybody who matters to me, whether it's someone watching on YouTube, or my wife, or her family, or my family, or you, or whoever. It's like, I need the approval of every person. Yeah. But when I'm in the Lord and I'm seeking his approval, it's really me and him. Yeah. It's so much more simple. It's like he's everything. Yeah. And I really just have to say, be merciful to me, a sinner. And then, of course, if I've harmed somebody, or if I've embarrassed somebody, then I need to reconcile. But it's all out of love for him. Life's just so much more simple. It's sort of me, him, his will. Yeah. Whereas apart from Christ, it's trying to seek the approval of everybody around me that matters to me, and following their will to some degree in order to try to achieve my will in some utilitarian sense.
It gives you great courage, I think, to recognize that you're trying to seek his will, because suddenly it becomes so much more important. Yeah. Right. And I mean, that was in some ways like you had someone on the show a while back, I forget who it was. It might have been Sister Miriam James, but she was talking about, I think there was somebody who walked in and kiss the ring. You were talking about kissing the ring of the bishop and the priest, and somebody kissed the ring and they said, "Oh, don't do that." And he said, "It's not about you.
Yeah,
it's about Christ."
Amen. I just want to shout that out. One of the things I love in the Eastern Church is it's customary to kiss not just the bishop's hand, but the priest's hand. And I said to a newly ordained priest, like, "What's that like?" And he said something very interesting, but very accurate. He says, "I need to grow in humility in order to accept it," which sounds counterintuitive. You would think it's not an act of humility, but of course it is, because this isn't about you, Father.
Yeah.
Please let us kiss your hand.
It's not about you. That's the point.
Yeah.
And that was kind of then and that's still where I am to this day in terms of my intellectual grappling with confession, which is that it's like, it's not about me. I mean, it's about my relationship with God. He already knows what sins I've committed. He wants the broken and contrite spirit.
Yes.
In to feel that sense of, I mean, I feel such guilt, such shame, but when I go to confession, it's just it's cleansing. It's that great cleansing experience. And I've kind of talked about this. This is kind of one of the overlaps that I think the modern world really needs from the Catholic Church. I mean, I think the modern world needs all of the Catholic Church, but like one of the issues we have with social media, for example, is like the lack of grace and the lack of mercy. And I've said this before in conferences. Like I spoke at an event down in Miami, and and I said like, we need grace and mercy. The idea that somehow you can put something online and then that you can never change your opinion is just absolute garbage. Like, what are you talking about? Of course you can change your opinion. People change. You think that what I was putting out in 2006 on Facebook is still what I think to this day? I mean, what kind of idiocy is that? Yeah. To think that people's belief system never evolves or changes or develops is just nonsense.
Yeah, and that we can pin them down on the one thing that they...
Yeah. And everyone makes stupid mistakes.
Am I right in thinking Candace has spoken openly about like a blatant act of racism that took place when she was a teenager?
Yeah, that's right. She wrote about it in her book.
But one of the things I loved about what she said was how much grace she extended to these people who were actually blatantly racist. Yeah. Not the fake kind of racist that the left likes to propagate, but the actual sin of racism.
Yeah.
And that she said, like, you stupid kid who hasn't done stupid things.
Exactly.
Like, I forgive him.
Yeah.
I just thought, wow, what a woman.
Yeah, kids say stupid stuff. I mean, it's just obviously. Like, I mean,
God, I'm so glad Instagram didn't exist when I was.
Yeah, and I mean, like,
oh my gosh, these poor kids. I'm so glad my kids will never have Instagram.
Yeah. I mean, and there have been politicians in the UK. Like, again, I'm bringing him up, even though I don't particularly think the guy was any kind of example to live by. But Tony Blair famously said, "If social media had existed when I was a child, I wouldn't be prime minister."
Yeah,
right? And it's so true, because now we're putting this impossible standard up.
And what's interesting is, it's almost like there's never been a time when it is so easy to get your thoughts across to so many people so instantaneously.
Yeah.
It seems that precisely now is when we need grace.
Yeah.
I mean, 30, 40 years ago, if I'm writing a book, presumably I've put thought into this thing, it's gone through an editing process, it's then been published.
Yeah.
Maybe that's something to be cancelled over.
Yeah.
But to click record and say stuff that comes to my mind in a long-form conversation or something else...
Yeah.
And it's like, no, we need to absolutely eliminate him.
Yeah. No, I mean...
Where's this coming from?
It's coming from an impossible standard, right? And, well, really, I mean, that's a great question. Where is it coming from? Fundamentally, it's coming from the nonsense, the groupthink nonsense that happens when you put, like, classes of people against each other, right? That you're always seeking to cancel the next person for the alleged... for their alleged failings in political thought, right? So as a result, like, the circle gets ever smaller and smaller. You have to continue to be like, it's not just enough to support feminism. Now you have to support transgenderism, and in fact, you can't be a feminist without support. You can't be a feminist without also supporting the transgender movement. This ever increasing, like, this ever decreasing circle size of people who are allowed to think in the right way just means that by virtue of that, you're going to continue to cancel people left, right, and center.
Why does it have to escalate like that? Why can't it just stand still?
Because the more insane the thought gets, the more radical and insane the thought gets. It's like the more I guess it's a constant seeking.
Is it something like a sort of severing from reality and then a drifting?
Well, it's like it's a constant. I mean, I guess it's a constant kind of circle of, like, who's the most oppressed. It's the oppression Olympics, right? So like, how can you become more and more and more oppressed? You have to find that group which is more and more and more pilloried, like, or perceived to be pilloried, or, you know, marginalized within society, and then you have to like highlight that group as the group which is the group that everyone needs to identify with. And if you don't identify with it, then you're going to get cancelled, right? So it's the constant quest for oppression, right? I guess that would probably be where I see it as coming from, right? Like, people are not oppressed anymore, right? Like, if you live in America, you live in the most free society and the freest country on the planet, and so you're inventing oppression because you want to excuse poor life choices.
Well, I mean, individuals can be oppressed.
Well, of course they can. I mean, you know, well, yes, they can. Individuals across the whole world are oppressed. Are you suffering from oppression in America in 2022? Like,
do you mean in a systematic group way?
Exactly, in like a systematic, like, for example, you know, if you are an individual, like if you're gay in America, there are laws designed to protect you from being marginalized by employers. Right? These laws exist. So what oppression
There's even an entire month to celebrate it.
Absolutely. Yeah. And so like, how are you being oppressed? You know, like, how are you being systematically oppressed? You know, pretty much every major corporation has identified with your section of society. Like, as you say, we have an entire month to do it. You know, every corporation seems to bend over backwards to cater to whichever group it is that is now allegedly exclaiming oppression, right? So there's very few groups that are actually oppressed within American society. You know, by contrast, if you're a Christian in Saudi Arabia or you're a Christian in the Middle East, good luck trying to build a church, you know, like Cardinal Zen. I mean, it's just, you know, there is genuine examples of oppression all over the world where groups are being oppressed and tortured and killed and locked up for their political and religious beliefs. America is not a country where that is happening. But this invention of the system of oppression, this invention of this oppression narrative, is critical to the advancement of the left's goals, which is, you know, a portrayal that there are like two groups which oppose each other, whether it be big, short, fat, thin, you know, whatever it might be, black versus white. All of this narrative of systematic oppression or violence of one group towards the other is critical to the left, making you believe that there are other parts of society that want you to fail, right? And as a result, you should put your faith in government, which is the ultimate arbiter of truth, right? So remove God, certainly, from the equation, put your faith in government. The government will guarantee your safety as a marginalized, oppressed group. This is the kind of the root of a lot of the left's narrative. Bishop Barron talked about this the other day when he talked about Foucault. And he talked about this when he said, you know, like, Foucault's thought has influence, and this is also what Jordan Peterson has argued. And I think that there's some truth to it, although to what extent one can say that it's just a direct stem from Foucault's thought. I don't know Foucault's thought well enough to know whether or not it is accurate, but working upon the assumption that those minds have done their homework, you know, there is probably some truth to it. But also it goes deeper than that. It's a Marx, it's an Engelian style of thought. You know, this is what was written in the Communist Manifesto, that the bourgeoisie were the opponents, were the inevitable and fatal opponents of the proletariat. And now really what you've just done is you've evolved that kind of language to cater to, you know, whether it be black versus white, or, you know, tall versus short, or rich versus poor, or whatever it might be. You know, the necessary construct of power groups within society is critical to understanding that the government must step in, right? So that's where we are now.
Yeah, this idea that if objective truth doesn't exist, then what are we doing when we're communicating? And then communicating becomes an act of manipulation. Yep. It's not me conveying something true to you that your mind can grasp and submit to. Yep. It's me trying to make you do the thing I want you to do. Yep. And so that's when speech becomes violence.
Yeah, which in itself is a nonsense term. Like,
why? Why?
Speech cannot be violent. I mean,
why?
Because
It can hurt your feelings. It can make you feel bad. It can
because
cause depression, perhaps.
it can.
So,
and
why is it
and
not
speech is
violent?
powerful,
Yeah.
but actions define. Actions have to be the logical outcome of speech, right? So if actions become violent, one can say, well, your speech is inciting violence.
I see.
But speech itself cannot be violent. As soon as you've crossed that Rubicon, you start to move into the world that social media is in right now, which is this subjective, arbitrary decisions as to what can and cannot be said, right? And at some point, therefore, you are having to call, like, if speech is violence, then somebody has to regulate speech, and then who regulates speech, right? And this is where every totalitarian government in the world gets to, right? So, like, your speech is, kind of coming after the government in one form or another, so we're going to shut you down, right? You're perceived to be an enemy of the national interest, right? And so therefore we're going to shut you down. And this is what the left is doing now with their allies in big tech, which is exactly where we've got to. They've suddenly started drawing these arbitrary subjective lines as to who can say what and what can be said. And then, of course, at that point, you've kind of already lost, because you're going to get cancelled at some point. You're just going to get kicked off social media platforms. You're gonna be relegated to having to fight against a system, a Kafkaesque nightmare where you cannot understand the bureaucracy that has relegated you to being cancelled. This is what I mean, that the circle gets ever smaller. Like, you've already seen this on social media. You've seen people on both the left and the right who have expressed opinions about whether it be vaccines or whether it be healthcare or whether it be racism or transgenderism, whatever it might be. All of these people have started to be cancelled, right? And so there are people on the left who have been cancelled. There are people on the right who have been cancelled. Naomi Klein, she wrote The Shock Doctrine, talking about, like, how free market capitalism has effectively been hoisted onto the Western world. She's a big anti-capitalist. She's also vehemently anti-vaccine. She was an advisor to Clinton's government. She was kicked off Twitter. She was banned permanently from Twitter. Obviously on the right, there's plenty of examples of people who have been kicked off. And that means that the social media businesses have effectively crossed that line. They have now started to believe that speech is violence, and therefore we must shut it down and we must control what speech can be said. And so you're already in that, like, paradigm reality where people are going to, you're going to force people offline. And this is the very frightening thing, because this is actually the most frightening thing, and the left, or the kind of authoritarian big tech, don't understand this. And this is what frightens me the most, is because when you push people offline, when you push people into the world where they feel like they can't say what they want to say, it becomes the dark place from which bad ideas germinate, right? And that is, like, really terrifying, because then those bad ideas never get to see a good idea. And the only way you can defeat a bad idea is by showing it a good idea. Because if you just leave it to grow in the darkness, dark things grow in the darkness. And so you then end up with this horrible world where, and I mean, you've kind of seen it in Germany, right? I mean, this is something which I've talked about before, which is, like, in Germany, Holocaust denial is illegal, which is nonsense. Why should the denial of an historical event be illegal? Now, of course, one could argue, well, there are lots of reasons in Germany why this is the case, because of the sensitivity of the topic in the past. But as a result, you now have a huge section of German society that doesn't believe the Holocaust ever happened, right? So you've got millions of people in Germany who deny the Holocaust because Holocaust denial is illegal. And so this is...
And explain to me how you think that happens. So they're getting sort of shut out of public discourse, and then are they communicating with each other? Why is it that this thing is... How is it growing if the methods to communicate this false idea, namely the Holocaust never happened, denied them?
So, I mean, this is the inflection point between totalitarian governments and actual repression of people, right? I'm going to kind of try and break it out into, like, a triangle, or like three different sides of the argument. So basically, we live in the West, which allegedly makes this appeal to free speech as an organization. We haven't yet got to the point where people are literally being put in camps and taken away, like the Chinese Muslim population, right? Because we have said the wrong thing. We haven't got there yet.
Yep.
Right. Now, you know, I would say there was a strong push towards people who did not get the vaccine to kind of be put into something which resembled something, and it was not pleasant to witness. We haven't yet got to the point where people are being taken away and put in camps. So, but what you have got on the flip side is you have got the totalitarian control of the mediums of communication. So you've already got the totalitarian control of mediums of communication in the form of big tech. You haven't yet got the government taking people away, and you have got illegal speech, right? You've got, like, take the Holocaust denial thing, right? You've got this illegal speech, you've got the means, you've got the control of communication, but you haven't got the kind of, in theory, the three normally move hand in hand. Totalitarian control, illegal speech, death, right?
Like camps, something,
right?
Yeah.
So you haven't got this third party, which means that people are still able to think what they want to think. And this is always where totalitarian governments fall down, because at the end of the day, you can only hoist a lie onto people for so long before, like, the innate, before God breaks through, or before the innate, like, freedom of the human mind knows that something is wrong. I mean, this is like every story about the decline of the Soviet Union talks about this, basically, where it was just nonsense, like making people believe fiction just the whole time. Like, we have to meet this quota. You know, I've read plenty of books about the last 10 years of the Soviet Union, and it's always ridiculous. I mean, they're kind of entertaining if it wasn't, I mean, they would be entertaining stories if they weren't so sad in some ways, because, you know, millions of people were dying of hunger and starvation, where these guys, these regional officials, would just be set arbitrary quotas by the Kremlin, and then, you know, they would just invent the numbers, and they just say, yeah, we've made 48,000 tons of wheat this year, when they'd only made like 3, right? And so the Kremlin would be like, great, we've got 48,000 tons of wheat coming from, you know, the oblast of wherever, and then of course nothing like that would come, and then, you know, people would be short rationed, and then they would die of hunger over the winter, right? And this was happening the whole time. So it's to go back to the original point, like, you've got this system now, but again, the Soviet Union, the totalitarian governments had absolute control. They had the means to execute people. They controlled illegal speech, and they had the control of the mediums of communication. We do not have that final
third
point.
side of the triangle.
And so as a result, you have people who are being kicked off forums online by controlled media. You have illegal things, like in the UK, this is happening as well. The police are turning up at people's houses to ask them why they're tweeting about transgender.
That's not happening.
Yep, you know, that happens quite frequently now in the UK. But you don't have this kind of end goal.
What are you seeing here in the States? You've mentioned Germany with Holocaust denial, transgender talk, police show up.
Yeah.
What's
the States? So the big differentiator between the States and the rest of the world, and this is, you know, one thing that I pray it never changes. Hate speech laws, right? The very term hate speech is a nonsense, right?
Okay.
The very terminology of that is complete falsity, because it comes back to this idea that speech can be violent, which is a nonsense, right? You have to have the ability to speak freely. If you do not have the ability to speak freely, you will never get public discourse, right? You will always live in fear of speech repression, right? And so the US does not have hate speech laws.
But people will push back against that maybe and say, I'm not sure what you mean. I want to, but I don't fully understand, because speech can be hateful. Can't it?
Yeah, but you have to be able to offend people with your speech, right? I mean, speech is naturally offensive. I don't like you, right? Like, your hair looks funny.
Yeah.
You know, like, your beard is stupid, right? Your jacket looks... I don't think any of these things.
Yeah, no.
Make that into a clip out of context.
Yeah, let's do that.
I don't like you. But the point being is that, like, okay, so none of those were really that offensive, but let's just say I don't like you because you're white, right? Okay, well, so now have I crossed the line? Like, I don't like you because you're straight. Have we crossed? Where does the line get drawn, right? And so speech, again, it comes back to this whole point. You have to have free speech. If you don't have free speech, somebody is setting the rules at where that free speech lines, right? I mean, this is one thing about Parler, right? It's like, you know, I've never made an editorial decision about the content on our platform, Never once have I made a decision, right? Because in my mind and the mind of all the management of the business, it's like the sliding scale is so far up here. You know, we have community guidelines. Every platform has to have community guidelines. We don't allow pornography. You know, we don't allow financial doxing. We don't allow, you know, like, there's like gore, you know, or excessive violence, right? But the amount of content on the platform that actually violates those rules is tiny, right? There's plenty of stuff we do allow that you would never get away with on Twitter, right? I mean, people go on there the whole time and post, you know, I mean, I get a selection of it, and it's pretty disgusting stuff, but like, they're allowed to say it. There's no law stopping them from saying it, and this is the point. If you start to regulate that and start to say, okay, you cannot say this, then where are those people going to go?
That's what I want to get to.
Yeah. They're going to go offline. They're going to find other mediums of communication. You haven't yet got that place where you're taking them away to camps and trying to re-indoctrinate them. So they're going to find other mediums of communication, other methodologies of communication. They're going to go into the dark places of the internet, and they're going to inculcate themselves unchallenged with a set of beliefs that you do not want them to believe, right?
Yes.
And that's like, and you know, that's actually why I fear the most for like, you know, I fear for Europe, because Europe has a bad history with extremism, and like Dominic Cummings, who I'm going to tangent here, but Dominic Cummings was one of the political advisors on the Brexit campaign, and he has a checkered reputation, let's put it like that. But one of the things that he said, which I really think is the most interesting thing, is that you cannot, like, you need to hear the music, basically, and you need to listen to what the music is saying. And the reason he was big pro-Brexit was because he was like, we need to give the people this voice. They are desperate to express themselves, and not just another general election of meaningless politicians on the soapbox, but a genuine political expression of how they want their country to be ruled, right? Because if we keep shutting them down and jamming them into the face of the globalists, then you're gonna end up with a revolution that is going to be far, far, far uglier than a quiet revolution of 17.4 million people voting to leave a transnational, you know, economic bloc, right? And that revolution that's going to come in 20 years' time is going to be blood, and it's going to be violent, and it's going to be painful, right? And you're kind of like, you know, I mean, again, you're seeing this in Europe already. Like, what's happened in Sweden? You know, like, thankfully, the Swedish people are now voting to express their discontent with the way the ruling government has allowed. They've you know, the Swedish Democrats are now one of the largest parties. They have taken a very strong opinion about the integration of 1 million economic migrants and alleged refugees from, you know, North Africa and Syria into a population of 13 million. Right, and you're taking 1 million people out of a population of 13 million people. You're obviously going to get societal disconnects, right? I mean, there's a huge differentiator between the cultural and religious beliefs of people from transcontinental, you know, like thousands of miles away, and Sweden, which is, you know, a relatively placid Nordic country in the north of Europe, with a climate which is substantially different from the one that these people are coming from. And what have you got now? You know, it's now bog standard for grenades to be going off in Malmo, which is a southern city of Sweden. It's now very, you know, like, it has one of the highest rape incidences in the whole of Europe now, Sweden. I mean, these are the kind of cultural problems that you will get if you just go, you know what, we're not going to have this debate, and we're just going to shut it down.
Wow.
Right? And so that, and then in the long run, this is where I'm going with this point, you will get a backlash which you cannot control. And that is going to be the most violent. And that's going to be the danger point. And that's what's scary. That's why you need free expression. Because if you shut people down for so long, eventually they will take to the streets in a way that you cannot control, right? Or that you cannot, it's not even about control. It's about allowing for people to say what they really think.
So then how do you have community guidelines and it not be shutting people down? I mean,
you slide the scale as much to one way as you can, right?
Oh, yeah.
That's what we've done. I mean that.
So let's talk about Parler.
Can I use the restroom first?
Oh yeah, sure. We'll take a break and then we'll come back to talk about Parler.
Too much coffee.
Yeah, me too. See you nodding. Yeah, go peek. I want this break to be as short as possible. All right, so just to remind it, just to tell everybody who's watching right now, we are in Chesterton & Co. Cigars. This is a company that me and some mates started here in Steubenville, Ohio, and this Friday is our grand opening. I know not everybody can fly to Ohio, but we're going to have several thousand people on this main street just outside those doors for Oktoberfest. Here in Steubenville, we have a street party every month during the summer and spring and autumn.
Yeah, I love that.
And so we're going to be celebrating Oktoberfest, and yeah, we're really, really pumped. So
yeah.
And you've brought some cigars.
I did.
Which we will smoke at some point, but
yeah,
we didn't want to begin with them because...
No, it's more like once the flow of conversation has been established, and then we ease into them.
But you can tell, can't you? There is a difference. You've heard me say this, that the conversation usually begins an hour in.
Yeah. That's right.
It's an awkward thing. Like this is...
You want to get to know each other and then kind of like figure out where you're going and where the conversation is moving.
And not just that, there's the realization that there are people behind screens and keyboards who are watching this all around the world. That's very strange.
Normally I'm one of them. Yeah,
like you're over 1,000 people watching right now.
Wow.
Imagine if it's 1,000 people just sitting out there.
Guys.
It's so bizarre.
Yeah, I know.
It's a weird, unnatural experience. It takes a while until you get to forget about it and get into a conversation.
I love your show.
Thank you.
I really do. I think it's a, coming back to that conversation before we broke, it was like, it's a conversation that, these are conversations that people need, like long form content. Everything's a soundbite these days, and it's so tiresome because like the Twitter character limit is the Twitter character limit is responsible for the cheapening of public discourse, right? Yeah. Because you can't express yourself in a long form format, right? And, one of the reasons I love your show is because, like, first of all, you have guests on who like are very outside the traditional sphere. Like, it's not just kind of the Fox News speaker circuit. It's or like, CNN speaker circuit for that matter. It's much more like it's theological heavyweights, right? Which for me is fascinating. And, I love that because that was kind of what I was immersed in for many years. But then also you have conversations. First, you recognize your own need for grace. Like, you're very good at this, Matt. One of the ways in which you talk about yourself. I mean, like, the number of times that I've heard you say you're a coward is like ridiculous. I mean, there was a series of episodes where I think you mentioned it every show, and I just found that really interesting because a self-recognition of one's own weakness is like such a powerful statement. And the people you have on are equally like recognizing their own weakness and their own need for savior, and that then their need for salvation. That is a result of the fact that these people have a living relationship with the Lord our God, and that's like, I don't think you get to that point of humility until you have that relationship. Because like you recognize your own need for forgiveness, you recognize your own need for salvation.
No, thank you. When did you hear about pints? Let's turn this into a show about pints. When did you first hear about it?
I the YouTube algorithm,
which knows you better than you know you.
Yeah, pretty much. It's kind of terrifying. I mean, I just came across it one day. I think who were you? I think you were doing some interview on like church history or something, and I have watched quite a few videos on church history on YouTube, and it was like, you may like this, and then it was like Pints with Aquinas, and then I thought the name was funny.
Yeah.
Pints with Aquinas.
That's right.
Because I was just like, well, like, that's quite an unusual name.
In vino veritas. That's the whole kind of...
Well, pints is unusual. Like, Americans don't really understand the concept of a pint, whereas British, it's like...
A pint is synonymous with glass of beer.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's just it's kind of a, it's like the hand-in-hand recognition of this thing. So I was like, oh, that's kind of unusual. Pints, Aquinas. I was like, okay, there's a lot going on here. There's a lot to unpack just in the name, And so then I became interested, and then I've watched pretty much every video you've ever done.
It's awkward because like I was so excited to kind of meet you and get to know you, and then I'm aware as I'm sharing things with you, like I have really long podcasts. You probably already know this. Like, just stop me if I've already said it. But no, one of my favorite things to do, and was in the past, is just chatting with people in pubs.
Yeah,
I love that. I love. I don't love the drunkenness. I don't like people being drunk, that's obviously a sin, and I wouldn't encourage it. But there is something about someone who's had one too many,
Yeah.
and the truth starts to come out.
Yeah.
Like they want to tell you that their daughter hates them and they don't know why, or they can't stop looking at porn, and you know they've never really told anybody. I just love that honesty that you can get to sometimes.
I find that to be, and that kind of comes back to what we were saying earlier, like it's just one of the things that the hallmark of our faith, you know, is that confession, the sacrament of confession, just brings such brutal honesty with it, and you can't escape your own sin. You know, and and this is kind of one of the things that, like, I would say that the Protestant Church has got really badly wrong. Is just like there's a malformed theology of I don't want to say grace, because that's not quite actually the word I'm looking for, but it's like a malformed theology of penance. Really is kind of where I would say that the Protestant Church has gone badly wrong. Because there is no face-to-face confession. There is a vague requirement that effectively you confess your sins in prayer to God. But like we all know that left to ourselves, our own ego is going to like dodge that bullet as many times as it can, right?
There's so much about Catholicism that is just so suited to our human nature.
Yeah.
You know, like I've spoken to Protestants who say that they began to understand the intercession of the saints when their wife died, say, and they would find themselves walking about the house talking to their deceased loved one. And I suppose you could look at that and say, well, these are all sort of fallen human issues that have worked their way into the church and have thereby perverted it. Or you could say that maybe it fits our human nature like a glove, as it were. And so, to sit before another human being and to bare your soul. Like, you're not there to celebrate what you've done well. You're there to say what you're most ashamed about. Yeah. It's almost like if the church didn't have that, we'd have to invent it somehow. Yeah. Or how do you live without the Blessed Mother? It seems like, again, that would have to be something we'd have to come up with, because it seems so natural. Yeah. There is something so beautiful about Catholicism.
Yeah, I mean, there absolutely is. And I mean, that was another thing we spoke about Mary earlier as well. And I just think that that's something which, like, it's a huge aspect of Marian theology that I don't think is... The Protestant Church, or my experience of the Protestant Church, is that it has a poorly defined theology of not so much the body, but I would argue that is quite poorly defined by the Protestant Church. But also I would say that like the theology of, and I'm going to tread on a landmine here in terms of modern day words, but gender. And what I mean by that is that there really isn't, like, if you're a woman in the Protestant Church, there's no, I mean, there's Christ, right? But there's no, like, vision for womanhood. There's no, the vision for womanhood is really Paul's letters, wives, submit to your husbands, right? And of course that's theologically accurate, but it's more that there's, like, who is the great heroine, who is the great female figure in the Protestant Church? There isn't one, right? They don't have the saints, so there's no St. Teresa of Avila, there's no St. Teresa of Lisieux, there's no Joan of Arc, there's nothing, right? And then there's no Marian theology, so in turn there's no one to look to in the Bible, right? I mean, Ruth is about as good as it gets. Ruth and Esther are about the two who are about as good as it gets. And so I think this, I mean, and here I'm just kind of pontificating on my own opinions, but what a better thing to do, pontificate.
That's what the whole point of the show is, people pontificating.
And but I think one of the things is that, like, our culture, our Western, like, post-Protestant secular culture, has kind of, you know, like all things with a poorly formed basis, you know, it's now kind of malformed totally into just a generational issue with the theology of gender, right? And as a result, like, we don't have very well defined ideas of what it means to be a man, what it means to be a woman in modern day society, because we have this kind of hangover of the Protestant past, which has these poorly formed theologies. When you look at the Catholic Church's teachings, you have this unbelievably beautiful figure of Mary who, like, is filled with grace, and it's like, and she's such a perfect, the first person of the church, she's just this wonderful character who,
English Protestant poet William Wordsworth called her our tainted nature's solitary boast.
That's a beautiful way of describing it. Yeah, that's beautiful. That's a very glorious way of putting it. And that for me also changed the way that I perceived women. When I became a Catholic, it was like that theology started to affect the way that I viewed womanhood. Not that I had any experience of womanhood, but I could see it clearer in my mind's eye and my own theological understanding. And also then, of course, it's complementarity. It works then in turn with the theology of womanhood, complements the theology of what it means to be a man, right? And that synthesis is so much more clearly defined, by the Catholic Church, and the bringing together of those two relationships, the bringing together of those two bodies, is so much clearer in Catholic thought than it is in modern day Protestant thought, which I find to be intellectually shallow with regards to this. So that was something also where I was drawn to it. It was like, wow, this is a very powerful theology that I have never been exposed to before.
I know we have a lot of Protestant listeners. Some are considering Catholicism, some aren't. I was in Iowa last week, and I was just at a restaurant, and someone said, "Hey, are you Pints with Aquinas?" No, I'm Matt Fradd, and I run a show. Yeah, and but he was a Protestant listener, and so I guess I'm cognizant of how they might be
not
hearing
being too
this
polemical
discussion. Well, it's not the polemical; it's that no one is longing to be part of a group that they feel continually bashes or demeans them, which isn't what I hope is coming across here. Because one of the things I love about converts to Catholicism, such as yourself, from Protestantism, is that I'll let you speak for yourself, but Protestant converts to Catholicism often speak with tremendous affection for how they were raised, and gratitude for the formation that they had, and deep respect for the faithful Protestants they know. That's certainly true in my case. One of my best friends. How gross is it that you can see my socks? I shouldn't have pointed it out. Now.
Let chat decide.
Yeah, let chat decide.
I'm keeping on the clothes.
You what?
We don't spend a lot of time
On the socks? Yeah, good. Okay, well, I'll flatten them for people if it's making people throw up. My best friend's mum converted and then became Protestant. But she loves Jesus Christ, and she would spend like an hour in the Word every morning, and there's just so much I can learn as a Catholic from her. And I know certain Protestants who I suppose I would say are far more Catholic than many Catholics that I know.
Oh, totally.
So, as I say, okay being polemical, okay saying I would like you to become Catholic, but I also know the experience of Protestants who are listening. Well, I know what it's like as a Catholic who tries to benefit from, say, an Orthodox podcast, which I get a great deal from, and then you just... Like, why do they keep talking about us? Like, what? Just, why do you keep...
Well, for me, it's because it was such a defining feature of my life, and that's
right.
And that's why it was just, it was everything I knew. It was, you've had Protestant ministers on your show who have converted, and, I've heard them talk about it quite a bit as well. But for me, it was, look, I wouldn't have become a Catholic without the upbringing that I had. There's no doubt about it. I was deeply immersed in faith, and my parents are deeply faithful, wonderful, fantastic, loving Christian people, and many of them, many Protestants I know still to this day, like, occupy that space where they do. There are things that the Protestant Church has absolutely got right. Like evangelization, talk about like an overt approach to evangelization. Like we as Catholics need to learn from the missions which went on at schools, at universities. Like, they did a campus crusade in England many years ago, like after I left Oxford, but it was spearheaded by evangelical churches who were just like, we need to get people to hear the good news of Christ, I wish that, like, I found Catholics who were, as like fiery in terms of their mission to evangelization, and a knowledge of the scriptures. That is incredible. Like, I was immersed in the scriptures from a very young age. we'd spend every morning reading part of the scriptures, and what that entailed was, a deep knowledge of the Lord in Holy Scripture.
Peter Kraft has a line, when a maniac is at the door, feuding brothers reconcile. And we began talking about the maniac of leftism.
Yeah.
And it seems that we've got to be willing to take allies where we can find them and
totally.
band together to fight against this nonsense and insanity that's being pressed on us from every side.
100%.
Yeah.
And I mean, you're finding that in society to this day. Like, a belief in God is central, or a belief in God and Christ is central to the idea of having to conserve anything at all.
Yeah.
Like, why are you a conservative if you don't believe in God? I'm sure there are plenty of atheists out there who will start to, who probably be like, well, because of this and because of that. And I'm like, yeah, there are economic reasons why it's sensible to hold fiscal conservative positions, of course.
Yep.
And I'm sure there's, like, one can argue the basis of, like, if you want to say that economics is the basis for the rationality of all social and governmental decisions that you make, you can try and do that. But it becomes a very reductionist argument very, very quickly. And it becomes very utilitarian very, very quickly. So you need to be aspiring to conserve something cultural and deeper than just pure numbers, right? Mm-hmm. Like, why is it an issue that, like, why is abortion an issue? Why is family breakdown an issue? Yes, there are good economic reasons why you can try and justify that. But, like, the concept of the family unit is not just an economic reductionist model. It shouldn't just be that. It should be much deeper than that. It has a spiritual plane upon which it operates. So if you're truly a conservative and you're saying, okay, well, I support the family, you, Protestant, Catholic, Orthodox alike, all of these groups will draw from the same inspiration. The family is a God-given unit which is blessed by Him, and is the perfect vehicle in which to raise children and to have a fruitful life in marriage. And my dad always jokes, I mean, he said this line to me many, many times over the years, which is, being a Christian is a massively unfair advantage. Right? Yeah. And I think that that's really very true, because when you start to break it down, like, you have a free gift of grace, which is extended to you through the hands of Christ Jesus. And you have all the blessings that entails. The end, not to say your life's going to be perfect when you're a Christian, of course not. We're still fallen, we're still sinners, we still make mistakes, and the world is fallen and makes mistakes. But fundamentally, like, you have the core unit of your life. You have that center unit of your life has been put into right format, right? Which is that God and not you are the center.
All right. Thanks, Thursday.
Thank you.
While you're being handed food, the chat was very supportive of you airing out and being as comfortable as you are. And also now everyone's asking for Pints with Aquinas socks.
Everyone's like, please, God, don't take your pants off. Well, that's just for our local support. No, it's not.
That's just for our locals. Join me on locals for
a pantless Tuesdays. Before we talk about Parler and what happened and what's going on today, I want to mention one of our sponsors, Hallow, Hallow. Hallow is the best prayer and meditation app on the web for Catholics and non-Catholics alike. Hallow.com/ would you remind me? Could you do me a favor? Put the link in there. I think it's hallow.com/Matt. When you sign up...
Matt Frad.
Is it Matt Frad? How do you know? Is it really? Why do every time I forget it?
I think it's hallow.com/Matt Frad.
Some of the other sponsors are /Matt. I think this one's...
Check it out and just remind me here. They've got everything from... It'll help you meditate, help you pray the rosary.
I'm happy to give Hallow a complimentary shout out as well.
Do it.
It's brilliant.
You use it?
Yeah. I think it's one of the best. It's one of the best apps I've ever come across.
It is. It really, really is.
It really is. I mean,
all right, let's listen to Scott Hahn's sleep story from Romans. Ready?
Good evening, and welcome to tonight's Bible story. My name is Dr. Scott Hahn. I'm the founder and president
What a guy.
of the St. Paul Center.
I mean, that you could be listening to that.
It's like a deeply melodic voice.
He's got there's a ton of sleep stories, meditations. They have
Sounds
wonderful.
He sounds like a BBC presenter from the 1950s.
Yeah.
Good evening.
Yeah. And that's why we've got to smoke 3 cigars a day, and we'll eventually get there.
That's right. Yeah. Or a pipe, permanent.
They've got kids' stories you can listen to that I play for my kids at night. The Tale of Saint Nick is one of them. Christmas Story. Go check them out. Did you check it out? Is it hallow.com/?
It's all at hallow.com/Matt. You
Go
can
there.
get your 3-month free
Yes.
trial. You can do a lot of stuff too if it's not paid too. If you want to just try it.
Yeah, you can just try it out, but make sure when you do want to sign up, go to hallow.com/Matt.
That's right. Hallow.com/Matt. The link is in.
I was wrong.
You were wrong.
I was wrong too. I thought you were right.
And when you sign up, you'll get 3 months for free, so you can try it out. But make sure you sign up over there, because that way Hallow will like me more and keep paying me to talk about them.
100%.
Yeah.
That's right.
And the day they stop, I'm starting my own meditation app.
Yeah.
It's just going to be me in socks.
Yeah.
I don't know. No, I promise I won't do that. But anyway, Hallow. Good.
It's a beautiful app. I mean, it's very well designed, beautiful interface. I was like stunned when I came across it.
So I came across it in the early days,
Yeah.
like four years ago or something.
Yeah.
And it was great then, and it's just increasingly got amazing since.
Yeah.
Parler. You're the CEO of Parler.
For my sins.
What happened in the beginning with Parler? Because it felt like, I can't wait to get, I'm sure you know the story just as well as anybody else on the planet.
Yeah.
Because it was like, we kept getting told, well, if you don't like all the cancellations, if you don't like the whole left-leaning platforms, start your own.
Yeah.
And then Parler showed up, and then it was cancelled by Amazon, Google, and Apple.
Yeah.
Tell us about how that happened.
Yeah.
Or are you so bored of talking about it that you just want to listen to the sleep story?
Yeah. Let's just play Scott Hahn again. So, yeah, Parler was founded in 2018, and it was pitched as a free speech alternative to big tech's, kind of monopoly on social media. And it was founded by one guy called John Mates and a woman called Rebecca Mercer. And it had some moderate, I would say it had slow pickup in the beginning. For 2018 and 2019, it was kind of a handful of people who were using the platform as a free speech alternative. Its direct competition was Twitter. It was going after the microblogging style of content, not video content, not kind of Facebook style groups, but really just that kind of microblogging style of interaction. In 2020, you had this kind of triple whammy of national and global events, which triggered this huge exodus of people out of traditional social media because of censorship. So you had, first of all, the Black Lives Matter, George Floyd riots. Well, first of all, you had COVID, right? And so questioning the COVID narrative, right, became like a huge censorship opportunity for tech giants. Then you had the Black Lives Matter content, which, again, was a huge censorship opportunity. And then you had the election. So you had these 3 kind of seismic global events, which just meant that so many people got shut down on social media. I mean, my wife was fact-checked to the nth degree on Facebook and all this kind of stuff.
I'm surprised that she hasn't been cancelled or wasn't after that.
Yeah.
She did a video on George Floyd.
Yeah, got 163 million views. It was crazy. Yeah, where she tore the George Floyd narrative to pieces.
Wow.
And
I'm so surprised she didn't get banned for that.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of.
Did you get legitimate death threats for that?
Oh, crazy. I mean, yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, it was not fun. I mean, it was kind of.
I know these people say they get death threats, and sometimes I wonder, how.
So
did you get one guy who called you and said something mean, and then you say you got death threats to make yourself seem like a hero? But no, you actually got.
So I would divide the category of like threats against high-profile figures into a couple of buckets. There's kind of like the generic death threat that you get, like I want to kill you online, which is pretty much.
Par for the cool.
Yeah, like 15% of the comments which are online, and you just kind of like you brush those off because most people never bother executing or following through.
Executing, nice.
Yeah, exactly. Then you get the kind of next evolution of that, which is people who do start to plan to follow through, they normally get picked up by law enforcement pretty quickly. So we got calls from law enforcement talking about like actual, what they call clear and present threats, like real threats, people they've identified, individuals who are, you know, clearly a danger to us or to my family. And then you get the third bucket, which is kind of the mentally challenged, like the deranged, who normally with them, it's kind of gone into a stage of like, they believe a narrative that they have constructed in their own mind about the person that they are threatening. And that narrative is normally something totally fantastical. Like, there was one guy, you know, he believed that he was in a relationship with Candace, you know, like he perceived that everything she said was directed at him, you know, it was kind of completely nuts. And normally those people are like the people that I get the most nervous about, right? Because that's just kind of like, they're unpredictable, you know, like, I mean, there was a woman who set up a GoFundMe to kill Candace Owens, right? And, you know, she was trying to buy weapons and plane tickets to
how much money did she raise before hopefully it was banned?
It was like 11K.
I say hopefully,
yeah.
But,
and of course, and then, you know, whoever's donating to that campaign in turn is like, well, you obviously,
that is unbelievable,
like, you want to really get rid of Candace Owens. So, you know, the FBI picked that up pretty quickly, and there were other law enforcement who got involved. We now live in Nashville, you know, and we have a very good relationship with the local
What's
PD.
your exact address?
Yeah, sure. It is.
Keep going.
What's your address?
Yeah, all right. You first.
So, you know, that was kind of like something which, you know, we just became very aware of.
What does that do to you?
Like,
how do you wake up, drink your coffee, and hang out with your kids when stuff like that's going on? That's next level. I feel like a lot of people on social media complain when someone's a little mean to them, but they probably have no idea what that is actually like.
I mean, you know, I get nervous for my children. I think that's really what I get. I get very scared about that. You know, that's kind of, it's quite trying sometimes. I mean, most of the time, because I'm very, you know, when Candace and I first met, her career was still in that kind of evolutionary phase. You know, it wasn't quite where it is now, which is kind of like, you know, turning up at the Kanye West's fashion show in Paris wearing a White Lives Matter t-shirt. You know, it's just like, it wasn't there. So in turn, her and I have, you know, evolved together with regards to like I would say what's described as like the threat matrix, right? And so the threat matrix in turn has evolved over that time. And we've obviously had to ratchet security in turn. I feel very comfortable now with the security that we have. We have a full-time security operation. You know, it's not just personnel. They monitor online for threats. They scan the dark web. They pull data from a lot of different sources. They're in regular contact with law enforcement. You know, we just have we have our finger on the pulse of the security threat profile against us. We have an incredibly advanced security system at our house, which covers everything from infrared to motion sensor to high security doors to shatterproof glass to full-time residential officers, like all of this kind of stuff. So
how many times a year do you just want to quit this and recede into the background?
Well, it's funny because you went hunting in Namibia, and I spent, in my business career, I spent a lot of time in sub-Saharan Africa, like Zambia, South Africa, you know, that part of those parts of the world. And I've long had an affinity with Namibia and just the remoteness of it.
So
because
beautiful.
You don't have, like, it's the 186th least populated country on earth. And so you can just, you know, we could just go there and none of this would exist.
Yeah.
You know, nobody would have a clue who Candace is. Nobody would have a clue who I am. It doesn't make any difference. You know, it's just like, you're just at peace with nature and a God, you know, and that's it.
But it's probably at times like that you're reminded that you believe the Lord has called you to something.
Yeah, I mean, and that is
not
something.
the Shire.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's a dangerous thing for stepping out your front door. You know, and it's kind of, that's where we are now in our life a little bit. It's like that comes back to that paths lay before my feet. Like, you know, I think that the Lord has called Candace. She is definitely called to something. You know, like, I mean, even if she retired tomorrow, she would have been called to what she had achieved, what she has achieved now. I mean, she She is the most incredible
she's
woman
terrific.
I've ever met in my life.
Honestly, if she had invited me to go with Kanye to Paris, I would have asked you to do this solo. I would not have hung out here for you. I would have.
Well, I'm very glad she didn't ask you.
Yeah. But okay, you began by saying we had these events like COVID and Black Lives Matter that led to this.
That's right. Yeah. So, that 2020 was the year that like Parler suddenly, it kind of was the golden child of the free speech movement at that point. And people flocked to the platform, particularly in the aftermath of the election. Mm-hmm. And the fact that people, thought that the election was stolen. And so that narrative became like it went from a platform with under 1 million accounts to 11.3 million accounts signing up in the space of 2 months, right?
How many of them were fake?
They were pretty much all real.
Wow.
Right. I mean, still to this day, we have about 16 million registered accounts.
16?
Yeah, 16. I purged in August of last year 250,000 bots that we identified on the platform. Bots are very easy to spot, by the way. This is one of the reasons, because they always have like ridiculous email addresses. It's always like, it's just a ridiculous email address.
But I mean, people have ridiculous email addresses.
They do, but like normally the domain name is the giveaway, right? So it's not like Matt at, whatever it is.
It's like I hate the Jews at gmail.com.
That's it's normally Gmail at ihatethejews.com. That's it's something very predictable like that, or there's a lot of like fake Chinese domains which also get registered, and so this is why I say that Twitter is just lying to its investors, because like if they really wanted to clean them out, they could 100% clean them out. They know where they are, right? I mean, Katy Perry, one of the most followed accounts on Twitter, has 108 million followers, but her pinned tweet has like 3,000 retweets. I mean, it's just nonsense. Like, are you saying these people just signed up once and then disappeared? Well, that means they're not a real account, right? This is the point. You're actually a fake account. You're a bot account. Hence the reason Elon's got this big dispute with them right now in Delaware Chancery Court. So then what happened was on January the 6th, there was, this big protest in DC, and then the whole country went nuts, and we're still dealing with the fallout of that right now. And Parler falsely was scapegoated as the platform upon which the whole of January 6th's troubles was hoisted.
Why falsely?
Because every analysis done in the aftermath demonstrated that Parler was not the platform used to host the majority of content around planning for January the 6th.
Do they know what was?
Facebook, right? Every study has proved this. Every study has proved that Facebook was the overwhelming platform that the majority of January the 6th was planned on. In fact, Parler was not just a minority, it was a significant minority. But it was a threat. Its growth at that point was a threat. Mm-hmm. To suddenly go from a nothing platform to having 16 million accounts in a very, very short space of time, to being perceived as like a free speech challenger to the hegemony of the global tech oligarchs was like oligopoly, you can't have this, we have to shut it down, right? And so content violations, like content moderation, was cited as the reason, despite the fact that there had been all the concerns around content moderation had either been addressed or were no different to other platforms that operate in the space, Twitter or Facebook or Instagram. And so the platform was deplatformed by not just Amazon, Google, Apple, but about 19 other service providers. And Niall Gallagher and the Spectator, the UK Spectator, wrote, it was like the most stunning demonstration of big tech's power ever to exist, right? Wow. And it's true, because no company had ever been digitally deplatformed in the way that Parler was just booted off into the wilderness.
Were you associated with them at the time?
No.
What was it like for those folks?
It was chaos. I came in rapidly after that. It was kicked off on January the 10th. The former CEO was sacked by the board on January the 29th, and I was brought in at the end of February to help restructure the business. And
how did y'all get back online? And did Amazon and Google
Yeah, I mean, it was a lengthy process. So there's several different stages to getting back online. To getting literally just back online, right, you need to find a new hosting provider.
Yeah.
Which is data centers, servers, private cloud. We've just staged an acquisition in this space. We just bought a big private cloud hosting provider out of California with data center operations as well, because I now want to be able to take our narrative and go and pitch this to every other business that I think is going to get cancelled. Like, the Catholic world is in the eye of the storm right now. There's just no doubt about it, right? I mean, if you're a pro-life, anti-trans organization in America, your days are numbered.
Neil, would you put a link to my Rumble account in the description? I'd like everybody to please go and subscribe over on Rumble and watch these shows over on Rumble, because you were saying to me that the other day, like, your days are numbered here. Yeah. You think that's...
Yeah, I think you are. I mean, I would definitely, I think you've got, at the moment, you're small enough. I mean, you've got a great show. I love it. I watch it every week.
But it's under the radar right now.
It's under the radar, but when you get big enough, the target will grow on your back, and then you will get deplatformed because you're saying things that defy the narrative. And that, it's just, I mean, I would put money on it. If I was a betting man, I would put money on it. But every organization is gonna suffer this. This is the problem right now, is that we live in this era of mass cancellation and censorship. And so you're like the trans issue, it gets flagged the whole time. You misgender people, you're gonna get kicked off. You're pro-life. The abortion debate has not yet kind of triggered the switch, but as the viewpoints get more extreme on the left, it will become more of a hot topic issue. Right?
I thought that after Biden was elected, that maybe the temperature would decrease and the left would feel less threatened and cease coming after us. Yeah. That doesn't seem to be what's taken place.
Yeah, I mean, I'm struggling to find an appropriate metaphor in my head, but it's like, Biden was not the cold dose of water on the raging fire. In my opinion, his track record, is not one of peace and reconciliation.
No.
In many ways, I would say that.
And I didn't think that the temperature would decrease because he was that. I thought the temperature might decrease because they would think we're no longer under threat from Trump.
Yeah.
We have everything. We have big tech. We have the universities.
The courts are still outside of their remit.
Yeah.
And so that's obviously what's caused all these issues, particularly around social teaching. But of course, what Clarence Thomas and Brett Kavanaugh, Justice Kavanaugh, wrote this in his opinion when he was talking about Roe versus Wade, is that this court does not have an opinion on abortion. He literally wrote that in his opinion, right? And it's just the blinding ignorance of people who argue this on the other side. This court has no opinion on abortion. It's not about abortion. It's about the state's rights versus federal intervention, right? And this is the whole point. You can still get an abortion in America, right? I mean, go to New York, like they're now going to the opposite extreme. They're now, legalizing infanticide because it's perceived to be under threat. It's like it's not. It's the federal intervention on states' rights, and that is the nexus of the whole debate, right? And this is that is what people don't understand. They think somehow the court has an opinion on social teaching. The court is there to interpret the Constitution and the law. It's not there to issue edicts on social teaching. Anyway, so
back to Parler.
Yeah, so
it went back online.
It got back on.
How damaged was it?
Oh,
how bruised and beaten up and salvageable was it?
Yeah, it was.
Or are you still trying to figure that out?
a year and 10 months later. No, I mean it was a damaged good. There was absolutely no doubt about that. It was the worst business I've ever seen when I took over, because of the chaos. It's to the non tech mind or to the non tech world. It's like there's a startup attitude, right? And there's a startup mentality, which is kind of move fast, break things, try and get things back on. Just try and change the narrative very quickly. This company was a startup, but now it required the monstrous restructuring effort that was needed to actually get it into fighting shape, right? So you were both restructuring a startup, which is highly unusual. Like I can't really think of any other startups of public recognition that have been restructured, right? There are small startups which go bankrupt the whole time and then they get restructured. This was a startup with a national brand and profile, with a huge footprint in terms of social media presence for an early stage company that had zero finances and needed to be restructured in the midst of carnage raging around it. So that was kind of the environment into which I stepped at the end of February, beginning of March of 2021. And I back when I was working in banking in London, like it was kind of rule of thumb that you would just work ridiculous hours all days of the week. I literally went into the office on Christmas Day, and one of the years I was working there, and I can honestly say that last year was harder in terms of the work than any other year I've ever worked. It was just brutal. And on top of that, we just had our first kid. We'd moved states. I was still really transitioning my life from moving countries from the UK. There was just, it was a tough year. It was a really tough year, and the Lord was gracious and kind and helped sustain us through it. And, without him, it would have been really difficult. It would have been really tough to do that without the Lord, I think.
Tell me exactly how Parler is better than Twitter.
We don't censor speech. I mean, if you want a simple one-liner, that's it. You can have free conversations, right? Would you rather live in a totalitarian society or a free society? That's basically the difference, right? Twitter is a totalitarian society.
But presumably you ban people and you censor certain things.
We as I mentioned earlier, the community guidelines outrule financial doxing, pornography, gore, violence. But apart from that, the worst you're going to get is a troll filter applied to your
troll filter.
Yeah. So basically, if somebody puts we have a moderation system now, which is quite complicated, but I believe serves our users in the way that they want to be served. So you can go on to Parler and you can put pretty much, with the exception of what I've just outlined in terms of community guidelines of like financial doxing, you can pretty much write speech that you would never be allowed to write on Twitter, and it will get permitted and it will get allowed. But if the moderation system that we have in place detects that your essential aim is just to write offensive terms, right? So let's just say you drop the N-word several times, or you're just using a highly derogatory term over and over and over again. That will then get flagged. It gets sent to a human moderation system, and the human will then look at this and say, okay, this person is clearly just trying to troll, right, other people, and it's not providing any useful dialogue. And then what happens is your content doesn't get removed and it doesn't get shadow banned. We put a splash filter over the top, which says trolling detected, and you can still click through and see the content if you wish to do so, but it doesn't take you down. And I mean the number of users we've blocked or banned, I should say, is peanuts. I mean, handful. And those are mostly people who are just putting up pornography, which is kind of
Is that a full-time job, just taking down pornography?
Oh yeah, we have 30 jurors who sit in a jury system that moderates appeals, so people appeal the whole time. Them. And then we have 3 full-time moderation employees at the business.
When I used to work at Covenant Eyes,
yeah,
somebody had to essentially determine whether or not the things that were being flagged as pornography were pornography.
Yeah.
And they have a system that sees a very low resolution image of that page, so as not to expose these poor people to these images.
Yeah.
And they were also free therapy was made available to them weekly during office hours. I mean, what's that like for your people, having to see this disgusting stuff?
Yeah, I mean,
someone's got to do it.
Yeah, exactly.
I can see why. It's kind of like the police officer who has to determine whether or not something was child pornography.
Yeah.
Nobody wants that police officer exposed to it, but somebody has to do it.
Yeah, I mean, we try and put as much through the computer learning system as possible, so that the actual exposure to it is de minimis to human eyes. One of the moderation girls I've walked past her desk a few times, and I've seen things that I know that she's having to view.
Bless
and I
her.
mean, it's just.
Bless her.
I guess to some extent it's just they're used to it. There's a kind of professionalism about it. They get on with it. They crack on. It's done well. It's done sensibly, and just they get on with it. Yeah. It's a tough job.
I mean, I presume you don't want to be seen as a right-leaning platform. Presumably, you wish to be open to everybody who cares about free speech.
Correct.
How are you seeking to make that known?
Yeah. I mean, that's something that I constantly, battle against, which is just that. Well, you're just MAGA light. You're just Trump light. You're conservative light, and in some ways, there's a couple of answers to this. One of which is like our influencer programs, which we try and attract influencers onto the platform through. We reach out to both left and right. And I've always there's even an evolution of that concept, which is that comes back to what we said earlier, as that concentric circle of opinions, which is politically acceptable to the left, gets smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. I will only agree with you if I'm a black, trans, disabled, lesbian, gendered, whatever. It's just that circle gets so small that at the end of the day, it's like there's only like 5 people in it, right? And so eventually what that means is that like everyone's going to get cancelled, right? So this is what I joke about the whole time. I'm like, listen, they're going to come for you one day. Like it's just it's going to happen because that circle is getting ever smaller. So if that person, first of all, like I kind of make that pitch to the left. I'm like, listen, you're probably going to get cancelled by your own team one day. You may just not see it yet. You may be willfully ignorant of it yet, but
may as well start an account.
Yeah, exactly.
Come on.
Exactly. What's the harm, right? We did events on Capitol Hill where we tried to encourage Congress people to come, and I invited everyone. I was like left and right. AOC, come along. Let's get you on. Let's get you on Parler. I like to kind of make the pitch that Parler would be as appealing in Franco's Spain as it would be in Soviet Russia. It's kind of like whatever side of the political aisle you fall on, like there's a view for free speech in both societies. There's a need for it.
Other than free speech, why should somebody choose Parler over Twitter? Is it better in other ways? Because one of the things I hate about Twitter is how it forces you to truncate your message.
Well, yeah, we have a 1,000 character limit instead of 240, and obviously Twitter's only went up to 240 after it was at 120 for a very long time. I mean, in terms of product features and upgrades, I mean, one of the things that I often talk about, and this is now like moving strongly this conversation into the tech sphere, but I think that when Parler was founded in 2018, the free speech as a business model, business idea was very new. And now there's a lot of players in this space. There's a Gab, there's
Getter.
Truth Social, there's Getter, there's all these other platforms competing for this space. But one of the hallmarks of all of these platforms to some extent is that they're trying to win a battle that I think has already been lost, which is that if you look at Twitter and Facebook, they've got 16 years and like Facebook is a $500 billion business, market capitalization business. Twitter is a much smaller. It's a $45 billion market capitalization business, but they've got huge cash reserves and massive development teams. Twitter employs 6,000 people. I employ 100. It's just like Facebook is multi. It's like they have a map in Facebook's office where they change the color code of each country as it falls to the march of the inevitable Facebook empire, right? Like as more people in that country, like when the majority of that population of that country is on Facebook, the color map of that country changes, right? It's like the march.
Like a game of what's that game called?
Like Risk.
Yeah,
exactly. It's just like it is a bit like that, and so conservatives as a whole, like the free speech minded people, because I don't want to use the term conservative when you're talking about the platform neutrality, but we're trying to win a battle for this space, which is like, we're going to be this big. You're going to be like less than 1% in this empire of totalitarian tech, right? So instead of trying to win the battles that we've already lost of yesteryear, like we need to kind of focus on the next fight, right? Okay. And so my opinion here, and this is something which like a lot of people haven't yet kind of embraced, or I guess it's still kind of on the fringe, but the next battle is going to be in the blockchain space.
In the
blockchain space. In crypto.
What is that?
Crypto.
Okay.
Right. And so you're already seeing this happen, right? It's just that people aren't aware of it yet. You know, like Web3, as it's called, which is the embrace of crypto, the embrace of the blockchain, like blockchain central platforms, crypto-centered platforms, are already starting to centralize. And like Web3 is supposed to be this great project for decentralization of the internet. And in turn, what's happening is like the move of the platforms is becoming increasingly centralized, right? So like there are these Leviathan companies now emerging out of the Web3 space, which are centralizing all of this data, which is exactly what happened in Web2, right? So we all freely went to Facebook. Like nobody gave Facebook the crown upon, you know, like the Caesar's throne. It became the default platform. In the same way, like there are platforms already becoming the default platforms of the Web3 movement. So in my opinion, the next movement needs to be like of these free speech platforms, and this is what we're doing at Parler, like we're making a big product move into the crypto space, right? Because I want to make sure that we not just have free speech now, but have free speech in 20 years, have free speech in the generation to come. And the next generation is going to be blockchain, crypto. It's just inevitable, right? Because there is so much movement into that space by technology right now. And of course, then, you know, people say, well, you know, crypto markets, it's all just a big scam. It's clearly not. You know, I mean, there are obviously, like every nascent industry, there is clearly a scamming element to it. There's clearly a grifting element to it. And much of that has been exposed with the price of Bitcoin and all the major cryptocurrencies collapsing this year. But in general, but markets do that the whole time. Markets correct. Like that is what happens in markets. In fact, it's actually a necessary process that happens. And what you do is you flush out the weak movers. Is creative destruction. This is the Austrian School of Economics in practice. You get a lot of these like weaker players leaving the space, and then you get a much more solid foundation upon which a more prosperous crypto economy can be built. And so that's the next generation of the tech world. That's the next generation of like where social media is going. So in the long run, I want to make Parler a very friendly, a crypto friendly, like what I'm nicknaming like a decentralized social, crypto social, right? That's kind of what we need in the next generation, because that's the fight of 5 years' time.
So are you that concerned right now about convincing people why they should be on Parler instead of Getter or Gab? Like, what's the difference between Parler, Getter, and Gab?
Yeah, there isn't a huge difference, right? I mean, I would argue that Getter, so, I mean, you know, taking a fairly easy shot across the bows of my competitors. So Getter is controlled by a man called Miles Kwok, and he is a quote-unquote dissident Chinese billionaire. And, you know, one of the things that I say is I'm never quite sure how you can be a dissident Chinese billionaire given the fact that he's the only one. And I think that the ties, and Getter used to be a Chinese language app, right? This is not well known by many people. And so as a result, there is like a historical legacy that company has with mainland China, which I think probably as a free speech platform I would be very cautious about. And it's also well known that Getter censors viewpoints which don't correspond with Miles Kwok's, or at least this is, in my opinion, this is something that has been raised many times by a lot of people that I've spoken to, that Getter, and this has also been nationally circulated in the press as well, that Getter has shut down accounts which criticize Miles Kwok, right? So it's kind of free speech for some, but you know, kind of free speech for me, but not for thee, kind of thing. You know, it's there's a degree to which you're allowed to speak freely until you say something against the owner of the platform. Truth, you know, I think that has had its own.
Yeah, tell us about this.
Yeah, Truth.
Truth Social.
Truth.
What is it? Sounds terrible. Are you on Truth Social Thursday?
No, I have a Parler account, I have a Gab account.
Truth Social. So this is Trump's thing?
Yeah, that's just right.
I know nothing about it except those words that I just spoke.
Yeah. I mean, Truth is, you know, in many ways was supposed to be Trump's return to social media, which it kind of is. I mean, that's really what it is. And so, you know, as a result, he's picked up a lot of users from the domestic, like the US market, who miss his voice in the national conversation, right? And so that's kind of the hallmark characteristic of that. I'm not sure of its international appeal, if I'm honest. Like, if you're a European politician why would you want to be on Truth Social? Because that inevitably means you have to carry the baggage of explaining why you're on Truth Social, right? So I think that Truth Social's main user base is probably going to be the US domestic market. It's probably going to be like US consumers who miss Trump's voice. But I think its international appeal is perhaps a little bit more limited than something like Parler's is, which, you know, we're supposed to be, we are viewpoint neutral. We should have as much appeal in Nigeria and Iran as we would do in, we actually have quite a large number of Iranian accounts. We actually have quite a large number of Saudi accounts. You know, it's appealing overseas as much as it is appealing in the domestic market, right? So, you know, I would say that like those two platforms, I mean, like Gab is an interesting one. Like,
let me just say about Gab that people seem to be as enthusiastic as Gab as the orthobros are as enthusiastic of orthodoxy.
Yeah.
Like I can't tell you how many comments we get, become orthodox. I'm like, well, okay, but like, sure, but that's not a great argument. It's just a statement. And when I said we're going to have, you know, you on to discuss Parler in part, go Gab. There's a lot of people who are very fired up about Gab.
Yeah,
why is Gab so fantastic?
Andrew Torba.
What's that?
Andrew is the CEO of
Is
Gab.
he Catholic?
Yes.
Is he? I thought he was just Christian. I'm not actually sure what his...
I
He could
heard
be
he was
Catholic.
Catholic.
I could be wrong. I
People
also,
in the comment
I also don't
section
know.
will let us know.
What's the name?
What? Gab.
Yeah.
Is it 2 B's or 1?
No, it's 1B.
1 B.
Yeah. I'll say this about Gab. I have a lot of
Oh, yeah.
respect for Gab. The reason I have a lot of respect for Gab is because, you know, we engaged with the, like, to resurrect Parler, you know, we went through the nightmare of getting cloud hosting back up, and then we had to negotiate with the app stores, and
Yeah.
you know, we had to do all of this. And I think that Gab just basically stuck 2 fingers up to the whole tech system and was just like, we're never going to get back on, we don't want to be on an app store, because that would imply that we have to, you know, do some content moderation. So they just kind of gave 2 fingers up to the whole tech world, and as a result, you know, like, they just do their thing, you know, and I kind of respect that.
So you can't download a Gab app?
No, you can't. Yeah, because you can't get it through the app stores because they refuse to engage with any kind of moderation, right? And I'm paraphrasing here, and people will fact check me and say, well, they do have content moderation, and I'm sure they do. I don't use the platform, but
What's that?
is that the only? Yeah, there you go. So
What's that? What do you say? Pornography?
right, yeah.
Oh, that's good.
So, I mean, they, you know, like, as I say, I respect their unwillingness to engage with anything to do with like the tech world. I mean, personally, that's, you know, that's obviously a decision I haven't taken. You know, I think that to change the narrative, we need to be in the narrative to some extent. Like, we need to be in the conversation. I don't think we can just exist
Silo ourselves
like
off.
over here in this own world and just expect to have productive debates. Like, I think we should, you know, I think we should engage with the app stores. Like, I've been asked this question before in conferences, like, what do you think is the next like boundary which we need to overcome in the tech world? And my answer is always the mobile phone. Like, we need a new phone. You know, we need a new phone which is not controlled by Apple and Google. Like, this is the kind of the next like.
And I'm sure there's a gazillion of people trying right now.
Yeah, I mean, so Eric Prince has done this thing called Unplugged Phone. He was the founder of Blackwater, which is a well-known private security company. You know, he's doing this phone called Unplugged. There was a guy called Eric Finman who did a Freedom Phone, which, you know, had some moderate success. I mean, there are people trying to do it, but it's like what you actually need to do, and this is getting pretty technical now, but like the operating system, the OS that you operate on is really is the reason that Apple and Google have such a monopoly or duopoly on this whole process is because they operate the operating systems. So Android, like, can you name me an operating system which is not iOS or Android?
No.
Yeah, exactly. So like Linux is one, right? And then there's various Chinese ones, which I don't think are necessarily going to be any better than Apple and Google. In fact, probably 10 times worse. But like, there are a few operating systems, but they are really clunky. Like, I've tried, I have done a pretty deep dive in this area, and like, I bought weird, wonderful phones which nobody's ever heard of, and like tested operating systems across the board and tried to find which ones are the best ones. And you know, it's like a convenience is the ultimate utility. It's
That's
like
right.
we always come back to Apple and Google because they're the best, right?
Yeah.
And that's the reason they're the best, because these are multi-trillion-dollar businesses which have invested a fortune in developing operating systems that we all love and enjoy. And not only that, but like if you have AirPods, if you have
Yeah.
an iMac, if you have whatever, like it just syncs. You know, it's just so easy, and that's the
Yeah.
whole point. But this comes back to, and like, you know, this is Pints with Aquinas, so I want to link it to spirituality, but convenience is actually can be an enemy, right? Like
Yeah.
the broad, open, wide path leads to destruction.
Yeah.
The narrow, hard path leads to salvation. And like we as a culture which feels threatened by the rise of progressive values need to start taking that narrow path, and we need to start making decisions that are uncomfortable for us to make.
What does that look like? Give us a couple.
It means deleting Facebook. It means deleting WhatsApp. It means deleting Instagram. It means deleting all these things. Unless you have a platform big enough where your message is changing the narrative, you need to
Pull out.
you need to delete Gmail. You need to delete everything, which.
What do you use?
I use Proton Mail.
I've heard, is that good?
It's an encrypted email. Like, ask yourself this: why can email be free?
Because I'm the product.
Correct.
Yeah.
Right. You are the product. Right. And if you're using Gmail, you're using.
Gosh, dude, I know I'm gonna do all this and then regret it in a week, but let's go.
But like this is what I mean. We need to start making.
So you think I should get off Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook?
Well, like I mean, yeah. I mean, I
Sips coffee.
Start with Twitter. Twitter is a
Twitter. Come join
complete-
Parler. Like who cares about Twitter anymore? I mean, it's just it's overrun with bots.
So while we're talking about Twitter, at the time of filming, Elon Musk, which I'm interested to hear your thoughts on that whole situation, but he has recently said that his original offer is back on the table. The Twitter stock is up 12% and has been halted.
Wow.
So thoughts on that whole thing? What do you think? I
Wow.
mean, maybe, I don't know.
I bet that's not good for you.
Any insight into his motivations?
I bet that's
but
not good for him.
Allegedly has something to do with his, being free speech or something like that, is what I've heard is part of the acquisition idea.
Yeah, he wants to turn Twitter into a free speech platform, right? And this is like Jack Dorsey, when he founded Twitter, said we want to be the free speech wing of the free speech party, right? Which is so ironic given the
what it's
content
become.
censorship that happens on Twitter, right? And I mean, now Parler is now a much bigger company than just the social media asset. This is what I was saying to you yesterday. We completed this acquisition. We have a very large data center operation. We're probably going to do another acquisition in this space. We're doing.
Right. So
we
it's
have
far
a,
more.
We
than
have a
just
big
this.
crypto operation now. Yeah. I mean, the social media, and this kind of comes back to the point. Like, I believe there is a value in the social media asset of Parler, absolutely, and I believe that we can still fight a fight which has not yet been fought, which is this crypto fight. But there's also all these other competitors out there, and congratulations to them, and well done on people taking the initiative to grow a business which is combating a desperate societal need, right? So, whether Elon, I mean, I raised some points at the beginning of the Elon Twitter kind of debacle, which I think are very relevant. First of all, which is that like the bot issue is a real issue, right? And there is a huge issue on Twitter with bots. And so, like he has to deal with that. The second thing is that there's a culture shift, and Twitter is the vanguard flag waver of the woke brigade, right? It's just it's where all the leftists hang out, right? I mean, they all love Twitter, and the reason being is because it never censors them and it only censors their opponents, right? I mean, like the number of conservatives who have been given strikes and barred and banned and kicked off, most famously the President of the United States of America. Like how much more evidence do you need, right? And so the reason that the woke brigade loved Twitter is because Hillary Clinton's staffers went to work at Twitter. I mean, it's kind of well known that they are. I mean, Facebook is nowhere near as bad as Twitter in terms of censorship. Yes, it has a censorship problem, but it's nowhere near as bad as Twitter. And anyway, so if Elon does buy Twitter, like, commendable that he's taking it upon himself and staking his own cash to try and resurrect this entire platform. He's basically going to have to fire all 6,000 employees, right, and start again, because it's just like every employee who works there. Jack Dorsey said this in congressional testimony. Why does your platform have a bias on the left? And he said the reason being is because we hire from California, and the majority of people in California are on the left, right? And it's like a self-fulfilling cycle of vice. You know, it's you're based in California. The people you hire are woke. The people they in turn appeal to are woke people. The people they look to hire are woke people.
Cool.
The viewpoints.
It's all right. You can leave it.
The viewpoints they put out are woke. Like all the cards align, right? And all of those things combine with each other to produce a very, very woke business. And this is why the Supreme Court has in turn issued an opinion. Justice Thomas wrote this opinion, which he said that Section 230, which is the shield behind which these tech companies sit in terms of their differentiation between a platform and a publisher, the shield that they bear is only worthy of bearing if they can demonstrate that over time they haven't exercised consistent subjective opinions. And Twitter, like, I don't know anybody on the left or the right. Like, some of the best respected tech journalists in the world have said to me in private, Twitter is clearly a publisher. It's not a platform anymore. Yeah. It clearly is making subjective decisions, right? And that's the truth. And so that as a result, you end up with this, like, I don't understand how they're still shielded by this broad-based immunity that they're allowed to pledge.
So if Elon does get Twitter, would you be kind of like disappointed in the short term but excited in the long run?
Well, I think
because of the damage it would presumably do to Parler. As soon as people heard, I mean, I for like a hot second got back on Twitter.
I feel like the damage. I mean, like we saw a lot of people create, you know, like conservatives as a whole saw a lot of people create accounts after Elon announced. So I feel like what damage has already been done is done, right? Yeah. So the people who still use Parler, like, you know, the hundreds of thousands of monthly active users we have, you know, they kind of love the platform for just the fact that it's a different corner of the internet. You know, we poll our users pretty consistently, and we find that lots of people just enjoy it because it is different. You know, they don't want to be on Twitter. In the long run, like, what do I think it has? I mean, in the long run, I think that it's very good for society if a major tech platform, like, the healing of society needs to take place. The healing of society it can't take place under the current leadership of the tech titans, right? Because the current leadership of the tech titans has no, like, they're not interested in free speech. They're not interested in this debate, right? So I think it's a good thing for society. What it means for our business, you know, as I said, I saw the writing was on this wall a long time ago. So that's why I've diversified the portfolio and really my focus now, and has been for some time, is growing the platform in terms of hosting and data centers operation that we focus on to this day.
Neil, I have a Parler account. I think it's parler.com/MattFrad. Would you mind looking that up and putting that in the description if people are on Parler? I guess that's the other thing that's difficult, right? Is to kind of convince people, here's another thing. Yeah. You should join. Yeah. It just sounds so exhausting.
Well, back in the day, it was.
But if you're retreating from one, and then you know, expending energy in another, that's probably.
Well, back in the day, it was, here's the only one.
Yeah.
And now it's like, here's another one, right? Because now there's like 5 platforms. There's MeWe, Clout Hub, Minds, all these other platforms.
Has there been any attempt to try to bring together things like Gab and Parler and?
Not really, no. I mean, not from an M&A perspective, not from a merger and acquisition perspective. We haven't really engaged in that conversation with any of our competitors. But, you know, I mean, I'm sure like Locals, which I know you're on, which is slightly different to what we, you know, like, it's not microblogging. It's more like long form deep dive content.
Yep.
You know, that was bought by Rumble, which obviously is now a publicly traded company. So that was, when Rumble bought Locals, I thought, this is it. We're off. Like, now the big sector roll up consolidation is going to take place, and then nothing happened. So, you know, I think everyone's just trying to make it on their own. Maybe this news will elicit something like that. I don't know. I mean, we'll see what happens. So.
Let's take a break, come back, light up a cigar.
Okay.
And keep chatting.
Great.
All right, we're back.
All right.
Okay.
You want to talk about what this cigar is, or should we not mention it?
I'm going to keep it private.
Okay.
The Trinidad Lopez.
What?
It's the Trinidad Lopez is what this is.
Talk to me.
It's a great.
Tell me about it.
Wonderful, wonderful cigar. You're going to love it. It's quite mild, I would say. It's like it's got a good flavor to it, but like it's also not.
Will we get banned from saying where it's from? I don't
know. So
Let's not say.
No, it's just not say. Let's keep it under wraps. Is this a butane? Yeah, this is
Yep.
a butane.
Ah, glory to Jesus Christ. When did you start smoking cigars?
Probably when I was about 19, actually.
Really?
Yeah, that's kind of.
How did you get into
but
them?
But I didn't really get into them for the first. I mean, nobody enjoys a cigar.
At 19.
Like nobody enjoys it. You know, it's like something you do because you think it makes you look cool.
Yeah.
And you're just like, I don't really understand what I'm doing with this thing, but I'm gonna do it anyway. And then the first time you have a cigar, you inevitably have a mind-numbingly bad head rush.
That's what happened to me.
Yeah, and then you probably throw up.
So I started with pipes because I was living in Ireland at the time. There's a lot of old men who smoked pipes, so I thought it would look cool.
Mm-hmm.
And they got the great, just be careful, that's really close to that. And then we got that great Peterson's pipe store in Dublin. Have you ever seen there?
I've never been to Dublin.
They got some just really nice pipes. So that's how I got into it that way. I just thought it looked cooler, I guess.
Yeah.
And then, why is that funny? But then my father-in-law smoked cigars, and I just liked the idea of it, so I would sit with him and smoke them, and I don't think I ever enjoyed them really. I liked the idea of it more than I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
It was like Dostoevsky until I loved Dostoevsky.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I remember the one time I went from pipes to cigars. My wife was out with the kids, and she was for an overnight somewhere, so I thought, yeah, I'll get a cigar, have a bit of scotch, and I smoked it like I smoked a pipe, because I mean, in order to keep a pipe lit, you've got to breathe quite.
Yeah, you have to pull the pipe pretty hard.
And I got really sick.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, it felt like the back of my legs were sweating.
Oh yeah.
And it felt that way because they were.
Yeah.
And I thought, I don't want to question my body. Like, I presume it knows what it's doing, but I can't for the life of me imagine how this is helping.
Yeah.
And I nearly threw up. It was awful.
So my dad, like, he tells these incredible stories about trading in like the city of London in the 70s and the 80s when smoking was just part of the course. Like, everybody smoked, right? And not just everybody smoked, but like the whole institution of the financial district was set up to accommodate smoking.
Is that right?
Right? Like, every restaurant was smoking. There was a trading ring, like one of the open outcry trading rings, which are really all gone now, but this trading ring used to have this giant copper bowl in the middle where people used to flick their cigarettes and cigar butts into this copper bowl in the middle of the trading ring during the open trading sessions. And my dad I've never seen him smoke a cigar. He gave up smoking, and I asked him about it once, and it was kind of a fascinating. It was like, I mean, I felt sick him telling me how he gave up smoking, which I said, I was like, how did you give up? And he was like, well, I went through stronger forms of tobacco to make myself hate it, right?
Oh.
And so I was like, okay, walk me through that. So he went from cigarettes, where he was smoking like, a pack a day or 2 packs a day or whatever, to cigarillos, which are the kind of like, they're more like they look a little bit like a smaller cigar, right? And then he went to cigars. And so I said to him, I was like, well, how many cigars were you smoking a day? And he was like, well, at the end I was smoking 5 cigars a day.
For how long?
For like 3 years.
That's so impressive.
And I was like, I was just like, this is incredible. And then I said, I was like, well, just thank goodness you weren't inhaling them. And he was like, oh no.
He was like, inhaling cigars?
He was like, I was inhaling 5 cigars a day. Right.
And he lived to be 114.
Yeah, he's 78 years old, and he ran a marathon, he's never stopped. But it was just like, my word, I mean, the concept of that, the head rush that one would experience would just be brutal. I mean, just brutal.
And he did that in order to give them up?
Yeah. Because then
and he tried it for 3 years? Like, after 3 years smoking 5 cigars a day, come up with a new tactic.
This isn't working.
It's not working.
7 a day.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. Well, I think he started off on like 1, And two, and then my mum also complained about how like bad he smelled the whole time. You know.
Let's talk about objections to tobacco smoking.
Before we do, so I guess I don't understand. So he just smoked more and more so that he would hate it? Okay.
Yeah, so basically like he smoked
it's
more.
like I want to hate alcohol, so I'm going to get drunk every night. That'll work.
He smoked more and more and more and more until it became like so. He hated everything about it. He hated the constant smell, the head rushes that he was getting. Like
I do not see how that would work.
No, neither do I. Really.
This is like a terrible way to quit smoking.
Having never done it, I can't vouch for it. But apparently it works.
What did your mum go through during those years? 5 cigars. This will take us what? An hour?
Yeah,
hour and a half.
Yeah, this is a good cigar. An hour, probably. So, I mean, but it was also, as I said, like this accommodation of the whole smoking culture. Like he smoked cigars at his desk in the office. Yeah. Right. And he just sat there with a cigar in his mouth in the office. Right. And so as a result, like you can see why it would be so much easier to do that. Right. Because if you don't have to like go outside or, you know, accommodate for no smoking zones, you can just sit there and just chain smoke, right? Which is what he did, basically. Yeah.
Which is what you can now do in Steubenville, Ohio, by coming to Chesterton's. Although we won't allow people to smoke cigarettes. Yeah. Someone came in, even if you roll your own. Someone came in the other day because we're doing a soft launch before Friday with the big launch. Do you mind if I smoke a cigarette? No, you can't do that. Yeah.
No. A wise move. Cigarette smoke smells disgusting, whereas cigar smoke smells wonderful. That's the kind of point of it. It's a much more refined smoke.
Yeah, and it's leaf.
Yeah, it is leaf.
These are my leafy greens.
Yeah. It's good for me. Okay, it's one of your 5 a day.
What's that?
It's one of your 5 a day. Like in Britain, there's this big thing about 5 a day. You know, like you got 5 leaves green vegetables per day. Okay, so here's a question for you.
Yeah, what's the question?
So we were talking about this before the show. When you moved to the United States, like what are the things that, as an Australian, I mean, I find it fascinating that you're an Australian living in Steubenville, Ohio, right? Like it's just kind of, you know, it's not, and you're a devout Catholic, and you're involved in like this whole show. I just find fascinating. It was kind of one of the things that drew me into it. But as a member of the Anglosphere, there are certain things that, like I just, when I moved over here, I found them totally bizarre, and now I'm interested in what they were for you.
Well, I moved to Houston, Texas, which is a whole other. So I think the things that struck me was. There's a number of things that struck me. I'll try to rattle them off real quick. How big the portion sizes were of food. How nice waitresses were. And then I realized that you tip them. We don't tip in Australia. Yeah. I think they're trying to bring it in, but it's kind of weird. Hey, what if you just paid me more? Even though you've had no history of ever doing that. No, I don't want to do that at all. So is that. And I remember he's just shocked that everyone was so nice. So there you go, capitalism. There was no incentive for people to be nice in Australia. Just buy the friggin' thing. How big cars were. I also noticed that in America, you either had like really new cars or like really old cars. Whereas in Australia, it felt like everyone was kind of driving a middle of the range kind of car. Right. Which probably says a lot about Australia. Right. The kind of classless society. Or allegedly. I remember the fact that mail came 6 days a week depressed me.
Interesting.
Like not 5 days, but 6 days.
Interesting.
I remember my boss asking me what day I'd like to take off, and that depressed me. Prescription drug commercials are illegal in Australia. Yes. And so watching those things was so weird.
Yeah, same in the UK.
You know, like those... like erectile dysfunction meds, like Viagra. Yeah. You want to be like Superman? Like, that sounds awesome. Yeah. And all these happy images. And then the different voice comes in and rattles off the things that you may or may not get. Rectal bleeding, suicidal thoughts, and while they're saying the most horrendous things, people are skipping on a beach. Yeah, it's so confusing. That was weird.
Terms and conditions apply. None of these products may actually affect your erectile dysfunction.
Exactly.
It's like all these really quick fire rapid lines.
Okay, you'll find this very interesting. So in Australia, cricket obviously is a massive sport.
We've got to talk about this.
We will, as it is in England. Oh, yeah. Now, Aussie rules football, I'm told, was invented to keep the cricket players fit in winter. So it's sort of like Gaelic football, a little bit more violent,
been told as
and it takes place on a cricket pitch, on a cricket oval, right? So growing up in South Australia, the two main sports are cricket and Aussie rules football, both of which are played on an oval. Because of that, you would, if you're at school, say, you'd be like, let's go sit out on the oval. Like, oval just became synonymous with large patch of glass where games are played.
Yep.
So I was in Houston with my wife, and we were dating at the time, and we were walking back to her apartment or something. And I said, look, there's some fella out there on the oval. She said, the what? I said, the oval. And it occurred to me that you don't refer to large patches of grass as ovals because none of your sports take place on an oval.
That's a very specific...
Yeah.
Yeah,
that was really
Americanism.
interesting. Yeah.
That's an interesting one.
What about you?
Arugula.
What is that? Oh, the herb?
Yeah,
Or
because it's rocket in England.
Oh.
And
What about all the different words we say differently?
yeah, like cilantro.
Yeah.
That also completely baffled me. It actually took me a while to figure out exactly what cilantro was. And then, I mean, like...
Don't trust it.
Yeah. It's also
What's
funny.
the other word for cilantro?
Coriander.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Yes.
So it's one of these like herbs
That's right.
where you just find a lot. I mean, I know all the kind of weird. Like there were a lot of Americanisms which it just took me a while to adjust to. Now I speak both. I can interchange freely. But there were a lot. Like the portion size. That's a great one. You know, like again, just the size of everything. Like America's just big. It's just big trucks,
Everything's
big
big,
houses, big everything. You're like everything is big. You know, it's just in England it's like 10 times worse. I mean, Australia, 23 million people living in a landmass, you know,
Roughly comparable to the continental US.
Yeah, exactly. You know,
Yeah.
so it's just they've got a lot of space over there. You know, there's just lots of space. Okay, admittedly, a lot of it is desert, but there's a huge amount of space to do things if you want to. Same with the US. England, you've got like 65 million people living in a country half the size of France, right? And you know, roughly the same size as like, you know, the northeast. Not even the same size as the northeast. Like much smaller than the northeast. You know, I forget the comparisons. Like half the size of Alabama or something. Anyway, so you know, you've got this. Everything's squished in England. You know, everything is just squished and
small. Even the fridges. You know, you come here, the fridges are massive. Cereal boxes are huge. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. And now when I go back to England, I'm like, wow, this is so
Why
small.
are they so small?
It's tiny.
Losers.
This is like ridiculous. What is this portion size?
Yeah.
What is this? A meal
the
for
other
an
thing
ant?
that's funny is in Australia we call trucks utes.
Yeah.
And we call if you refer to a truck, it's one of those ones with you know, like a freight truck, like a Mack truck or something. We call them utes, and y'all call them trucks. And now I see why, because your utility trucks or your utes are huge.
Yeah. And then there were also other things like,
oh, their chocolate sucks.
yeah, American chocolate.
American chocolate is
it's
awful.
Terrible. It's true. That's right. That's very important.
Sorry.
But one of the interesting things that definitely like the British in me it finds interesting is that, like, and I'm generalizing here, so you know, forgive me for my mass generalization here, but like there were a lot of Americans who sort of still had the belief, for example, that George III was deciding the fate of America, right? And in general, like Americans had this view of kind of the monarchy, like we ridded ourselves of the king, right? And I just was kind of like, hang on a sec, you don't actually think that George III had any actual power, do you? Because he wasn't. He was a constitutional monarch for hundreds of years, right? This is the point. The monarchy had already become a constitutional monarchy by this point. And so there's a kind of not a great sense of like what the English Parliament, the English government ruled the 13 colonies. It was not the, yes, in nominal figurehead status in the same way that the King of England now is the head of state of England, but he has no power, right? And this is the whole point. Like Liz Truss just slapped down Charles attending some climate summit, right? Because she's like, I don't want you going to a climate summit and telling people what you think because it's not what you're supposed to do anymore. In the same way that like William Pitt the Younger told George III what to think and what to do, right? And so there was this kind of general conception that somehow the monarchs of England still exerted some power, right? And I'm like, no, this is why we had a civil war. Yeah. England had a civil war which actually claimed as a percentage of the population far more lives than the American Civil War claimed. 7 to 8% of the English population was wiped out in the English Civil War. You know, massive battles, and eventually it culminated in obviously the execution of Charles I. We literally chopped off the head of the king, and we had a Commonwealth, the Republic of England for 12 years, the Commonwealth of England for 12 years. until the monarchy was restored, right? Because people hated the Commonwealth so much, and they hated Cromwell so much. So that sense of perception of history is just something that I've come across quite a bit. Kind of interesting.
Yeah. There was about 2 hours in the middle of a night during the Biden and Trump sort of back and forth. We weren't sure who was going to be president, where I considered moving back to Australia.
Really?
Remember, things just felt
so
was unbelievably turbulent.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, there was that time where there was like this uptick in preachers who were saying the end of the world is coming, and then a bunch of Catholics jumping on that bandwagon, and it's kind of understandable. It felt that way.
Yeah.
So it was.
Yeah, we do live.
But I am glad I live here.
Yeah. Same. I mean,
I'm applying for citizenship right now. Actually.
Are you really? Yeah. I'm intending to do that. I have a green card currently. I mean, it's. I love America. I mean, I think America is. Like, there are some things. There are times when I'm just. I message this to Candace. I'm just like, I absolutely love this country. Like, I love it. I love what it stands for. Like, it gets me emotional. Like, I have a deep-seated love for the freedom that this country cherishes so much, you know. And it's just like, you can't find that free expression. Like, it's kind of funny because, you know, operating in the political circles that we kind of move in, you know, like I go to a lot of these conferences, and there's always these kind of like slightly wacky, you know, like people who come dressed up as Abraham Lincoln, and, you know, wearing the, like, it's like the MAGA hat on top of the MAGA hat on top of the MAGA hat, you know. And I'm just like, and I just, in my heart of hearts, I love these people because they're so brazen in their, like, they're just like, this is who I am and I'm going to embrace it, you know. And it's just, and they don't care. And I love that because in England, everyone's so kind of,
yes.
got to be reserved, and, you know, and that's, and this is kind of why I actually didn't really blend or mesh very well with British politics, was because I was far too brazen in my opinions. Like, I remember this MP, member of Parliament in Britain, once gave me a book, and it was just called War. And he was like, this is for you because this is how you think. He was like, you just think about the fight. And I'm like, this was kind of many years ago now, but it was funny that he gave this to me because I just thought that is kind of a little bit who I was at the time. You know, it was in the midst of the Brexit turmoil, which was similar to the kind of Trump turmoil over here. But then when you come over here, you just find this political culture which just embraces exactly who it. People embrace themselves. They embrace the country that they love. They embrace the kind of the Second Amendment. They embrace all the amendments. They embrace the freedom that this country has brought. You know, this is one of the reasons that, like, they don't have hate speech laws over here, because it's nonsense, you know. And like, they embrace the freedom of speech, right? And it's written into the Constitution. It's literally written as the First Amendment. And so there's times when I just think, wow, like, I just love this country. You know, it's just, it has given so much to the world. What would the world be like without America? It would be a terrible place. It would be a dark place, a much darker place than it is right now. America is still that like country that so many people aspire to be, you know, in the same way that the church is the beacon on the hill. Like, this is what I was saying to you yesterday. Like, for me, when I came into the church, I just was like overwhelmed with joy. You know, it was just, C.S. Lewis like talks about when he became a Christian, and I love that mentality that he describes it. When he became a Christian, he was like, there was nobody who didn't want to become a Christian more than me, you know. And he was like dragged, kicking and screaming. And for me, it was kind of almost the exact paradigm opposite. I came into the church and I felt overwhelmed with just this kind of joy and love for the church that I, you know, had kind of aspired to. Of course, then went back into the world, and, you know, I lost that love. But in the same way that I think the church is that beacon on the hill, which stands as the great testament to truth, and is the bride of Christ, America is like the country that still has that uniqueness to it that no other country in the world has.
People get nervous when Americans start talking like this, because Americans do tend to talk about their country with a religious fervor that the other countries don't understand, and which sounds alien and not just dramatic, but over the top, or
I mean, it can be. There is a, but I think because it's given so much to the world, right? And this is America has never really suffered like what I would describe as like a global defeat, right? It's never really suffered. It's never suffered a crisis of consciousness, right? In the same way that Britain, like pretty much every country in the world has suffered a crisis of consciousness. One could argue, well, Vietnam was like a crisis of consciousness a little bit, but it didn't shake America's like unchallenged global hegemony, right? And to that extent, I think like what's happening now in American politics is shaking that. The corruption, which is internal, is drawing attention to the corruption of the American political cycle, and that is shaking America's belief in itself. The hyperpolarization of American politics is displaying to the world the deep divisions in the American national psyche right now. There's a huge, like there has never been a time this country's been so polarized, and it's kind of frightening.
Well, I mean, one of the things that's good about polarization is that at least more than one group is speaking.
Yeah.
Because in Australia, it feels like you don't have a personality or a group that has the power and influence to mobilize a significant contingent of the population.
Yeah.
In the way that, whether you agree with them or don't agree with them, Fox News, Daily Wire, and these others do. Like, people really feel like they have a champion, that they have a voice. Whereas in Australia, it feels like every single news outlet, except Sky News, who, from what I can tell, talk a great deal about American politics.
They do, yeah.
Maybe they talk about Australian politics as well. I don't follow them. I like what I've seen there, but yeah, just people are quickly dismissed as crazy if they don't fall in step with the sheet of music that all of the news outlets are singing from, as it were.
Yeah.
Is it like that in England?
Yeah, very much so. I mean,
so while the polarization feels, and it definitely is at times, very chaotic and scary, it's like, well, at least there's a clash of ideas happening. Whereas in Australia, those who would seek to oppose the COVID lockdowns were just written off as idiots.
Yeah, I know.
When I spoke to my folks, I was like, wow, we are from different countries.
Yeah.
Because my parents, bless them, would speak of the COVID lockdowns and vaccine mandates. They would speak about the country the way children speak of their parents. They would say, they're doing what's best for us,
Yeah.
Or they would just, even little things like, COVID shut down all these businesses.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh my gosh, like, we've both drunk the Kool-Aid here, perhaps, because
Yeah.
I would never speak of the government with that kind of reverence.
I know. And that was the same in the UK now. The national... And like Hayek in The Road to Serfdom, his famous book, which talks about, like, I mean, really it's kind of interesting book to study in some ways, because it was never written to be the seminal work that it became. He never intended for it to be. It was actually kind of a side project for him in many ways. And then it became like this huge book, which, attracted like global publicity. And one of the things which he writes in that book is that it's never kind of like, very, very rarely does a national psyche change by revolution. Like it's the drip, 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 drip of evolutionary thought which changes national psyche. And like, I would say that's happened in Britain. Like, Britain has lost touch with its own freedom, and so it's just moving slowly towards an ever increasingly authoritarian state. Like, you are seeing in real time, people like getting cut down online, arrested by the police for misgendering people in conversations on social media, hate speech laws which are becoming ever more stringent. And Britain's just lost touch with its own freedom. It just doesn't, my generation in Britain doesn't view freedom of speech as an important requisite for a functioning democracy. It just doesn't.
I would imagine if you polled Americans, freedom of speech wouldn't necessarily be prized among those who are, say, 30 years old and younger.
Yeah, they've done some polls on this, and terrifyingly, like, it's not a majority yet. It's still a minority, but it's a ever increasing minority of people who view freedom of speech as less important than, like, safe spaces, as it were. Where
do you see this going? I mean, you're not a prophet. Maybe you are. I'm not a prophet, nor I am the son of a prophet. But if you were to sort of speculate, one possible outcome, where do you see this going in the United States? Yeah,
that is, it's something that kind of keeps me up at night. Like, what future does our society hold? Like, where are we going? And I mean, this comes back to the spiritual life. This comes back to the divine life, you know, because it's like, I think that if you just take a pretty bleak view of there is no God, there is no salvation, there is no, you know, there is no eternal life, then you could just hopelessly write off society and say, well, we're all doomed, you know, and it's just the end of the world is nigh kind of thing. But if you believe that God is sovereign, and if you believe that God is benevolent and benign, or, you know, omnipotent, omniscient, and his hand guides the whole of creation, then one will be able to say he is working out his will for society through these tribulations and turbulence. And I think in many ways, like, I'm very hopeful as a person. I mean, which is kind of counterintuitive to being British, because British people are generally terribly pessimistic about everything and complain, mainly about the weather and about the grayness of the clouds. But I would actually say, like, through all of this, his will is being worked out. Through all of this, you know, the church will find her way. And in some ways, like, this is kind of counterintuitive, but like, the night is always darkest before the dawn. You kind of need the times of deep darkness to show the world what the world is on the brink of, so that it can be pulled back from that brink, right? And I kind of think we're there now, or at least maybe I'm wrong, and maybe maybe we've got another 10 years of terrible, you know, like social upheaval to go through before we can get there. But, you know, for example, the whole transgender debate. You know, I think that there is a Rubicon now which is being crossed. Like, most of society, as American society, is kind of like, okay, gay marriage, you know, happy days, like, you know, love is love kind of thing, somewhat meaningless platitudes. You know, but they were okay with it. Yeah. But now it's
now
like,
you're butchering our children.
Now you're butchering children. Now you're like mutilating children to achieve your socially engineered goals. You know, this is not acceptable. And you know, I mean, I always love it when I kind of love it when they attack the church, right? Because it's like, you're attacking an institution which is promoting peace and charity and love and faith and hope, right? So how dark do you have to be to attack that institution? I mean, I saw the other day, for example, like, I kind of find these guys pretty entertaining. The Satanic Temples of America sued the Supreme Court's decision on Roe versus Wade, saying that abortion was a moral right, right? And I always think it's pretty entertaining when the Satanic Temple does anything, because it's like, how dark do you have to be that the Satanic, like, how far down the rabbit hole of desperation do you have to be that the Satanic Temple is coming out and attacking you? You know, so I think we're getting to that stage now where we're reaching a kind of a precipice from which we will pull back, right? But what we do need, you know, you need a healing leader, you need a healing president to some extent, you need like reconciliation in the party space, and then there are some people that I just think that you've got to let them be them, and they're going to demonstrate the worst of themselves to the rest of society, and that will turn other people off. You know, like, I think there are some people out there who are just so far down the progressive rabbit hole now that, like, I'm not sure whether they want to even engage in civil discourse anymore. But let them be them. You know, just let them continue, because again, it comes back to that free speech idea. Like, most people are not going to aspire to that kind of, they're not going to aspire to mutilating children. It's just not what they aspire to. So if you let these people talk about doing this, it will inherently turn other people off. Right?
I hope so.
Yeah, it will drive them back to us.
Yeah, the fear is coming to love the prison, coming to love the restrictions and championing them, and not even seeing yourself oppressed. That's scary.
Yeah.
Yeah, who do you think DeSantis will run and win?
I don't know right now. I mean, I think it's a very difficult, like, I think...
Is there any Catholic at this point in history who can say, nah, still with the Democrats? It felt like for a while we were holding on to that. And,
yeah.
And, you know, certainly if you live in a district where you've got two Democrats running, you might have to choose one over the other. But the Democratic Party as a whole seems so antithetical to what we want as Christians. I love the way Jimmy Akin put it when I asked him who he was voting for last time. He said, I'm going to just vote for who I think hates me less. I thought that's a pretty low bar, but I like it. It's
yeah.
Kind of weird.
I mean, you know, it's what I would say about party politics in America right now is that it's depressingly uniform, which is that, you know, for example, I think there are some candidates running on Democrat tickets who, when I look at them as individuals, I'm like, you have all the hallmarks of being a great person. You know, like, you've expressed solidarity with the poor, you've promoted social vision, which I don't agree with your economic positions, but like I agree with a lot of the social ideas that you come out with. Like, you know, they don't take a position on, some of them are pro-life, you know, rather than pro-choice. But then you look at their voting record, and, you know, it's just that depressing uniformity. As soon as they get into the House of Reps, they fall in line with the Democrat Party and vote for the most nonsensical pieces of legislation that I've ever seen come out of any house, right? And it just it's like, and I mean, in this very state, in fact, in Ohio, you've got two candidates running for Senate, J.D. Vance and Tim Ryan. I think it's Tim Ryan. I could have got his first name wrong. I'm pretty sure his surname is Ryan. And, you know, the reason J.D. Vance is ahead in the polls is because even though Ryan is saying the right things and saying, you know, like, I stand with the blue collar workers of this state, then J.D. just says, well, look at your voting record. You know, like, you voted for every piece of nonsensical lunacy coming out of the most progressive elements of this party. So how can you say on one, and that's kind of the point. Like, they all just fall into line when they get there, you know, and like, that's a symptom of conservative versus liberal mindsets in many ways. Like, the conservative mindset, like, conservatives generally believe that the individual, like, should exercise their own rational thought pattern to reach a conclusion, which in turn means that many different thought patterns emerge, because, like, by virtue of just being like an individual, you, like, conservatives don't always just agree. That's kind of the point. They all disagree with each other. Like, I've seen plenty of debates on the right amongst conservatives who fundamentally disagree with a lot of things. Like, I was telling you about this Backstage Live the other night, which the Daily Wire did, where, you know, like, there were differences of opinions in how to treat the problem of pornography. You know, that's a virtue of a free-thinking mind. The left's mindset tends to be more collectivist. It tends to be like, okay, we must all fall in line and vote with the state, right? And so as a result, you get far more people just falling into line and voting according to, like, the collective groupthink, right? And that's what's depressing about that, you know.
You got to tell us what it was like having lunch with Donald Trump, if you're allowed, and how that even came about. Because I have never had lunch with Donald Trump.
Yeah, he was. I mean, Trump is exactly what you get on the tin. You know, he's exactly the same.
How did it even happen?
So, I mean, Candace was doing quite a lot of work at that time with the White House, and, you know, I think that it was kind of seen as like a thank you for everything you've done in some ways.
So you got an invite?
Yeah, an invite, and we had lunch with him, and he was just. He's hilarious. I mean, you know, he really is a very funny guy. He's funnier offline, I would say, than he is online. Like, I think he tones himself down a little bit online, which is kind of remarkable when you think about it. But, like, he is very, very funny guy. Like, you know, he was going through the impeachment ringer at the time, the first impeachment ringer at the time, and, you know, he was lambasting the mainstream media's coverage of him, which was pretty standard, I guess. But, you know, he was just very funny, and he's a great. I mean, he really is just. He's exactly what he says on the tin. There's so many politicians you meet who are different. Yeah. They're different people. Like, they're two different personalities. They're the Jekyll and Hyde, you know, and you can see it the whole time.
Interesting.
And he is just, nope. He's exactly the same, you know, like, behind closed doors as he is in the televisions. And, you know, like, you can tell when he's giving a speech when he's reading from the teleprompter, because
it's really good,
because he follows his lines, and then he'll suddenly cut and he'll go to, like, his off the cuff remarks, and those are always the funniest parts, right? Because, like, those are the parts.
He is funny. I remember my mate
funny.
John Henry and myself, that's who I went hunting with. Him and I were at his folks' cabin up in Georgia, and we were looking for something to watch. And we watched, you know, the first 5 minutes of 4 different movies, and then we watched, like, 7 minutes of The Office, and then we were like, you know, let's just watch, like, Trump videos on YouTube. There's, like, funny bits, and he was funnier and more entertaining.
And his one-liners are hilarious. I mean, that, like, during the campaign trail when when Hillary Clinton like said,
Yeah.
you know, how awful would it be if someone with the temperament of Donald Trump was in charge of law enforcement? And before anyone could like mic drop moment, he's like, yeah, because you'd be in jail. You know, it's just so, it was so good. Like, it's just funny and it's just like quick off the mark. And it shows you to have a sense of humor, one has to be intelligent, right? And this is something that I always baffled at. Like, how could people call him an idiot? You know, the guy is a billionaire, you know, who's made a success story of his life.
Who beat Hillary Clinton.
Yeah, who became president of the United States when 98% of the entire mainstream press and media was stacked against him, and every civil institution in America didn't want him to win, right? I mean, it's just like... And he actually talks about that, you know, I don't know whether he's talked about it in public, but like, he was always pretty funny about it. He's like, everybody who basically said I could never win is now trying to give me advice. And I'm like, why would I take your advice? You wrote me off. You all wrote me off as somebody who could win. Yeah. So that was kind of pretty entertaining. But he's just a really funny guy. I mean, he really is, you know.
Do you think he's going to run again for president, and do you think he should?
I think I'm going to give a politician's answer to that question, which is not an answer.
Okay.
So I think that...
This is how I've noticed that every kind of political pundit that gets asked a question on Fox News or CNN, they always begin their answer with this. Ready? Here it goes. Look.
Listen.
It's like, here's a strong word.
Yeah, exactly.
With an answer that's incoherent and soft.
Have you ever seen
began with look.
Have you ever seen the film The Campaign?
No.
It's pretty funny. It's like this Will Ferrell comedy movie, which came out in 2012, and I would describe it as somewhat prophetic, because pretty much like so many of the policies and viewpoints of that film then became reality. Like the slogan of one of the campaigns, it's supposed to be in the 14th district of North Carolina. There is no 14th district. They just made the 14th district of North Carolina for this election cycle. And like one of the policy points is scrapping daylight saving time. The Senate has now voted to scrap daylight saving time. There's a campaign slogan for one of the campaigns in this film, which is bring your broom because it's a mess, right? And of course that has strong resonance with drain the swamp, right? And it's just quite funny. Like there's a scene in it where Will Ferrell gives an answer which is absolutely the worst answer you've ever... I mean, it's not an answer. There's no possible answer to the question, and it's just such a perfect politician. And then Zach Galifianakis, who plays his opponent in this film, you know, gives another answer which somehow makes it seem like he's answered the question by basically just saying to the other person, look, yeah, pretty much like Cam Brady just gave the old DC dip and twirl, right? Which is like he just danced around the question, and then he proceeds to give an answer which dances completely around the question as well. So it is quite funny. Like politicians have an expert way of doing that. In answer to your question, does Trump? I mean, I think he's made it clear that he's probably going to run. You know, that's probably true. You know, do I think he should? I mean, I'd like to think that he is thinking that he should do this if it's the best thing for the country, you know. And you know, I'm always nervous when politicians do use their own ego as justification, you know. And like, I just think it's like, where are we in the cycle now? That, you know, like, is this ego or is it the best thing for America? You know, I don't know.
Will Ferrell. I like his movies, but there's so much junk in them.
Yeah. I mean, there's very little. What is your opinion about, like, are you a film watcher? Are you
I'm
like
beginning to be more and more, I think.
Right.
I probably have ADD, if that exists.
Right.
And find myself bored over almost every movie I've ever watched, and have quit almost every movie I've ever watched.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, like this I enjoy. I could do this for another 3 hours. Yeah. Sitting and watching a movie, I like the idea of it, and then I turn it on, then I get bored and I stop. But there are certain movies I've been watching lately that I've actually really, really enjoyed.
Like what?
There's a movie called, and maybe you can look it up or you know it, 3 Billboards Out of Something, Missouri. I think that's the best movie I have watched in a very long time.
I've never seen it.
Yeah, you should.
Okay.
That's an excellent... I watched that with my wife, and I was stunned at how good it was. The Coen brothers, or one of the Coens.
It's McDonough. I forget his first name.
But it was one of the Coens, I think. Look it up.
I'll look it up.
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
Not. It's I think his name's
I'll look it
actually
up,
Neil
and you're still
McDonough.
wrong. Well, yeah, that, and also I've been watching, like, I never watched Hitchcock movies until
Okay.
about a year ago.
Okay.
Isn't that unbelievable? Never saw a Hitchcock
Martin
movie.
McDonagh.
Okay, so it's not
is the-
Cohen.
Yeah, director.
All right.
producer.
I'll never question you again. But
I just really love that
Silence.
yeah, so the first Hitchcock movie I watched was last year. Was it called? That was good. I really liked that one. But I like the one where that strangling happens and they bury him in. Not bury him. They put him in that. What do you call it?
Coffin.
They have a dinner party on top of the bloody thing. Who's that? Hello, Cameron.
All right.
Okay, what is that movie called? Is it called The Rope? You're like, I don't know. You've given me no context. How could I possibly?
Yeah.
What are those big, like a chest? They kill this guy at the beginning. They put him in a chest, and then they serve a dinner party on that chest. You came in once and we watched it together, and basically the whole film is one continuous shot.
Oh, really?
Occasionally, like 2 or 3 times, it breaks, but very seamlessly. Like
Yeah.
someone's back kind of comes past the camera, and
Yeah.
but it's brilliant.
You should watch. I think it's Hitchcock, which is Wait Until Dark.
Ooh,
It is.
I may have seen it.
It's one of the most frightening.
Is this the blind lady?
Yeah.
I
The blind
love
lady
that
in the
movie.
basement. It's all one shot.
That's right.
And it's just. And there's a scene at the end, without giving it away. If you haven't watched it, go and watch it. Brace yourself. You know, it's. I just remember this. It was like terrifying. I mean, it is terrifying, and it's a great. I think it's Hitchcock. Yeah, it is Hitchcock, and it's a great film. I mean, just beautiful.
Yeah, that was
film.
excellent. I love that. Yeah,
So you're an old movie person. You're like an older movie. Have
well-
you seen the Lord of the Rings trilogy?
I love that.
Yeah.
Just to fact check, I guess it's called Rope. the
Rope.
movie you're talking
Okay,
about.
good.
So, yeah, you're
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
Thanks. Yeah. I was telling him that I'm talking to my wife now, everybody who's watching. I was telling him I don't really like movies. I get bored with them.
You convince other people. to
I'm
watch
very
it.
good at convincing it.
And
That
she's
sums
gonna
me
say,
up.
He wants to go to bed. Honey,
Yeah.
can you turn it off? No, I'm committed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm quite a big movie person.
What's your several favorite movies?
Well, the Lord of the Rings trilogy was for my teenage
Have you watched
years.
any of the Amazon Lord of the Rings?
I watched.
I haven't, and I'm choosing not to.
So yeah, I was like, yeah, I watched the first couple of episodes. The reason being because, so every review that I read when it came out was universally appalling. Right? It was like 1 star. you know,
Yeah.
and
Didn't
the
they
di-
turn off the reviews?
on
Amazon?
They did. That's right. Yeah. The dialogue.
Not
and,
a
I mean,
good sign.
and then I had some friends in London who messaged me being like, "Oh, it's actually pretty good," and their opinion kind of counts, like means something to me. Like I trust their opinion on films. So I was like, "Oh well," like okay, now I feel like I have to give this a shot, right? And then I watched it and it was appalling. So,
How so?
oh, just like I would say on so many levels. So it's kind of difficult to describe, but you know when you watch the Lord of the Rings, the trilogy, there's a realness to it. Like the graphics, like I mean, I was really obsessed with those films when they came out.
Didn't look like a video game.
I went to New Zealand.
Yeah,
like
us too.
I dragged my mum and dad to New Zealand to 2004. We went to Hobbiton.
Yep.
We went to places they filmed Mordor. Like all of this kind of stuff because I just loved it so much and I thought it was gorgeous and beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
And then in learning more about how they made the motion picture, you then learned about all this technological revolution that they put film, like cinematography through. Like they created this engine called Unreal Engine, which was how they designed like the orcs in the battle, like the Uruk-hai for the Battle of Helm's Deep. They instead of getting 10,000 extras, they had to get, they did this computer engine. It was kind of fascinating. And then the first, like, it was kind of a funny story because when they made the film, and I'm going to get this wrong, but like this is the essence of what they were saying, is that the engine was so smart that the Uruk-hai distinguished that they were going to lose the battle and so started to run away like long before the end of the battle, right? And so they had to reconfigure the artificial intelligence to make it so that they couldn't run away, right? Because they were like, these people are not acting rationally. They're driven by fear and desperation and they're ruled by Sacrament and all this kind of stuff. But when you watch the film now, and this is true to this day, you don't get the impression of this kind of like what I call as like cosmic screenplay, like this kind of weird computer graphics, gaming engine type screenplay. You get like it feels very real. Like I look at the scenes of them riding the horses into battle.
You're saying the trilogy?
The trilogy,
yeah.
right? When you watch The Rings of Power, it all feels CGI. Like everything feels CGI. There's just no...
Yeah.
You don't feel like anything's real. The
Yeah.
dialogue is also appalling. Like it's just appalling. And of course then it's overlaid with all this woke
And I did
nonsense,
not know that
right?
there was a black transgender Muslim abortion doctor elf. That I don't...
Yeah. I mean,
that was weird. That
yeah.
was like a curveball for me.
Yeah. I mean, this is the point. Like every single woke stereotype is fulfilled.
Is that right? Now, I haven't watched it and I'm never going to,
it's
so you
just-
tell me.
It's just like nonsense of like, I mean, okay, you can argue, well, listen, it's a fantasy world, so why does it matter? I'm like, yeah, okay, but you have to draw people in to try and make them believe that this could be real. When you just insert every, the Rainbow Nation under the sun, into kind of into Lothlorien, you're like, this doesn't make any sense. Like,
and you're being preached at. That's what's annoying.
Yeah,
like if
exactly.
it happened naturally, fine.
Yeah.
But you know that there's a quota that they're trying to fill.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, what happened? Like, are you saying that the Lord of the Rings, which is set, if you watch the films after you've watched the Rings of Power, you suddenly think that somehow these ethnic, homogenous groups became like, what happened in the intervening 2 millennia? Did all the elves suddenly become white? It's just like, it's this kind of weird, like, it's just, that it's being rammed down your throat in terms of the woke corporatism. And that's just really tiresome and boring. And of course, it's the reason that woke films and woke, like, productions are doing really badly right now. And then you get something like Top Gun Maverick, which is shamelessly self-promoting of America. And it's like...
Never watched it, but I heard it was excellent.
Oh, it's great. I mean, it's great. It's just a fun... It's a fun movie. It's what movies are there to do. They're a pure escapism. They're designed to let the mind relax. And that's exactly what it's there for. And that's exactly what it does. And it's nice that you don't even have to, like, get drawn into any kind of woke BS, which is being stuck in as a sub-narrative.
This One Ring, is it doing well? Is it how do we
no idea
how do
it's
we
doing.
from the outside gauge whether or not it is?
I don't know. I mean, it's also a slightly unusual thing. So Amazon is a multi-trillion-dollar business which can afford to blow $850 million on the production of a single series. If it fails, it will do them literally zero harm.
Is that right?
Right, because they're just so rich that they don't even care, right? Netflix, all the other streaming services are under massive pressure right now. Like Netflix is down, I want to say 70% in the last year.
Because of Amazon.
Because people are not interested anymore.
Yeah.
There's a variety of factors. One of the reasons being everyone cancelled their subscription after COVID, right? Because it was like everyone signed up for COVID and then everyone cancelled after COVID. So you get all these people who just sign up.
And then The Office left. So
Yeah.
it's like, why would I have it anymore? Is there any reason?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Why do you have it?
Yeah,
And then there's also now a plethora of like alternative streaming services which have just cropped up,
Yeah.
right? So like everyone's got a streaming service now, like Peacock, Hulu,
Yeah.
Daily Wire Plus. Like everybody's got their own kind of plus, ESPN Plus.
CNN tried.
CNN tried, invested $300 million, and it crashed. It was a complete failure. So, it's like
Not enough airports to subscribe.
exactly. So yeah, that's so funny you say that.
Is it? Why?
I've said this before. I'm like, I wonder what CNN's real viewership would be if every hotel and airport turned them off.
I wonder, though, if the success of Maverick and the potential failure of the Ring of Power, that's what it's called, right?
Yeah, Rings of Power.
So proud I didn't know that. Is going to just wake up a kind of capitalist machine to start creating what we want to see again. Or if it's just not going to learn the lesson and continue to tank.
I think like the parallel economy is now, for years it was, there's a kind of unwritten, I forget what the name of the law is, but there's some kind of like mythical economic law, or actually it's a political philosophical law, which basically says that if an institution doesn't start out avowedly conservative, it will eventually become left, right? And that's kind of what's happened with all, like, this is what's happened with Disney, and Disney is now...
Is any sensible parent ever going to let their children watch a Disney movie again without thoroughly vetting it first?
Yeah. I mean,
I'm just done. I'm so bored of Star Wars. I can't even tell you.
Yeah, and I was a huge Star Wars fan when I grew up. It was like formative films in my early years was like The Return of the Jedi. You know, it was just it was an awesome film, and everyone loved it. And now, of course, it's like overrun with woke nonsense. And this is the thing. Like, I think as these institutions move for, like, Netflix is already taking actions to stop.
Is that right? I
decline.
heard that, but I
yeah.
wasn't sure.
So they scrapped. Like, I think it's really funny. Like, Meghan Markle and Prince Harry, you know, signed up to do this big Netflix series, but like, who wants to watch anything Meghan Markle produces? Like, why on earth would you want to watch that?
No offense to her. I wish her well, but no, not
sure,
me.
It's going to be mind-numbingly dull and basically preaching her own story of victimhood all over again, right? Which nobody's interested in. Nobody thinks you're a victim. You were literally a princess. It's just like it's complete nonsense.
You're literally, and not in the way that Trump is literally Hitler.
Yeah.
No, you're literally a princess in the way a princess is a princess.
Yeah, it's literally a princess. And so, you know, they've started canceling all of these woke series that they signed up to do. You know, the like these series that they agreed to do at the height of the pandemic, when their stock price was, you know, astronomical, suddenly seem far less economical and sensible to do now that their stock price is like collapsed and their profit margins are shrinking and they've got all these competitors out there. So they're going to be, because ultimately, like, this is the great thing about capitalism, is that it's consumer driven, right? So this is why I was saying earlier, like, delete Gmail, delete these.
I'm going to do it, man.
Yeah.
But does this proton mail thing that you're talking about, does that have a calendar?
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Does it have Google Docs?
No, it doesn't. Yeah.
Weird.
Yeah.
Is that what you use?
Yeah, I mean, again, like, you pay for it, right? But that comes back to the point, which is like, you have to pay for these things. Like, why would you? I mean, it's a bit like,
if you're not paying for it, you're the
exactly.
product.
I mean, it was kind of funny. Like, I commended you yesterday. In my mind, I commended you, and now I'm going to give you the verbal commendation. But you said, I want to pay for the Daily Wire because I actually want to support that organization. It's like, I agree. Like, I want, we should.
This was after you offered me and Scott Hahn free subscriptions.
This is
like, no, I can.
This is what I was like. I'm sure I can find a way to get you a free subscription.
Oh yeah.
And
sorry, I don't know if I should have announced that.
Oh no, it's fine.
Because you've been telling everybody that you've met that you'll give them a free
subscriptions to the Daily Wire.
But yeah, no, it's like I absolutely want to pay.
Yeah, and that's
we
the
do.
point.
That's what I said. I want to. I don't want a free subscription. Yeah.
No, but the point. That's the point. Like, you actually defeated me at, like, you intellectually defeated me very quickly there, which is that I want to support organizations which value what I stand up for, right? And this is what I mean by the parallel economy, right? So the parallel economy is now emerging, and all of these massive corporate institutions which subscribed to the wokest ideology, you know, which have now bent over backwards to accommodate all of these variety of progressive ideals, are now being punished, right? And now they've left themselves vulnerable to being attacked openly by companies which are being started with the view to.
I really want to know what conversation took place at Harry's Razors the day after Daily Wire released their razor.
Jeremy's razors.
Do they have any sense of how that affected them?
I actually don't know. I know that it was like an incredible success in terms of a product line launch.
I mean, I have it. I have a beard and I have it.
I got it for you for your birthday.
I think so. Yeah. I'll shave soon and I'll use it. Yeah.
But I mean, like, it's great to see. You know, that
really
that kind of stuff is great to see because it shows that we can win in the cultural space, and it shows that what we're fighting for has mass participation. Like, people want these products. It's not just a case of like, let's sell something that nobody wants.
Yeah.
Right? We actually want to sell things that people want,
well,
and we can do it just as well and better.
I love how they put it in the advert. Like, stop giving your money to people who hate you, and give it to me instead.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't love you, but I don't wish you any specific harm or something to that effect.
Yeah, I mean, and that's why you've got all these companies cropping up now. Like, that's why you've got Glorify cropping up, which is banking, you know, for like conservatives. You've got. All
right, so just real quick, get rid of Gmail.
Yeah.
Quit Twitter. What else? I mean, you probably tell me to quit a lot of things, but like, realistically, what else should I be doing?
WhatsApp.
Why WhatsApp?
Because it's owned by Facebook and it's compromised.
It's owned by Facebook.
Yeah.
Who's owned by Meta? Who's owned by?
What's the alternative?
Signal.
Signal.
Yeah.
Is that an app?
Signal is a great alternative.
Like a messaging app.
Signal is a really interesting, like, I would say, like, test case, or it's kind of a really interesting business case because it was invented by this guy called Moxie Mollenspike, who's a
cool name.
Who's a great, like, one of the world's preeminent cryptographers.
Mm-hmm.
And he was, I mean, I don't know the exact story because I'm not him and I don't know the kind of corporate narrative, but he gave Signal to the Signal Foundation, which is a 501c3, not for profit. And the reason he did that was because he was, in the same way that Sir Tim Berners-Lee, when he invented the World Wide Web, made it naturally decentralized rather than centralizing it in one place. Moxie gave Signal to a not-for-profit so that it would never be run and then sold in the same way that WhatsApp was sold for $19 billion to Facebook, right? When WhatsApp was sold, it had like 7 employees and it was sold for $19 billion, right? And Signal, you know, has mass market participation now. I use it the whole time. I know loads of people who use it the whole time. And it's, you know, you don't have to worry about it being sold to the highest bidder because it's run by a non-profit, right? And you can donate to the Signal Foundation, which I do. And again, because I want to support that organization, because I want to support that cause, because I believe in encrypted communications. Private communications should be kept private. You should be allowed to speak freely on your phone. Like, the digital device now has become a listening device, you know, and this is the problem. Like, it's not even a listening device. It's just it's a data collection agency. You know, it's like you're just giving away your information for free. Like, this is the irony of social media, is like in 100 years time, or in 1,000 years time, when they look back and they're like, how did this technologically beautifully advanced society with philosophy and, you know, the great writings of the ancient world and all, how did it end up in serfdom? It's like, well, if we freely gave away in control of our lives because of convenience to technology, right? And that's going to be the answer they give, because it's like we just hand over this information. Like, why do you feel the need to put a picture of your lunch on social media? Why?
Because I want interaction with other humans. I want affirmation.
You want, that's the key word, affirmation.
Yeah.
You want the affirmation that it provides. And in some ways, this, like Pints with Aquinas, making it spiritual. It's the religious replacement. It's the faith-based replacement that our society so desperately craves. And this is why social media will always leave you feeling hollow, because in some ways, like, I've said this to Candace before, and like we've talked about this quite a lot, like, you need a healthy offline life to have a healthy online life, right? You can't just have in isolation. You can't have one without the other. Like, there's a reason that depression and anxiety are on the rise amongst young people. It's because they're not fully formed individuals who are not approaching social media from the perspective of, like, I have a full formation in faith, or I have a full formation in like philosophy and experience, and, you know, I am a fully formed person. Instead, they're approaching it as like, this is the vehicle through which I will receive the philosophical and necessary affirmation that my ego craves.
Yeah.
Right. And
Like,
so they end up in these terrible places where, when social media rejects them, they end up, you know, committing suicide because they suffer on the back end of this diatribe of indignation.
So you were on Facebook, I presume.
Yeah,
Did you
I
quit
was.
it? And how? How did that happen? When did it happen?
2015.
And what was the final straw for you?
I was asking myself the question that why I was getting out of bed every morning and being angry. I was angry before I even got out of bed. And I was just like, why am I doing this to myself? I was like,
Was that because of arguments you were getting in, or
just because,
things you were seeing?
Just because things that I was seeing. I was never a real big Facebook poster. Like, I never posted a lot on Facebook. I never posted, you know, I never kind of uploaded my thoughts. I just used it as a forum to download news, really, in many ways. But it was annoying me. I mean, it was seeing endless amounts of drivel in terms of...
That's how I feel about Daily Wire.
What, you see endless amounts of drivel?
I do on their blogs these days. It feels like they're just catering to our basest desires at this point.
Really? It's interesting.
I enjoy listening to Matt. I enjoy listening to Ben sometimes. I like your wife a lot. But I'm starting to see that on their blogs. If you go to dailywire.com, it's a lot of it's becoming drivel. I think it's just, it makes sense. It's like, this is what people want to click on. And yeah, we'll go there right now. We'll see. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah. I must confess I don't read their blog, so I don't know.
Well, speaking of things that make you angry, I mean, Political news will do that.
Yeah, and but that comes back to the point. You have to have a healthy offline life to have a healthy online life. You can't produce them in isolation. And actually, this was something that Daily Wire Backstage Live was talking about when they had this debate on pornography. It was like, well, okay, so in the instance that you go and sit in a room and watch two people having sex, is that somehow different to watching pornography? Because no, we constantly as conservatives argue that like the online realm should also be a reflection of who we are like offline. Not that actions from one world should necessarily cross over into the other. Like that's one of the reasons they censor people on the left is because they're like, Trump said this offline, so we're going to shut him down online. But it's more that you have to say like, can you really isolate the person that you are online? Like, why is it acceptable to go online and say death to Candace Owens? Like, why is that acceptable? But suddenly if you said that in the street and you just shouted it out walking down the street, death to Candace Owens, people would think you're nuts.
Or they'd take cover, or they'd seek to protect her.
Exactly. Or but on the online world, this is totally fine.
Yeah.
Why is this totally fine? Because we've divorced the reality that online life is the same as online. And this is like why the church, why a fully formed faith is just like, it's so needed in this world right now, because not enough people have have a spiritual life which is formed and cogent and coherent.
Here's what I mean on Daily Wire. Here's an article. The Great British Baking Show judge recalls drowning a bag of kittens as a child. Sweet. Thanks, Daily Wire. Karl Lagerfeld.
He invented
called distinctly hateful to specifically fat women. Yeah, whatever. Woke left-wing tech elitist Babylon B email provider abruptly terminates service. All right, that's interesting. Yeah, I guess that's probably the thread there. That's the needle they're continually trying to thread, right? They want to make a difference. They want to change culture. At the same time, in order to do that, they're going to need you clicking on things that you want to click on. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, in general, I would say that.
I mean, I'm the same. I'm not different. I mean, I tell Neil, right, to take out clips of these long conversations that seem most interesting to people. And
yeah. Well, I mean, but that comes back to the conversation about like Gab, for example. Like, do we think that we can influence culture by sitting outside it? Like, in some ways, there's a biblical reference here. Like, Christ called us to go and make disciples of all peoples, not to just go and, not to just go, like, I obviously think there's a beauty and there's a place, absolutely, and incredible commendations to those who go and seek the monastic life. But we're also called to make disciples of all peoples and to go out and evangelize the whole world. Like, as a result, do we just sit in an ivory tower and hope that people come to us? No. Like, the great missions, the martyrs that have been made through mission are just incredible when you look back at history, starting with the apostles, right? Starting with St. Peter.
Mm-hmm. Up to the North American martyrs.
Yeah. And to this day, Christians are martyred in the Middle East consistently. And that is done because of that missionary spirit that is taught by the church.
When I asked Matt Walsh something to the effect of why he won't quit Twitter, he said he wants to continually use their platform against them. Yeah. Like, why would he stop doing that? I thought that was a good answer. Yeah, and there's a logic to that. Like, engage. This is why I say, and the person who has the great analytical mind will have realized that something I said earlier, contains a subjective element in it, which of course makes it a very dangerous argument. But I said, you should quit all these things unless your platform is big enough. Yeah. Right? And it's like, well, who decides if your platform is big enough? Like, I have 1,000 people. It's big enough. And so, I don't have a perfect solution for this. Yeah. There is no perfect solution for it. There is, like, to what extent, I would say that Candace has 100, I would say that you as well, like many of the commentators out there, have changed the discourse in a very positive fashion. Like, you can't always predict how influential your program is going to be. But like Matt, for example, and Michael and yourself and Candace, like all of these commentators have changed the discourse in positive ways. And as a result, like, you could definitely argue, well, like, listen, I need this platform because I'm changing culture. Like, I think about, like, I love the fact that you didn't quit YouTube, because otherwise I wouldn't have found you, right? Yeah. And so, as a result, I really enjoy, and what I said about your show is true. Like, I think that this long form format
with people who sit outside of the normal political sphere,
Yeah.
like priests, monks, great thinkers. Like, this is more of what the world needs. We need more like in-depth, long-form discussion about the spiritual life, because the spiritual life is the only thing that's going to heal the online life. Like,
Well, I mean, my life in August was so much more interesting than it is now that I'm back online, because I joke, I say it facetiously, but I mean it. It sounds like an obvious point, but I learned it at a deeper level, let's say, that the world didn't need me to know what Biden did or didn't say or tried to say and failed at.
Yeah.
Or what Pope Francis recently said. Like,
Yeah.
it turned out the world was just fine with
Yeah.
me not knowing, and me just praying with my wife and going to mass and being with my kids.
yeah,
And it's this idea of this, you've heard of the circle of influence versus the circle of concern.
yeah,
And the more concern you put into that, into the circle of influence, the more that grows. But
yeah,
when you're concerning yourself with things that you have literally no control over,
yeah. Well, and that comes back. Why did I leave Facebook? For that reason.
yeah,
It was concerning me with things that I had zero control over and making me angry about it. And it was just it wasn't positive for my mental health. Like, it was negative. And I didn't need it. It was a distraction. And so, that's kind of why I got rid of it all, because I just thought, I don't know why I'm doing this. Why am I doing this to myself? And that's kind of like, Candace did this analysis recently. Well, it wasn't her doing the analysis, but she talked about it on her show, which was youths which were thinking that they were becoming trans youths, and actually doctors who were seeing the children at an early stage in this progression of thought removed their phones and they removed their social media. And nearly, I think it was every single time, although again I don't know that for a fact, but I think it was, from what I understood, it was every single time they did this, the youth ended up saying, I don't know what happened to me. I was in some kind of
yeah,
psychosis.
for sure.
Yeah. And
I'm
because
so glad that our kids don't have social media.
yeah.
Why the hell would
Well,
we
and-
inflict that on them?
And like the great irony, the great irony is that the tech titans who are sending their kids to schools in California are sending them to schools which have no technology. Like, what do you make of the fact that the leaders of the industry are sending their children to schools without any technology? Why are they doing that? Because they know the damage that their own institutions are doing on society, right? And so that should make you ask questions, if nothing else,
Yeah. Yeah, I'm so glad we live here with other families who are on the same page. It would be a lot more difficult.
Our kids are with 50 kids right now in the park doing a nature study.
That's
They walk around
beautiful.
with magnifying glass and binoculars.
Yeah, so for those who may not be able to hear that, my wife just said that our kids are with 50 other homeschool kids here in Steubenville, running around a park doing a nature study with magnifying glasses and binoculars. So freaking cool. Homeschooling's so great. It's so much easier than you think, don't you think? I think we've learned over time that, I know you do the bulk of it, so I shouldn't be sitting here saying that, but like, in that we had a lot of stress going into it. Like, if we don't get this right, we're going to screw up our kids. It's like, no, just, gosh, how many times has like I think you took Peter to Holy Mass one weekday and he found an injured bird and sat with it. That's so much cooler than anything you would do all day at a public or most Catholic schools.
Yeah. Or
Or our daughters yesterday. I was driving home and my son and daughter were walking down the road. My son was carrying a chicken and my daughter was carrying a cooler with a kitten wrapped up in a blanket. Homeschooling. Do you know how much more well-rounded my children will be than if I had have sent them to some stupid soul-crushing school?
Yeah. The offline life.
My daughter
The
doing
spiritual
backflips
life.
on the trampoline, just being bored. And I'll be honest, I think there was a time where I heard parents touting homeschool when I didn't think we could do it, and I felt threatened by that, and I felt judged by that. And so I'm trying to find a way to say it without making anybody feel bad. Because I understand that there are good Catholic schools, and there can be good reasons to send your kids to school, of course. Like, I understand all that. But I guess what I'm trying to say, or at least maybe I don't need to say it. It's just, I'm not trying to state it to anybody. It's just something I'm learning, is that life can be easier than it currently is. It's not, like, you know what's difficult? Send your kid to school and also tell them that they can't have a smartphone. Like, your kid will be a social leper by the time he or she is 8.
Yeah.
Like, but life could be easier. Like, you could move to a Rust Belt town, like Steubenville or wherever else, and buy a house for the price of a VCR, and homeschool your kids where they won't feel like freaks, because there's other beautiful, wild families. You could. It's just easier. Doesn't have to be that hard.
The best at homeschooling when we pay someone else to do it.
Yes, my wife has also said that she's good at homeschooling when she pays somebody else to do it. So we'll like hire college students to come and help, and they do different. It's just life can be easier.
Yeah.
It's the same thing with giving up your phone. I think this is the question I like to ask when I give up technology and encourage people to reconsider it: is what level of inconvenience am I willing to embrace to live a more peaceful life? That's the line.
And that's
the line.
the same question that I asked.
That's
earlier.
right.
Like,
yeah.
How long before we start to choose the narrow, harder path, right? I mean, the path to hell is open, wide, and easy. Like, and when we lead, I mean, you know, if Christ, like, for freedom I have set you free. You know, it's like, what does that mean? Like, we were slaves to sin. What does that mean? Like, what does it actually mean? You know, when you sit down and really analyze what that statement means, we were slaves to sin, because sin is enslaving. It captures your soul. You know, like, I think of those years between those confessions, right? And the sin that I lived in that life, like, it seemed easy, and it seemed like it was a very easy, convenient, selfish existence. And yet by the end of it, I was more dead spiritually than I'd ever been with like, you know, that's why I say, Lord, show me the path before my feet, because I knew that was not the life. And that's like where humanity ends up when the God is I, right?
Yeah, maybe one way to think of it, I'm just trying to think here, is, you know, one promises freedom and gives enslavement.
Yeah.
One appears to be enslaving but offers freedom. Like, my burden is light. Come to me, you who are weary and burdened. I will give you rest.
Yeah.
You will find peace for your souls.
Yeah.
Rest and peace is available on the narrow path.
Yeah.
And it's not on the broad path.
I mean, Bishop Barron actually said this like a couple of weeks ago in his Sunday sermon, was like this. There was a 30-second clip in the middle of his Sunday sermon, and I replayed it like 5 times because I just thought it was so powerful. It was like, this is the beauty of the divine life. We get given it by God, and then we give it away, and then he gives us more. And again, I'm paraphrasing here, but that was the essence of what he was saying.
Yeah.
And I just replayed it again and again and again and again, because for me that has been the truth which has just hit me over and over and over again. That, like, glory be to God, because he is, like, when I didn't want it, he gave it to me, and then I gave it away. And then he's given me more. Yeah. You know, and he's like, he blesses and he blesses and he blesses, and he's good to his people. I mean, this is the thing, like, coming back, like, the synthesis of storylines where my dad was said, you know, like, being a Christian is an unfair advantage. It really is. Like, it's such an unfair advantage, because you just get blessed with the divine life. You get blessed with this life where he gives, and he gives you so much. And, like, it doesn't seem like he's giving you so much, but when you take a step back, you realize that he is.
That is exactly right.
And it is like, it's such a power. And when you're thinking for yourself, when you want to be king of this world, you know, like, the Bible talks about it. I mean, Christ talks about it. He's like, you know, those who seek to preserve their life will lose it, and those who seek to lose their life will keep it. Right?
One thing I think of continually is how the pleasures of this world, in light of my, let's say, increasing union with Christ, they appear like as charmless as neon lights at sunrise.
Yeah.
Like, at night, they attract you.
Yeah.
But as the sun begins to rise, you ever been downtown all night at 6 a.m.?
Yeah.
I've done this like a few times. Not now, but, you know, it's just like they lose their cheer. There's nothing attractive about them anymore.
Yeah.
And I think to myself, if Christ hadn't have come to me, I would be not in trouble with the law, let's say.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be a bad citizen in some obvious sense. I'd just be bored out of my mind. I'd probably have a kid or two out of wedlock, be living with someone. Maybe at this point I'd tie the knot because of social convention.
Yeah.
And I'd be walking around wondering what the hell it's all about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's absolutely right. I mean, the shallowness of the
Yeah.
of the life, and I mean that again, it comes back to social media. Like, why do you need to be fully formed as an individual? Because to be thrust into a world where you're speaking with hundreds of millions of people in an online forum, you're going to suffer the slings and arrows of a fallen world over and over again in microcosm, relentlessly. You know, you're going to be attacked for positions that you believe and hold.
I want to offer a question to everybody who's watching right now. If I make the decision to quit Twitter, I would like it to benefit other people as well, and I think it will benefit them if I get off Twitter, just because I wouldn't be. No, I don't think. But I wonder how many watching right now would be willing to quit Twitter if I did. Like, if I did a stream, and once we reached 100 people, like, it'll be a little exodus. Well, I'll go over to Parler. Or no, we'll just get off entirely, right? We'll get off Twitter. How many of you watching right now in the live chat would quit Twitter if that was the rule? Once I get 100 people, I'll deactivate it publicly. Let us know in the live chat, or if you're watching this after the show, tell us in the comments below. What would have to happen for you to be willing to get off Twitter? Because there's always a good reason to stay. But here's the thing. Ever since I've got on Locals, which I just love, mattfrad.locals.com, I ask everyone to go check that out. Not only is it a much more pleasurable, social kind of experience, what's cool about well, you can tell what's cool about Parler. What's cool about Locals is that you can access the content we put on Locals, but you have to pay to engage.
Yeah.
So if I do a live stream in the morning, I do most mornings, anybody can watch it. But if you want to comment, you have to be financially invested in $10 a month or something like that. And so what that does is it eliminates trolls.
Yeah.
And people try to give each other the benefit of the doubt because they're part of this community that's intentional. And so even when people are saying things that others disagree with, or even when they're saying like overtly un-Catholic things because they're just trying to figure out this Catholic thing, people tend to give them the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah.
It's really elevated the discourse. I love it so much. But yeah, I kind of want to ask people that, like, what would have to happen for you to get off Twitter? Because even though I've got a significantly less amount of people that follow me on Locals, it gets way more reach than when I post on Twitter.
Yeah.
I got 58,000 people that follow me on Twitter or something.
Right.
20,000 might be bots. I don't know.
Yeah.
But I post something, it might get a few retweets or something. Like,
Yeah.
Why are we doing this?
Yeah.
It's like this. It's almost like my wife gets a little upset with me sometimes because I hate technology. I mean, it's ironic, but I'm frustrated by it so often.
Yeah, you're not
So
the only one.
if we're sitting together and we're trying to chat and her phone bings, I'm like, like turn it off, or I'll physically turn it around on her, right?
Yeah.
Maybe that's my stuff conflicting with, I got to be more patient as well. But, the times that, and she's really good on her phone. I don't want to give the wrong impression that she's kind of addicted to her phone or something like that, but she'll say, well, I just need to do this thing, right? Or I'll say that too. Let's use myself as an example. I just need to quickly check this. I just need to get back. Like, there's always a good reason. That's why you're doing it, is because you perceive it to be a good reason. It's just that the reasons you check your phone 8,000 times a day are interfering with your life. And so I'd love to hear people in the comment section tell me why you think it's a good idea to be on Twitter. There's always a good reason you could offer. Like, I think one of the things people will say to me is, like, you can do good on Twitter. Like, you can proclaim the gospel on Twitter. Like, if we did a mass exodus, who would be there to do it? I'm not convinced by that argument.
Well, that comes back to the point about the fact that, like, what that comes back to the kind of totalitarian control, right? And so, what hope do you have for a platform which fundamentally, at the end of the day, is controlled and subject to very restrictive, like, covenants on what you can say, right? And that becomes an issue, because at that point, this is why I say everyone's on borrowed time, because, like, you're all, everyone's living on borrowed time. I mean, you've just seen the number of. So here's the thing: like, the conservative side of the debate has decided that transgenderism is the hill upon which they will die.
Finally.
Right.
There are so many hills behind us that we should have died on.
Yeah, there are mountains which we should have thrown our swords down on. And some conservatives did, and they suffered the consequence of that. But the transgender debate is the one which appears to be this hill upon which they will all die. And so as a result, the banning is getting worse, and it's getting more aggressive, and it's getting faster. And as a result, it's only a matter of time before everyone is banned. If you have an opinion about transgenderism, which defies the narrative, you're going to get banned. So, what is the point on being on Twitter? There isn't one right now. There's only one, Candace says the same thing. She's like, it's boring. Twitter is fundamentally boring because they keep banning all the other conservatives, so there's just no one to talk to anymore.
Or to the person who says, but what if you could reach that one soul? Then I could say something in reply, which is sort of an argument ad absurdum. Okay, well, you should be on every single social media platform then.
Yeah.
Because there's always the possibility that you could reach that one soul. So why aren't you on all of them?
Yeah.
Don't you love Jesus? Don't you think we're called to proclaim the gospel?
Yeah.
What about the line in the gospel where Christ says if the place won't have them, you should just leave and shake the dust from
Yeah.
Say that again.
the line in the gospel
Yeah.
where Christ says if they won't have you in the town.
There you go. That's a good point. That's a great... Yeah, for those who can't hear, Thursday's saying, if that line in the gospel where our Lord says, if you go to a place and they don't accept you, shake the dust from your sandals.
Yeah. It would be better if that town...
And there's someone being like, but what if there's the one
Yeah.
person?
Yeah.
It's like-
It would be better if that town had never been,
Yeah.
thought of. I think.
Because I think the other cool thing about me getting off Twitter is if I can encourage 100 people to get off Twitter with me,
Yeah.
that's 100 better lives I've just improved.
Yeah.
We
have to vote with our fundamentally this comes back to the rise of woke corporates. You have to vote with your pocketbook, and your online life is part of your pocketbook.
Yeah.
So you need to say, okay, I'm not gonna, I've decided that I'm not gonna watch Disney anymore because I don't agree with that corporate institution.
Yep.
I'm not gonna sign up to Twitter because I don't agree with that corporate institution. All of these companies you're kind of buying into the whole. I'm trying to, the next big one in my life is Amazon. I want to cut Amazon from my life.
Good for you.
And so, I have people who work at Parler who are fanatical about not buying things from Amazon.
Yeah.
Because they're just we need to stop using Amazon every time.
Meet people in Steubenville. Meet New Polity. Do you shop on Amazon? Or do you not want to out yourself?
No, I don't shop on Amazon anymore. I still have access to my parents' Prime Video account.
Right.
We can't...
They're just not
Yeah.
gonna get rid of it.
Yeah.
All right, I have some questions. I asked my folks, is it all right?
Go for it.
On locals, what they would like to ask George Farmer.
Oh dear. Here we go.
I don't know what they're asking. I haven't seen these. So is it okay if we just
Dive
think
in.
of this as a lightning round because we have
Uh-oh.
30 people here.
Okay.
We should... this is Weave88. We should call these long-form discussions Matt suckers another guest into talking about Lord of the Rings.
I was wondering how long we've been going for.
Okay.
4.5 hours.
That's it?
Wow.
Gosh. Joey asks, there's some great hair going on here. LOL, delete Gmail as it's on YouTube, but I love that you're using their platform against them. Yes, Proton Mail has a calendar. Signal is a great app. Don't have Twitter. It's 1,000 points this person's trying to wrap up into a comment. Appreciate it. Emma says, is it possible for a Catholic who uses social media and follows politics to keep interior peace? If so, how?
Yeah, I think so. I think she's hitting the nail on the head there, which is that it comes back to that online life, offline life. If you're a fully formed individual who has a great relationship with the Lord, who is fully formed in the interior life, or at least is trying to become fully formed in the interior life, can you have a healthy engagement with the online world? I think yes, you can. Right. I just think that the majority of people are not like that.
Mm-hmm.
Right. The majority of people don't have that fully formed offline life. They are seeking through social media the affirmation that they so desire, that the human ego desperately craves. Right. They're not seeking affirmation in the Lord. They're not seeking affirmation in God. They're not seeking affirmation in the church. They're seeking affirmation from posting pictures of themselves wearing, very few clothes, on a beach in, the Bahamas. Well, great, but that doesn't really, that's not gonna build you up as a person. On your deathbed, you're not gonna think, wow, I really wish I'd posted more pictures of myself on a beach in the Bahamas.
My bum.
Yeah, exactly. You're gonna think, I wish I had a living and breathing relationship with the Lord my God.
Neil, would you let me know if we get any super chats and just read them out if we do? Colin Carr says, what are your thoughts on the dumb phone, anti-social media, digital minimalism movement? I've grown to believe that it's impossible for any social media app by its very nature to not be predatory and dangerous. Curious about your thoughts on this.
Two questions there, yeah. So the latter about social media and the first about the dumb phone. So I'm kind of fascinated by the dumb phone movement a little bit. I haven't kind of wrapped my head around it fully. I think that there's a really good reason to seek it out, which is that people are just increasingly turned off by the amount of technological intrusion in our life. I think the dumb phone is if I didn't run a social media company, I definitely am of the opinion that not tomorrow, but at some point in the future, I am migrating my life towards that outcome.
Yeah.
Right? I would like to be in a position where I don't have to have a smartphone. I would actually prefer a dumb phone. That's kind of where I'm going. I can see it in my own mind's eye. I can see that that's where I'm ending up. I hate the intrusion of the phone. And what you just said about conversations with your wife where you turn it over, I hate that about myself. Like when I'm constantly being pinged by people and bothered by people, it's just it drives me nuts. It means that like my peace is disturbed. Yeah. My inner peace is disturbed. Do I think that it's possible for any social media business to kind of be non-predatory? Yeah, I think it is. I think like, shameless self-promotion here. I don't think that Parler is a predatory platform. We kind of pride ourselves on not being. Like, I want to be free speech. I want to be a free speech platform which allows people to express themselves freely. Like, I don't view my users as a means to an end. I view the free speech of the world as like the end, right? And so providing that platform tries to allow them to get to that end, right?
Jacob asks, George, I have seen you at my Latin Mass parish in Nashville and just really wanted to ask what got you into the Tridentine Mass. Hopefully the church will be rebuilt soon and have beautiful liturgy in a very beautiful church.
The Latin Mass, yeah. I mean, I do go to Latin Mass. I love the traditional Mass. I really find it just so beautiful. And for me, there's a couple of things that really draws me to it. So, just to be clear, I also go to Novus Ordo because it's difficult to find Latin Mass every day. One of the things that really draws me to the Latin Mass is the sense of apostolic continuation, which is that there are parts of the Roman canon, there are parts of the Latin Mass service which have effectively remained unchanged for centuries, for like almost thousands of years. And I love that apostolic continuation. For me, that was a big part of my conversion, was the knowledge that through the Pope of Rome, one has the continuous, unbroken line of Peter's successors from Christ, that uniform single thread of apostolic continuation which runs from the apostles all the way through to now. The Latin Mass is also a part of that, and I really love it for that reason. I also think, and this is something that, I'm not sure whether most people agree with me on this, but that doesn't matter. But, I think that there's an element of like the Tower of Babel in the post-Vatican II world, where like I was in Hungary earlier this year in Budapest, and I went to Mass at a church in Hungary, and I thought it was going to be Latin Mass, and it was actually in Hungarian, and I didn't understand a word of it. Now, that's not to say that if I turned up without my missal, I would have been able to understand everything in Latin. My Latin is not good enough to do that. But there's an element that I know when I walk into a church which is practicing the Latin Mass anywhere in the world, that I'm getting the same service anywhere in the world. So in some ways, the Latin Mass unifies and brings together a church which is now divided by, thousands of languages.
Yeah. Flavery S says, I know he is not his wife. That's good. But I would like to know how he responds to the... Would you mind me asking this question? I'm sure it gets tiresome answering questions on behalf of your wife. But I would like to know how he responds, to the criticism that she is a grifter when she calls the celebration of the end of slavery lame. I don't know what they're referring to. Maybe you can fill us in.
Juneteenth.
What's that?
Oh. Maybe something like that. I would need to...
This word example. Grifter. Talk about grifter.
So Candace and I actually had a joke, which was like when we first got together, the number one comment underneath, like the trolling comment underneath most of our posts was like, grifter's got a grift. you know, that was like grifters got a grift. And
What is grift? I think I know what it means.
It kind of means like
drifting along with that which is popular.
Oh, no. It's more like, it's like financially scamming people, right? And so it kind of means like you're just grifting. Like you're just basically...
There's a bunch of lefty Catholics who've been calling me a grifter. Of late.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, interesting. So basically it means that you've kind of sunk into the hole of like doing things just because it's making you money, right? I guess is how I would describe it. Well, I would say, like, you know, my response to the kind of grifting comment is like, my wife, you know, came from nothing. She's a highly entrepreneurial woman who's built, you know, a platform for herself by taking incredibly courageous and bold statements in a world that lacks courage. She has balls bigger than most senior politicians. She says things that the world is thinking, but politicians are too afraid to say. Like, you know, there were very few people who challenged the COVID narrative at the early days, and she was one of them. And like, there were very few people who challenged the vaccine narrative at the beginning, and she was one of them. She calls out BS whenever she sees it. And as a result, you know, if she was grifting, you know, I'd like to think, you know, I'm a fallen human being like everybody else, but I'd like to think that I have the intellectual honesty to call that out from her. And, you know, there have been times she and I have disagreed on policy points. Of course we do. Like, we're humans. But I also think that she has done things and she's made statements and she's been courageous where so many other people have not been.
I think there's probably a lot of jealousy of those who look at your wife and see how successful she is, and it would be much more convenient for them if she was a quote-unquote grifter than someone who speaks her mind and people who are willing to pay to listen to her on Daily Wire Plus, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, you get two schools. You get the jealous school, and you get the people who actually want to make the world a better place. You know, and I mean, she tells the story about Dr. Ben Carson, you know, former Secretary of Housing and Urban Development under the Trump administration, and like, Dr. Carson is one of the nicest men I've ever met in my life. I mean, he's just so sweet. I mean, he's so gentle. His demeanor is like a gentle soul. And you know, the first time he met Candace, like, there were a lot of conservatives out there who were like, you know, kind of attacked her from her own side, you know, talked about how she was just a grifter and all this kind of stuff. And when we met Dr. Carson, I remember him just being like, Candace, I love you. I just don't know how you've been able to do what you've been able to do. Like, I've spent my entire life trying to convince the black community that they don't need to be signed up to a political belief system which has oppressed them for 60 years. And I've never had any success. And now in 6 months or in 2 years, you've been able to turn around an entire narrative and actually completely transform the way black America views itself. And like, you see more and more black conservatives coming out now, which is just fantastic. And like, kudos to them. And, you know, like, Blexit, you know, has been a huge movement, part of that movement in terms of promoting like a breaking of the chains. With regards to the end of slavery, like, I don't know that exact comment, so I'm going to have to kind of take a rain check on that question. I don't know exactly what that's referring to. You know, I think her viewpoint is that black America swapped out like known slavery for like government slavery in the 60s when like the Big Society Act was signed into law and welfarism became the like predominant methodology that like black America became enslaved to the government again, but just kind of didn't realize it. So, you know, I'm paraphrasing there, and I don't know the exact specifics of that particular quote, but that's kind of the general direction of her narrative around that.
Heidi says, should Catholics and other Christians be involved in developing and or testing artificial intelligence so that there is representation of our views, or should we stay away from its development entirely?
Ooh, Heidi, great question. Listen, I think that I'm going to come back to that earlier point that I made. I think Catholics need to be involved in every aspect of world life. Like, I think we need to get involved in... I don't believe in just sitting apart and saying we're going to wash our hands of this and just let it be what it is. I think we need to be involved. I think we need to have our viewpoints made. Like, the fallacy of the argument that somehow people can't take their personal life into the political life, I find very entertaining. You know, like, this is one of the things about religion in the UK, is that when you enter UK politics, you're somehow basically told that, okay, that's great, now your faith has to stay at the door. It's like, what a lunatic argument. Like, of course it's not going to stay at the door. Why would it stay at the door? Like, everyone carries their personal subjective life into their business and professional and political life. That's just what they do, right? I mean, like, we're formed as individuals to think about issues because we've been formed in certain ways. Like, I, as a Catholic, obviously think about things in certain ways because I'm a Catholic, right? So, like, in the same way, I would say that there are aspects of like national secular life where it will be difficult for a Catholic to have a, like, I don't, you know, you said to me yesterday, like, you've talked to more people about porn than, you know, almost any other person on the planet, and, you know, like, I think it would be difficult for a Catholic to work in the pornography industry, you know, like, and realistically think that they could change that for better, right? But I at the same time think that, like, artificial intelligence is going to be a huge part of the future of this world.
Yeah.
So it would be good to have Catholics in that who want to influence it for the better.
For those who are watching who are in interfaith marriages, like, if you don't mind me asking, like, how has that been? You know, maybe praying with your wife or seeking to share your faith with your wife who does not yet share it, and you know, what's that balance between trying to share this, something that's the most important thing in your life, with the most important person in your life, but at the same time wanting to respect their freedom and not turn them off by being so maybe enthusiastic or pushy?
We had a super chat about that too.
Did you? Okay. Thanks, super chat.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I think that there's a passage in 1 Peter which talks about share your faith with gentleness and respect.
Yeah.
And, you know, like, what stands out in my life as the best example of Christian ministry, it's the lived example. It's not the do as I do, but don't do as I, you know, do as I, it's the do as I do. And I'm going to tell you what I think, but you're also going to do what I'm living my life by, right? The actions that I'm professing are lived out in reality. Like, I think it's the most powerful for anyone who's in an interfaith marriage is that the most powerful witness you can provide is the life you lead, right? So a life of holiness, a life called to holiness, a life which is marked by, like, a sacramental profession. You know, I attend Mass almost every day. You know, like, I try and get up in the morning, I spend some time with the Lord, I pray, I read the Bible, I normally read a snippet from a Christian author. You know, I try and say grace before meals. We're going to raise our children as Catholic. You know, I think, and then I think also, like, the purity of the faith is a really important witness, because there's the witness that I can lead as a Christian and as a Catholic in my home, and then there's the witness that the church itself provides, which is that, like, and this is why, you know, I fight for the church purity and teaching and doctrine, which is so important, because, like, one of the things that has destroyed the Church of England, for example, is that the homily you're going to get from your service on Sunday is basically the same as any left-wing newspaper editorial, right? We can't just say, okay, we've got to adopt the latest trend as the trend which we're going to preach on. Like, nothing will destroy the church faster than just an adoption of whatever the cultural conversation is right now. We need to remain consistent and hold on to the eternal truths that have been made known to us, right? And that is why it's so important that we don't get caught up with adopting, like, whatever the latest nonsense is in terms of church teaching, right? And that's why the synodal way in Germany is so dangerous, because it brings to light the idea that church doctrine can change because cultural times have changed. So we as Catholics need to fight for the soundness of church doctrine, and we need to lead by example through lived holiness in our own lives.
Did you watch the documentary The Social Dilemma?
No.
Okay. Well, I won't ask you about it. I will ask you about Matt Walsh's excellent documentary, What is a Woman? What did you think about it, and do you think it's going to significantly change the discussion, the trans discussion in this country and elsewhere?
I think it has done already.
I think so too.
I think it was almost in some ways like a seminal moment in the debate, I would say.
Am I right in thinking that documentary did better for the Daily Wire than the 3 or whatever amount of movies they've put out?
I don't know the numbers off the top of my head, but I imagine so. I mean, it was like, it was huge. I mean, it was huge. Huge. It was just huge. These people, wonderful people, huge people. But he he shattered, I think, the narrative that this was like an industry which was just what they describe as gender reaffirming, right? Which is just a leftist, word salad to basically cover what their actions are. And of course, his interviews with many were just
like, you couldn't pay actors to seem that stupid on camera. You really couldn't. They wouldn't be that believable in their stupidity.
I know.
God bless them and Lord convert them. And
yeah.
I don't mean to attack any of those individuals, but they had clearly, like, what did that one professor say to Matt? That language of truth, rejective truth. He just
well, it's literally. I mean, it's the same.
oppressive or
it's
something?
the Pontius Pilate. It's the Quid veritas. It's like what is truth? It comes back to the same argument. Like, one of the great things about the gospel is that Ecclesiastes, nothing is new under the sun, right? So like the same. Like, there's Pontius Pilate saying what is truth at the trial of Christ, and here we are, 2,000 years later, and we've got exactly the same questions. What is truth? Like, and the devil has taken many forms, but his form is always deceit. Like it always is the same lies and deceit which come out at the end of the day. And so that's where we are right now. We are just in that same spiral of lies. And ultimately, like, this is why I say, look at the promises of the left. Like, this is why I believe that I don't think Christianity is either left or right. I don't think Christianity should be above that. It is above that. It's the eternal truth of God. It's neither. It shouldn't be political, but the way that it's seeing now, like, what are the promises of the left right now? If you're obsessed with environmentalism, you won't have children for the sake of the planet. You won't fly anywhere. You won't see your family, right? You naturally shut down your family life or your potential to create children and fulfill the beatific vision by celebrating the fact that you're only going to have one kid or something like that, right? And then you don't want to travel because you don't want to pollute the environment, so you don't go and see family. If you're signed up to feminism, you don't have children because you won't get married, because you don't believe that men and women have any difference, so why should you bother? If you sign up to the transgender debate, you're willing to mutilate yourself. It's just it's a never-ending cascade of lies and deceit which end up in human misery. Right.
Yep. Well put. Well put. Any other super chats or things we should respond to?
We had a super chat just now from Redemption's Reach that says, there's another group that hates the other, and then says Candace, George, Matt, Neil, etc. For being brave enough to speak the truth, they subconsciously wish they could. Some people are just afraid to do the same. As such, they persecute the truth teller, which I guess isn't really a question. I had kind of a question for George. So it seems to me that social media platforms have all these kind of general guidelines and rules, like, don't defraud people, no pornography on these. So I think that in the fallen nature of humanity, if you give people these kinds of social media platforms, it seems like the truth doesn't always rise to the top naturally, and the rhetoric of the technology sometimes like overpowers. I guess like the classic example against freedom of speech is like, what if there was a news agency that just put out like false stuff all the time, and then it somehow became immensely popular? Do you think that like something like that couldn't happen? Because it seems like, I don't know. What are your thoughts on that? On like the algorithm of what's being shown, what gets interactions, what makes things show up in people's feeds doesn't always seem to naturally coincide with people want the truth and are, drawn towards what edifies them.
So my answer to that is something we were discussing yesterday, which is that the whole model of capitalism is based on the idea that we as rational human beings can make rational choices, right? That's pretty much how every economic model is built. Like, the simplistic view of this would be what I was saying to you earlier. If Kroger raises their prices and Walmart doesn't, then people will naturally defect from Kroger to Walmart because they're going to get the same product at a cheaper price, right? That is the rational basis upon which our economic system is built. Now, one could argue humans make irrational decisions the whole time, so therefore it's a false idea that we should base rationality. But if we are to give the individual any responsibility in the decision making in their own life, then we need to allow for freedom of choice. What does that mean in answer to your question? It means that people need to discern the truth, right? Like Reagan famously said, trust but verify. It wasn't actually Reagan who said that, it was the KGB. And the irony being is that we should trust but verify. Don't just believe everything you read. Go off and do your own research. You could say, okay, well, that takes time. But yes, but again, this comes back to like the hard path, right? It's not, if you're just spoon-fed information and you have no discernment or critical thinking to discern what is truth, then you're in a very dangerous position before you even get online. That's my point, right? Your offline life needs to be fully formed. You need to be able to have discerning faculties to be able to make rational decisions. Like in the same way that if you were irrational, you would continue to shop at Kroger and eventually you would end up poorer because of it, right? In the same scenario that I just outlined. You should make rational decisions based on what you know about news organizations, based on research you've made yourself. Like we live in a highly connected world. Those decisions are easier to make because there's more information, but it also requires more discernment to find out what is the correct information, right? And again, it also comes back to how you formed your worldview. Like, are you a fully formed human being in the offline life, or are you just getting onto social media because you think, like, you know, I really want to see, like, you know, I want to see pictures of scantily clad women. Okay, well then, you know, like maybe your offline life is not fully formed yet, you know?
That's a great answer. Thank you.
Where are we at? How long have we been going for?
We are 7 minutes away from 5 hours.
Oh my gosh. Take that, Seamus Coughlin.
Wow. Seamus, bad luck.
Yeah.
And Trent Horn.
Yeah, and Trent Horn.
Seamus beat Trent.
Yeah, he did. That's right. Now you've beat Seamus.
Yeah. And it's felt like a breeze, by the way.
Really has.
I mean,
we're going to finish the cigar, I presume.
well, I've finished mine.
Oh, look at you.
But you haven't finished.
You know, I was afraid I'd smoke it too quickly, and then we'd be in trouble.
Yeah.
No one wants to see me go green and throw up. Well, maybe they do, because the algorithm.
Now that will make some great content. You know,
Yeah. What's that? Content what?
Content. More content.
Want to let people know, if they go over to mattfrad.locals.com and become a supporter, we just released a 6-part teaching series from Dr. Ed Fazer on Thomas Aquinas' 5 ways. It's very good, and if you go to mattfrad.locals.com and sign up right now, you get access to that immediately, as well as we have a quarterly newspaper that we send to you free of charge once you become a annual supporter. You don't even have to pay shipping. We will ship that to you, even if you live in Namibia or New Zealand. And we're pretty excited about these. The reason we created the newspaper was so that people could leave their phone in their drawer, go sit in the sunshine or on their deck and have a smoke or a drink and just more calmly read deep, edifying thoughts. And so we're currently in the process of printing our 2nd newspaper for fall, which I think will be shipping out, I'd say, within about 3 weeks. So you still have time. If you go to mattfrad.locals.com, become a supporter, and then there's a pinned post at the top of Locals that invites you to give us your address. That's the only way we can then make sure that you receive one of these newspapers. Isn't that cool?
That's great.
Who would have thought I'd have a newspaper?
I love it. Yeah, I still read a paper newspaper.
Do you?
Yeah.
What do you read?
I read the Wall Street Journal on the weekends, mainly for the business. I think it's pretty good business coverage, I'd say.
You wanted to talk about cricket.
Oh, well, like, how many more hours do you want to go? I mean, a test match is 5 days. But do you miss it?
I don't like sport, but I
Right.
love cricket. So I guess I love sport.
Yeah.
I don't.
What do you love about it?
What do I love about cricket? There's so many things I love about cricket. As you mentioned, people may not be aware, but traditionally a cricket match will last for 5 days. So what is it, like 9 a.m. to 5 p.m.
It's
each
normally
day?
11 a.m. to 6 p.m.
11 a.m. to 6 p.m. They stop for tea. Someone comes out with a cart, sandwiches. It's so good. So it's just a leisurely game that's always exciting. It's probably similar to baseball. I mean, cricket's the father of baseball, really. So cricket's certainly better than baseball, obviously. But in that, like, every bowl is exciting, right? So it's like, it's not continually exciting because that would get fatiguing.
Yeah.
But like, here comes another bowl, and like, here we go. Here we go. It's a 6. Here we go. He's out. Here we go. Nothing. It's that I really like that a lot.
Yeah.
And I just like the culture around it. Like if Australia are playing England test match, for the next 5 days, your people are talking about this. And because it's such a slow game, you can go to work, come home, and like not much has gone on. Like 2 people got out or 5 people got out, and now it's this or whatever.
Yeah.
I really, really enjoy it. What about you? What do you like about it?
Yeah, I think you hit a lot of the nails right there. I mean, it's a wonderfully strategic sport, which is like, it almost seems impossible that it could be strategic over 5 days, but actually it's highly, highly, highly exciting.
Yeah.
Like the development, the weather aspect, which is always fun. Like you've got, it's a beautifully balanced sport in many ways. And you're quite right. It's like, it hasn't yet, well, the 2020 style of the game has definitely, moved cricket more towards the kind of like instant gratification. Like, how can we,
very disappointing.
How can we get as many people in there as possible? But like the Indian subcontinent, which is the biggest watcher of cricket and has the biggest league, is obviously the kind of consumer demand for that. But the test match series, like the test match cycle, is just, it's wonderful. I mean, every match in England is sold out. It's hugely popular.
Tell them about the Ashes series and the origins of that.
The Ashes.
Have you heard me talk about that on
No,
air?
I haven't actually.
So my understanding is, and you correct me, since we have the Australian and the Englishman here, is that when England first lost to Australia, to those bloody convict colony, they took the stumps and burnt them.
That's
and
correct.
put them in an urn and said, cricket is dead.
That's right. And now there's
Suck it, England. And then what happened? And by the way, how many minutes till 5 hours? Because I've got something I want people to type into the comments.
2 minutes.
If you watched this 5-hour show, I want you to write "Suck it, England."
No, don't write that.
No, what should we have it write? No, write "Suck it, England" into the comments so we know how many people actually stuck around for 5 hours.
This is a horribly...
If you could watch this...
This is a horribly
and then
biased...
type, George Farmer sucks. No. No, just England. Suck it, England. Suck it, comma, England, exclamation mark, if you want.
This is ridiculous.
Or
This is
what else could they type?
Horribly biased. Glory be to God. No, but you're right. The Ashes series became this like hallmark series between England and Australia.
So now every 4 years?
Is it
There's
every
the
4 or
Ashes
is it every 2
series.
or
I thought it was 4, might be wrong.
No, you're probably
And
right.
they play for a replica of the urn. That's the trophy.
Yeah, that's right.
Come on.
Yeah.
That's the
And it's
greatest
like-
thing.
I mean, to understand how important this is, the Bodyline series of, I forget what year it was, but the Bodyline series, which was part of the Ashes, became a diplomatic crisis between England and Australia. Like ambassadors
I wasn't aware.
were called to respective heads of state because like the way that the Bodyline was this style of bowling from fast bowlers where it basically deliberately targeted the body of the batsman rather than like aiming for the bat. Which is now, by the way, a very common tactic.
Yeah.
Obviously, that's like part of the game. But when it was first developed, it was considered to be like this great travesty in terms of how like people perceived it, and so like ambassadors were called. Like the Australian Prime Minister was outraged that England would deploy this tactic of bodyline bowling and all this kind of stuff. So it was just, it's like, it's a great sport. I mean, it's just a beautiful sport. Like more people, I've always found this funny. I said this yesterday. It's one of the most watched sports in the world. It's like the second most watched sport in the world after soccer, right?
Yeah.
Because the whole of Pakistan, India, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, all of these countries watch it. And it's just so popular.
Yeah. All right, I changed my mind. We shouldn't say "suck it, England." You should never say something like that. I apologize. But hey, I think in 5 hours...
It's too late now.
I think in 5 hours of filming, I do think that was the worst thing I said.
Yeah,
and that's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Type instead Aussie Aussie Aussie.
Did we have many people who watched for the whole 5 hours?
Yeah, a lot of people were saying that they've been watching for the whole.
They're like, well, I'm not going to lower myself and
it's
say "suck it,
incredible.
England," but I have been watching.
One person said their butt hurts from sitting for so long.
It's amazing.
There you go. The cultural crossover that no one knew they needed.
Yeah.
Matt Frad, George Farmer. There you go. I
We're
love it.
past 5 hours, so.
Wow.
Congratulations.
Thank you, my friend. And to you.
Fantastic. This is
Alright.
really enjoyable. It's nice to get to know you.
Yeah, likewise.
Yeah.
It's been a pleasure.
Glad you exist. Glad you're doing what you're doing.
Thanks, man. You too. I love Pints with Aquinas. I'm just going to say that.
Thank you.
It's just awesome.
Thank you so much. I am so honored to be able to do this. I really enjoy sitting down with wonderful folks and chatting. It's just such a joy for me.
Yeah. And continue to seek, like, if I can offer you a word of encouragement,
please
continue to seek out those people whose voices don't get heard. Like, I just love that about your show. I think that, like, you know, the sisters, the fathers, the priests, the monastics that you have on this show just offer like a richness and depth that, like, it's wonderful. I feel nourished by it. Like, I feel like it fills my soul because you meet these godly people. Like, I was kind of I was sort of embarrassed when you asked me, because I'm like, I have nothing to offer. You know, like, I'm just not. Why would I be interesting? Like, I don't know.
Well, how did we get in touch? I don't understand how this happened then.
Through Michael Knowles, I think.
Yeah, he emailed me and said you wanted to get in touch. And then what happened?
Yeah,
did I just say come on my show?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Anyway,
Getting to the bottom of the barrel now.
Yeah.
Give us your best joke.
Oh, jeez. No, that's.
I want to hear your American accent too.
Well, there's lots of different American accents, but like.
Choose one.
You got the southern accent. And keep it deep south, you know, boys, good old boys from Tennessee or deep south. That's about as good as my.
I like
American
that.
accent.
I like that little whistle you got there.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite funny living in Tennessee. It's just like not somewhere I ever thought that I would live. You know, when I was growing up, it was just like Nashville seemed as alien to me as, you know, Timbuktu. And now that I live there, I just love it, and I can't imagine living anywhere else. Like, I can't imagine living outside of Tennessee pretty much all for the rest of my life. And there's other states now that I've also fallen in love with, like the mountain states. I just think are absolutely gorgeous. And as I said, you know, like, this country is just beautiful. I've never been to Alaska. I want to go to Alaska. This is my first time to Ohio.
You ever been to Dollywood?
No, I haven't.
Isn't
been
that
to
in Tennessee?
Yeah, that is. It's just down the road from us.
Oh, I love Dollywood.
Oh, really?
I've been there 3 times with the kids.
Wow.
Absolutely love it.
Yeah.
And I hate theme parks. Like, I would never want to go to Disney. I can't imagine.
Yeah. No, I've never been
People
to
I
Disneyland,
respect enjoy going. I'm not saying it's...
Yeah.
but I just could not... But there's something about Dollywood that is exciting, but also spacious and peaceful. They don't play top 20 hits. They play more country.
She's done some incredible things, by the way. I mean, like, one of the funny things, when our daughter was born earlier this year, there was a knock on the door in the hospital.
Oh, yeah.
And it was like these women offering free Dolly Parton books. And I sort of dismissed them out of hand. And then somebody afterwards was like, no, they're really good. Like, you should actually read them because they're all about family and all about promoting growth. And I was like, oh, wow, that fills me with encouragement. That free books in the hospital are being offered out, which are like encouraging for family growth and stuff like that. So.
Yep. Okay. To accents, Tennessee. Oh, best joke. Here's. I'm afraid I won't say this joke very well, but let's give it a shot. There's this grieving widow standing at her dead husband's funeral, and that's it. No, and and next to her is the dead man's best friend, right? And they're both there at the funeral, and she says to him, "Would you mind saying something?" You know. And so he approaches the ambo and just says one word: plethora. And then he sits down, and she says, "Thanks. That means a lot."
That's very good.
Might be my favorite joke.
That's very good.
What about yours?
I don't really have any good jokes. I'm like I used to know all the jokes, but I've forgotten most of them now. I mean, I'm sure I could rustle up a couple, but like now I seem to occupy the, you know, kind of quite lonely space of dad jokes.
Oh yeah, it's good. It's a good world.
Yeah.
Here's one. Sometimes I bring my knees into my chest and lean forward. That's just how I roll.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah.
You're welcome.
Yeah. There was a picture of a farmer standing in a wheat field the other day, and there was the joke was like, this guy isn't just standing in a cornfield, he's outstanding in his field. Just terrible jokes. Like awful jokes.
But when you're in the mood for a bad joke.
Yeah. Sometimes it really hits the spot. Like,
It does.
It's quite funny.
Yeah. All right, well, better take you back to the airport.
Yeah.
God bless. Thanks, everybody, for being here. So, Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. That's how we know you've watched 5 hours.
Yeah. Beautiful.